natural reaction and shock, but not the panic. And you haven't heard a lot of hate talk, which is a very, very good thing from those being interviewed. You've heard some questions about the government response, but that guy clearly is in shock that you heard that from a lawyer.
Just a second, to back up your earlier point about the report that Scotland Yard contacted Israel about an imminent attack on their transportation system. Mike Tobin reporting from Israel that the Prime Minister has said he's brushing off reports from Scotland Yard that Israel had some prior intelligence or vice versa, saying it's all rumor and it's all typical of the early stages of reporting.
Well, let me ask you, Colonel, if you were Scotland Yard and you had learned that the attack was coming in a couple of minutes, you have the President of the United States and other members of the G8 500 miles away, you have rush hour at London right at your fingertips, who are you going to call, the Israelis or the London Commissioner of Police to alert emergency services?
Yeah, it's a very good point, Judge. And Mansour was describing for us the intelligence apparatus when you get a warning. My reaction, though, with the way this came out, with someone saying that the Israelis have reported that the British didn't sound right, but it makes sense what Mansour's talking about, which is when an intelligence it hits, you would ask for a response for help, but it doesn't sound right because the report comes from London. I think you're right. You would be talking internally first, and you've already heard the very most senior man in the Metropolitan Police say, "I've never heard anything about it." You don't get this kind of warning. The IRA used to do this. Al Qaeda has the size of this would tell me no warning ahead of time.
All right. Just real quick, the explosions inside London, which we have confirmed at least 6 this morning, taking place over the last few hours, have prompted an increase in security over in D.C., and we understand the NYPD Commissioner, Ray Kelly, most likely will hold a press conference, and it will be available today to address the New York City response to this, because, as the Colonel mentioned, and as you all know out there, we're shoulder to shoulder in the war on terror, and the UK and US seem to be one of the two nations that get it. And as you look at the G8 summit taking place 500 miles away, the top of their agenda was global warming. The top of their agenda was African aid. Important, yes, but maybe the top of the agenda should have been terrorism to begin with. It certainly will now.
It certainly will now, is right. Christopher Walker, are you still with us?
It's been announced.
Christopher?
Yes.
We're going to hear from the Prime Minister in about 3 minutes. What's he going to tell us?
I think he's going to tell us to keep calm. He's going to tell us that Britain will never give in to terrorist threats. And I believe he's going to tell us that he intends to continue with the G8 meeting, which, of course, was due to open this morning.
Are there any reports that you're getting, any new or more update reports on the number of casualties, Christopher?
No, because they deliberately hold back on deaths until they've informed the next of kin. So 2 is the only number confirmed, but there have been unofficial reports of up to 20. These are completely unconfirmed, but those who've seen the sites themselves say that there's got to be more than 2, and really people are just anticipating the worst. They're used to IRA bombs, where the first the first report is of casualties, then deaths come later. But I certainly know that in Aldgate 1 tube station, 2 were dead and 9 very seriously injured.
Okay, so that would be the first casualty report. Where did you get that report from?
That report came from official police sources, and there's no question about that. Of course, we have to just hold our fingers when somebody's very seriously injured, but as I reported to you earlier, there have been signs of people being transported to hospitals in vehicles other than ambulances, and there's been this major problem with the traffic. The first report of the bombs, we were saying just before 10 o'clock, but it does seem there's now been an official report that the first notion that the authorities got was at 9:16, when somebody, the first people down on the tube network, dark and frightening tunnels were seen emerging near one station.
Christopher, stay with us. We'll certainly want to come back to you after the Prime Minister speaks. Our colleague Edie Hill is joining us now at just about the 7 a.m. Eastern hour.
A lot of people probably waking up right now, and we don't want you to panic, because in situations like this, information comes in very fast and furious, and we will bring it to you as soon as we get it. But keep in mind that a lot of things are confusing right now. We do know this for sure. There have been at least a half dozen explosions in London. We know that at least one was a double-decker bus that was at the Russell Square, around the Russell Square station. Half the bus was torn off. The top half was actually torn off. We know that there have been many casualties there. We know that there have been subway explosions, perhaps as many as 5. And at least one of the subway explosions at Aldgate. 2 people are confirmed dead by the police, and a doctor at the site there says there have been at least 90 casualties. So that's the information we have. We know that there are bomb-sniffing dogs out there, and according to the Dow Jones Information Service, they claim that there have been at least 3 bomb attacks, but that has not been confirmed by anyone else.
Tony Blair is expected to address the press and the worldwide media in a matter of moments. We understand right up at 7 o'clock local time. But it was interesting in the early reports where the first explosions were at 8:49 local time there in London, 5 hours ahead of us. Now we understand it was a little bit later than that. My one fear, and I'm sure there's many fears to be out there, is that some are still trapped in the tube system, in the subway system down there, because when those explosions happen, there's no immediate evacuation plan, I would imagine. Some have said that London is braced for this. They've been through it before. That is true. Others have pointed out, and as in major cities, you can walk in, there's no metal detectors in buses, no metal detectors into subways. Right. This is a system that is open, and a system especially open in light of the major concert that took place a few days ago that brought tens of thousands to that major city.
But this is London. This is post 9/11, so I'm certain that there was an evacuation plan. They've got exits there. They have emergency signs there in the tubes. So they've got some sort of an evacuation plan. The question is whether or not they've been able to get people down there into the subways to start clearing people out. I mean, some who were near the exits were able to get out already because we've gotten eyewitness confirmation on some things that have happened.
And another question is the ability with which the folks running the trains and the police could even communicate with each other. We heard some pretty severe criticism of a passenger himself of a minor injury, but suggesting why were we allowed to get on these trains when some of the explosions on other trains had already occurred? They should have shut the whole system down and not let us on it. Of course, we'll learn eventually the timing of these bombs.
The police chief, Sir Ian Blair, addressed the media about 20 minutes ago. Sky was able to pick it up. We were able to bring it to you. And he said that he thinks it's a matter of time before everything is brought under control and to show a degree of calm about you. But he does not think, and he shouldn't, that we're out of the woods yet in terms of explosions, especially in light of the unexplosive devices that have been recovered. Joining us and have been contributing with us is Chris Walker of Global Radio. Now, Chris, earlier today we talked about 7 explosions, and you talked about hearing reports of more than one double-decker bus being a target. Have you heard any more about that?
I've heard that it possibly 2 and maybe 3.
We have to cut into you right now. Sorry, Colonel Hunt. We've got to listen to Prime Minister Tony Blair right now.
To you on the terrible events that have happened in London earlier today. And I hope you understand that at the present time we're still trying to establish exactly what has happened. And there's a limit to what information I can give you. And I'll simply try and tell you the information as best I can at the moment. It's reasonably clear that there have been a series of terrorist attacks in London. There are obviously casualties, both people that have died and people seriously injured. And our thoughts and prayers, of course, are with the victims and their families. It's my intention to leave the G8 within the next couple of hours and go down to London and get a report face-to-face with the police and the emergency services and the ministers that have been dealing with this, and then to return later this evening. It is the will of all the leaders at the G8, however, that the meeting should continue in my absence, that we should continue to discuss the issues that we were going to discuss and reach the conclusions which we were going to reach. Each of the countries around that table has some experience of the effects of terrorism. And all the leaders, as they will indicate a little bit later, share our complete resolution to defeat this terrorism. It's particularly barbaric that this has happened on a day when people are meeting to try to help the problems of poverty in Africa and the long-term problems of climate change and the environment. Just as it is reasonably clear that designed with the opening of the G8. There will be time to talk later about this. It's important, however, that those engaged in terrorism realize that our determination to defend our values and our way of life is greater than their determination to cause death and destruction to innocent people in a desire to impose extremism on the world. Whatever they do, it is our determination that they will never succeed in destroying what we hold dear in this country and in other civilized nations throughout the world. Thank you.
Tony Blair's brief address to the world community, who are obviously horrified by what is happening in London this morning. And the first attack has ranged from 8:49, Edie, until 9:16 today. The bottom line is the people of London, we're hearing eyewitness accounts today. We're just trying to make sense of exactly what they're going through.
So we can't even find out exactly what time the bomb occurred.
No, we don't know that.
That's interesting. Tony Blair obviously stating what everybody has already realized, and that is that this is a terrorist attack in London, a series of them, in fact. We know that there have been at least 6, recapping, 1 at least on a bus. The Dow Jones Information Service is suggesting that there have been 3 buses that were attacked. We know that many other subway stations also were targets.
The Prime Minister informed London and the world that he will soon leave the G8 for a few hours to come down to London to assess the situation, perhaps to address Parliament, and he'll return this evening. We're going to go to an eyewitness right now.
And it was, you know, honestly, for the first 2 seconds we didn't know we were going to get out. And then we just had to sit on the train, and we sat there listening to people screaming who were obviously injured, and we just waited and waited, and it felt like an hour, but it probably wasn't. It was probably about half an hour maybe, and they loaded us off from the back, and we all had to kind of clamber through, walk along the lines, and then we got out at King's Cross, and then ever since then we've been sitting on buses at King's Cross station waiting to come to the hospital, and that's kind of it. So it was all a bit scary, really.
And what happened in hospital? What you heard about what has happened?
Not much. Obviously there are some people that are really badly bleeding. There's lots of staff in there, you know, there's huge amounts of doctors, and everyone's really organised and good. But obviously the problem is now when people are being at home, you know, I live in Hull.
Trouble with that feed from Sky News, but bear with us. We're going to try to get you as much live information from the streets as possible, so we're going to hit glitches like that. The London police, as you can see now, say that the situation is coming under control in the event that there are no more blasts. They suggest that they could have control restored by the next couple of hours or so. That, according to the London police chief. Prime Minister Tony Blair is leaving the G8 conference, and he is heading back to London, where there is great confusion. We know that one doctor on the scene has treated at least 90 casualties at the Aldgate blast site, and we know of 2 confirmed deaths in these attacks.
Yeah, when you talk about blasts, you're talking about coordinated blasts, and that according to the London police chief. And he was also fearing that we're not out of the woods yet in terms of the attacks. But one thing is certainly clear is that there's a degree of misinformation coming out in terms of the number of attacks. For example, 2 hours ago, we hear 7 blasts, 3 of which were on double-decker buses. We can only confirm 1 at this hour. We do know this, that all public transportation has grinded to a halt, and and now we're getting more and more eyewitnesses coming out, one of which was kind of aggravated, saying that after the first blast, he was surprised that his subway system his subway train could actually continue.
Okay, let's go to London, to Wendell Goler. He is at Gleneagles, Scotland, at the Wendell. What's happening there?
Well, as you heard, Edie, just a couple of minutes ago, Prime Minister Blair telling reporters he intends to go back to London for a matter of hours at least to check on the situation there after a series of attacks. He says were clearly designed to coincide with the start of the summit here in Scotland. The other 7 G8 partners intend to continue work, if you will, on the issues of global warming and solving poverty in Africa, which are the central themes of this summit. Blair, of course, on the telephone immediately after word of the blasts, and so was President Bush. Washington's Metro immediately tightened security in the wake of the London attacks. More bomb-sniffing dogs on the platform, more heavily armed security officers in anticipation of the start of rush hour there, beginning very shortly now. Officials won't say if President Bush ordered this tightened security or if, as is perhaps more likely, it was an automatic response. Security extraordinarily tight here at Gleneagles, but the hotel where we stayed last night in Glasgow was evacuated a short while ago after a suspicious package was found there. We'll give you an update on what they find. This is the first summit since the September 11th attacks in which global terrorism, security, weapons proliferation was not the major focus. Prime Minister Blair saying it was particularly ironic, particularly bitter.
I'm sorry, we need to cut in. As you know, everything is in flux right now. We want to go to this news conference and find out the very latest in London.
And Leicester Square underground stations. I can also confirm that there's been an explosion on a bus in Tavistock Square. However, it's too early to confirm the cause of this explosion. At King's Cross Station, there is currently a rescue operation in the tunnel down in the line. Although we cannot confirm casualty figures, as it is too early, but we are dealing with large numbers of casualties, and we believe there are a number of fatalities. All underground lines are currently closed, and all national railway lines into London are also closed. Our advice to commuters is to take advice of emergency services and currently avoid travelling in London at present. And we ask all of you, if you need to use the LAS, by all means, but try not to unnecessarily at this time. As you can imagine, our services are quite stretched dealing with these incidents. That ends the statement. Thank you.
Can you just tell us how your members are coping with this at the moment?
Lisa, stay with us. We can just see you in front of the camera there. We were just hearing there from Paul Woodrow of the ambulance services. Indeed, apart from the commentary that
that's interesting. When you hear about an explosion in the subway, the tube system, you hope everyone got out. Unfortunately, there's a rescue operation going on, which we just heard for the first time. It's at King's Cross. It's going on in the tunnel. And so far, the double-decker bus that exploded is at Tavistock Square.
Yeah, we know that there are rescue operations going on at all of these sites right now. They're also looking for suspicious packages. They have found one. We do not know yet whether or not that is another bomb. They say that they're rescuing people right now in the tunnel of King's Cross. We know the top blew off at Russell Square, but that police source just said that there is also a bus that was exploded at Tavistock Square. Now, unfortunately, I do not know London well enough to know exactly where that is, if that is somewhere near Russell Square and they're talking about the same location, or if that is someplace else.
Let's go to Peter Gornan, who's on the phone with us. It was an eyewitness. Peter, what do you know?
I was in my office in Tavistock Square, which is the British Medical Association, and I heard a very loud bomb, and what sounded like a bomb, a very loud explosion. I left my office room and went out into the general office space, and there was some panic. I looked out of a window, and there was a great deal of smoke, and there was a bus outside with the roof had been blown off.
Tell us exactly, where is this Tavistock Square? Is that near Russell Square? Is that the same site?
Yes, it's about 2 to 3 minutes walk north of Russell Square and just south of Euston Station, which is a pretty main train station.
What kind of injuries did you see, if any, as a result of the explosion on the bus?
No specific injuries, bodies, but no specific injuries.
Dead bodies?
I was too far away. Well, there were bodies lying. Whether they were dead or not, I've got no idea.
Can you describe the scene as you look around? Not only look out, but can you compare it to what you've witnessed and experienced over the last hour?
Well, initially there was a sense of panic, and it was extremely frightening. Afterwards, we were evacuated pretty quickly, and then shortly, and there were just a lot of people crowding around in the streets, very unsure of what was happening. We were told at some points there were unexploded bombs and there may be controlled explosions taking place, but we never heard anything after that. A lot of helicopters and emergency services everywhere.
Are you going back to work or are you going home?
No, I was going to go home, but I seem to have been involved in several different interviews, so I'm not sure what I'm doing, and I'm not even sure how anyone's going to get home at the moment.
Well, that's just, yeah, I'm wondering, is there any mass transport available now in the City of London?
No, not as far as I know. I wouldn't have thought so. As far as I understand, there's been, I mean, I'm sure you know more than I do, but as far as I understand, there's been several bombs all over London, so I would think they've shut it all down.
What is the feeling on the streets with respect to panic, calm, fear?
As I said, initially there was certainly a very panicky, emotional feeling. Some people hadn't turned up to work yet, so there was. People were worried whether they were on the bus or where they were. We understand there were bombs on tube stations as well, so it was very it was quite upsetting for a lot of people. It then calmed down a bit, but there is still a pretty significant feeling of uncertainty as to what's going on, and a lot of emergency services around, and obviously all of television cameras and things like that. So it's a very surreal scene at the moment, I think.
We know that because of the G8 conference, even though it's 500 miles to the north there, and because of the concerts that were held this weekend, that London was already on the highest alert, highest security alert. Did you see any extra precautions as you were taking, taking the subway in or walking around London?
No, none at all. I think the problem was that a lot of extra police have been flown up to Gleneagles for the G8, and I don't know if that meant that London's been understaffed. I mean, there's plenty of police and ambulance people around at the moment, but no, I haven't noticed any increased security presence myself. No, not in London.
Right now, we're going to go out to D.C., where the London Telegraph has their one of their reporters there, the D.C. bureau chief. And I'm sorry, what's your name?
Yes, okay.
Alec Russell?
Yes, morning.
Alec,
good morning.
I know you're getting reports from D.C., but your sources are right in the heart of the city. What can you tell us? We have 6 explosions, 1 on a double-decker bus.
Well, I mean, I don't think many people in London know a huge amount more than you're seeing here unfolding on the television. I mean, one thing that has to be stressed is that Britain has had terrorism before, and a lot of people I've spoken to, they're shocked and they're appalled, but it's almost as if they're entering into a mode of thinking that they set aside 10, 15 years ago when the world died down. But there were awful attacks in the mid-80s. Now, that's not trying to minimize the shock that people are feeling. I mean, I've spoken to a number of people in London and outside London, and the country is feeling absolutely stunned. They knew, we always knew that something was probably going to happen. It seemed inevitable, but that doesn't make it any more shocking when it does happen.
In terms of emergency services, you're saying that this is an experienced city, but in terms of vulnerability, is it a city that's been hardened as a target?
Yes, I think you're right on. You're right on both scores there. The emergency services. I mean, watching some of the police chiefs and some of the ambulance workers at work and speaking in the last few hours, I have to say I felt rather proud. They've sort of exuded calm and professionalism. They've sort of just gone into the standard mode. Yes, this is an emergency. In terms of the city being prepared for this, it's terribly difficult. I mean, after the 9/11 attacks, I was in London at the time, and everyone was thinking we are bound to be hit at some stage after what has happened in New York and Washington. So what should we be doing about it? But I suspect that everyone has, including the security services, have calmed down slightly, and the security precautions. I mean, as you said, how do you secure a huge city like London, packed with people for the summer? July is the busiest time. The underground's always full. It's very, very difficult.
Alec, help us out with the geography a bit. One of the police officials recently said the explosions occurred at the following 6 locations: King's Cross, Edgware Road, Liverpool Street, Leicester Square, Aldgate, and Russell Square. Now, how great a distance is this? How much space is there from one end of this to the other?
By London standards, that's quite a compact area. We're looking at central London. I mean, whoever has perpetrated these attacks, they've struck right at the heart of London. It's the old centre. So Euston, King's Cross, Leicester Square, all these places, they're within about a mile of each other. There is a square mile, possibly 2 square miles, no more than that.
And is this the financial, would you describe that area as the financial hub, or is only a section of that?
It's partly the financial hub. Once you get to Aldgate, you're nearing the edge of the city. It's the edge of the city, rather, with the city is the area, is the name we give to the main financial district. It's not actually the financial district itself. But it's very much central London.
In terms of warnings, evidently there are some conflicting reports that maybe London was tipped off that they could be the center of attack, exposed to an attack shortly.
Yeah, the Israelis are saying there's one Israeli source claiming that. Have you heard anything?
Yes, no, I've seen that. Again, I've spoken to colleagues at my paper in London. There's no confirmation for that. I mean, I suppose it's quite possible. We just don't know, I'm afraid.
What are you doing? What is your newspaper doing right now as you call back into London to find out what the next step is? Where do you think the greatest traffic is? Where do you think the center of this is? Because I imagine there's a lot of stress, a lot of tension on the rescue operation. We understand that's going on in the tube.
Well, for Britain, I mean, in journalistic terms, this is the biggest story, it's a hideous word to use, I know, but terrorist atrocity, since the 9/11 attacks. In fact, really, depending on the scale of the casualties for us, it is the equivalent. So it's a bigger story for a British newspaper than the 9/11 attack.
All right. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate your time and the information this morning.
Let's go to Chris Walker, who's been with us since the beginning of this a few hours ago from Global Radio News. Chris, what's the latest?
Well, the latest is that a number of developments. The G8 leaders are going to issue a statement in their own name about this atrocity very soon, we've just been told. The BBC, which is fairly well connected in these matters, is quoting Arab sources as saying that it was certainly the work of Al-Qaeda. There's been some rather mealy-mouthed statements from the authorities who really don't want to give too much away and certainly don't want to increase the mood of panic on some of the streets. Buckingham Palace has been completely ringed off. That could be the most symbolic of targets, and we're getting some very gruesome news that at King's Cross Station, or one of the stations, I believe it's King's Cross, there are operations actually taking place below ground. And I think you've got to realise how deep some of our tube tunnels are in London. Of course, they were used during the Second World War and the Blitz to shelter from the German bombs. So it's a very, very tricky operation getting people out from right down there under the city.
Well, we know at the G8 summit it's taken over the entire agenda, and we understand that Tony Blair addressed everyone just a moment ago, and if you look into the nuances of his words, it seems as though when he talked about extremism and talked about the attack and that his way of life will not be stopped by any series of terror attacks, you get the understanding that Tony Blair is jumping to the same conclusions because of the fingerprints we're seeing and the experiences we've had over the last 2 years, that this is Al-Qaeda, this is Islamist extremists trying to send a message.
I myself lived through IRA attacks in London, and they were, of course, nothing on this scale. And, of course, there was no IRA man who ever was prepared to be a suicide bomber. And that's, of course, totally increased the problem of defending the city. And as, for instance, compared with Israel, where they have guards on the buses, anybody here can get on a bus, and I do understand that the buses that were involved in today's attacks were all packed with people.
Now, Christopher, you just said buses. What bus, other than the one at Russell Square, Tavistock Square, are you aware of being bombed?
I'm only aware of the reports that there was more than one bus. Now, nobody has confirmed its whereabouts.
Okay, so
but they are talking about buses.
All right. Thank you very much. You know, I want to remind our viewers that we are trying to bring you information as quickly as possible. We want to confirm the information that we give you, and if it's unconfirmed, we're going to let you know that. We'll pass it on. We'll tell you it's not confirmed. So that is one of them. There are some unofficial reports of more than one bus being bombed, but the only thing we know for sure is that one was, and there have been casualties there. We are told that that there were a number of people that were lying on the street. We do not know if they were just simply injured or if they are dead. Right now, let's bring in Colonel David Hunt. Colonel, one of the things that's most difficult about this is that as you're trying to figure out if there could be more bombs, if you're safe in the clear, you try to determine who is behind this. The IRA, Al Qaeda, the two top names coming up, very different styles, though. What, from what you've seen, would you suspect is happening here? Who's behind it?
Yeah, the IRA, I don't believe I mentioned that before as a reference history lesson because of what's happened in London in the last 15 years ago.
But is this their MO?
No, not this size. This is no one's MO. And the IRA, as we know, have been trying to give peace offerings. This would be very unusual for the IRA in the middle of what they've been trying to do for the last 4 years to then come up and do this. It certainly has, as we've seen in Madrid, an Al Qaeda look to this. But the size of this area, that's about a 10-mile area you're describing, and the fact that it was aimed at the heart of London, it obviously has political tones and trying to create the mass amount of panic. The great news is the British have not panicked. The emergency response system has worked very, very well. The problem you've got, as you mentioned, is finding other bombs. It's been unconfirmed that there have been two, more likely just one, and the good news is they'll get great intelligence from that found bomb. They'll
right,
blow
well,
it up.
they say it is a suspicious package, and that's all they will officially confirm.
Right.
Some people are suggesting that it is a bomb. They're trying to, take it apart and figure it out. But all we know for certain is that it is a suspicious package, and you've got to bet that anything that's lying around right now, they're taking second and third looks at.
But they've got the good news, if they've also stopped any more movement in public transportation.
Right.
You can imagine how that would affect a city the size of London at this time, but that's very, very well done. So they've got to clear the streets to allow more emergency responders. The most difficult operation, two most difficult operations would be to rescue somebody in a building, a high building. The next would be in a tunnel complex.
Right.
As it's already been mentioned, those are so well built they've been used as bomb shelters. That's a very difficult. British are very good at it. That's going to take some time.
Colonel, that's what I want to bring you to. There's a rescue operation going on underground that's been confirmed. So that protection from bombings above, could that work against you when you try to get people out from below?
Yes, except the British have practiced on their own tunnel systems. The also thing will tell you, because of how well those were built, when you put an explosion in a place like that, it adds to the weight and power and destructiveness of an explosion. It's insidious. But the British have practiced. They're very, very good at rescue tunnels, but it takes time, lights, smoke, and getting the right equipment down there. At the same time, trying to clear the streets above, because once you bring people out, you've got to get them to the right hospitals, the right trauma centers. It seems to me, though, again, we're not hearing a lot of hate talk in London. You're seeing the British resolve, and an excellent response, which could panic an entire city. It seems to me that the British are reacting extremely well, and so are we. You're going to hear from Kelly and others about all the precautions we'll take, which make common sense.
Well, Colonel, let's update that. Stay with us right now, but let's give everybody an update right now. U.S. officials are saying that they have absolutely no intelligence that would suggest to them that there are any attacks similar to what's happening in London planned for the United States. So
and there's no plan to raise the terror alert here in the U.S.
We have gotten one person who has emailed us and said that in the metro in D.C., she saw security guards with machine guns. We spoke with an officer in the metro at D.C. They won't confirm that, but they say that they have increased the security presence there. In London, they were already on the highest of alert levels because they had the series of concerts and they had the G8 summit going on. But Colonel Hunt, if someone is intending to bomb a free society, free open society, there's really no way to absolutely stop that, is there?
Colonel might have passed, but if you also look at the immigration system, if they're besieged by tens of thousands of people all trying to do the same thing, and that's rush right to the center of the city to see what they call as an A-plus rock event, maybe people can get a little bit more careless because of the overwhelming volume. Still with us in the center of the city is Mansour Ejaz. He's a Fox Terror analyst, and you're very familiar with the city. So far, Mansour, when you look at what has happened, the simultaneous explosions that have lasted over a couple of hours, what have you ascertained?
Look, I mean, it's very clear that this has all the hallmarks of the type of terrorism that we've seen in Madrid, and there's no question that this was a very clear attempt to send a message to the G8 summit. I think there was the collateral benefit of it coming the day after the announcement was made here that London was going to host the 2012 Olympic Games. As I said before earlier this morning, the big bone of contention between Paris and London was the quality of the infrastructure that moves people around. They hit, if you look at all of these places that they hit, for example, Russell Square is a professional square where a lot of accountancy offices, legal offices, things like that, people who are part of the economic infrastructure of the city center of London, that's where they go to work in Russell Square. If you look at the fact that they didn't hit the financial center, it's mainly because after all the IRA bombs in the previous decades had taken place, the London financial center now is more or less locked down. You can't even get close to it, much less be able to do the kind of stuff that they did today.
Mansour, in our studios here in New York, we're watching our sister network Sky News, and we see a lot of emergency personnel. We see streets blocked off, and occasionally we go back to the remnants of the exploded double-decker bus. What do you see when you look out your hotel window?
Well, now it's pretty calm, but again, earlier today you had a mass exodus because we have one of the larger underground stations here right near Buckingham Palace. There was a mass exodus of people that obviously couldn't get anywhere else, and so they had to come out. It was very, orderly and calm. You didn't see any sense of panic here. Right. Now it's more or less pretty much normal the way that the traffic flow is working. I don't see anything that would indicate what has happened in the city center here is what happened today.
All right, Mansour, thank you very much. We're going to keep updating with you. But, I think that there is something to be said right now, and that is there is such a likeness between America and England.
Right.
And when you saw the scenes in the aftermath of the 9/11 attacks, you saw the walking wounded, the people coming out of the World Trade Center, the financial district, walking up north. And there was
sense of being dazed.
They were dazed, but there wasn't the panic. And that's the exact same way we see the people in London reacting. They're strong. They're strong people. And while people are confused, while they are walking around with wounds, in one case, a man had his clothes blown off. According to the AP, many are refusing offers of help. They're strong people, and America is with you. We understand that we're all in this together.
Absolutely. And you're not out of it yet. And you know that over in London. Tadek Murkowski is our producer over there in Russell Square, where a lot of the drama is taking place. Russell Square, target of the attacks. Tadek, as you look around, what do you see?
Well, Brian, I can't see much at the moment because London police have got this area completely locked off. There's a lot of media gathering now. The police tape trying to get a look at this double-decker bus that's been blown apart by eyewitness accounts that we're getting. But we, the media, have been kept well back. residents who are living inside this zone are being asked to stay away, even though people are saying my children are in there, my husbands are in there, my father's in there. They're being told to stay away. All the area, all the traffic is being stopped. So it's incredibly hard to get anywhere near this explosion where this blast took place. The police are being very vigilant.
We have just been told that Israel's foreign minister is now denying what had been reported by Dow Jones earlier, and that was that Israel had received a communication from the London officials saying that London had received terrorist threats before the bombs exploded. Israel's foreign minister now is denying that information.
Yeah, right now, Mike Tobin had told us about 45 minutes ago that he had used his contacts over in Israel to find that out. Italian reports is now saying that a previously unknown group in the name of Al-Qaeda is claiming credit for these attacks. The attacks that we understand have been at 7 different sites this morning.
And our national security correspondent Catherine Herridge in Washington, D.C. is reporting officials within the American federal government, including the Department of Homeland Security, are monitoring this tragic event. DHS has stood up to the interagency management group and is providing whatever intelligence we think can be of assistance. However, there are no immediate plans. We reported this a few moments ago, but underscore it again, to raise the threat level here in the U.S. No immediate plans to do that.
Yeah, and you're looking at the live pictures now from London. This is coming from our sister network, Sky TV. Reports from an Italian news agency that a literally unknown group is claiming responsibility in the name of Al-Qaeda. But, you know, we caution you that there are crackpots that come out of the woodwork when things like this happen, and you'll get probably 20 or more groups that will claim responsibility. It could take a while before they find out who actually was behind this. The same thing happened in Madrid, where you had a number of organizations claiming responsibility for the attacks, and it wasn't until much later that they determined that it was Al-Qaeda.
And it was the wrong one that was initially blamed, and it cost somebody an election. It did. Tadek Markowski is our producer on the scene in Russell Square. We're a double-decker bus, and this is the only one that we can confirm, thankfully, that was blown apart. Now, Tadek, you cannot get close. Can you give us a feeling within the city in terms of, number one, on 9/11, you could not get out with a cell phone. You couldn't even get out with a payphone. Are you able to do anything in terms of communication?
Initially, Brian, no. It seems to have gotten better just recently. The networks were jammed. Even landlines seem to be difficult at a point. But coming into this scene, you know, I'm using one of the few modes of transport that's actually effective in central London now, and that's a bicycle. People streaming out of, if you understand London, the congestion zone area, which is basically the core of London, where the business is done. People coming out of there, I saw people coming out, their heads down, they're crying. They were saying things like, I knew this would happen one day, which is amazing. But as you were saying before, the British people, very stoic, very resolved. I've seen people coming up to the offices here who are sort of cording me off the area, bringing teas and giving sort of words of support to the officers and saying we understand what's going on and we appreciate what you're doing.
Tadek, what is the feeling on the streets? Is it panic? Is it fear? Is it calm? Is it a belief that the worst is over?
I think it's calm. I think that's the best way to describe it. You've got to remember that London is no stranger to terrorism. The IRA have made this capital city a target for quite some years in the past, so it's not a stranger to acts of terrorism. Certainly there's a lot of confusion amongst many of the tourists here. I mean, this is an area where there are a lot of key tourist attractions, and I see in the streets people looking at their maps. They're asking other Londoners on the street, where can they go, what can they do, how can they get here. They seem to be a little lost at the moment, because once the major transport, the buses and the tubes, which have now come to a halt, have stopped, then it's pretty hard to navigate your way around. So there seems to be a sense of we don't know what to do amongst the tourists, but Londoners themselves are sort of getting on with things.
Right. We want to bring up this information. Sky, our sister network in London, says that Scotland Yard, their beat reporter Martin Brunt, the Sky reporter, is saying that sources have told him there are indications that the explosion that you see the remnants of, the right-hand side, that red top is the roof of a bus. The top half of the bus was blown off. As you can see, the bus is up in the right-hand corner. There are reports, according to Sky, that a suicide bomber was on board that bus. We have not gotten confirmation of that. That is according to a Sky reporter. If you can explain to us, we know that London was on high alert because of the concert and the G8 summit. Were there any bomb-sniffing dogs that you've noticed? Is there any extra security presence that you've seen in the bus terminals, the bus stations, the subways, the tubes, anything like that?
Indeed, sir.
Tadek is still there.
Yeah, we might have lost Tadek, but one person we do have is Catherine Herridge. Edie and Judge, as you know, spent a lot of time over in London, knows the city like the back of her hand. And as we try to learn the city and the subway maps and the locations, as you see this, Catherine, and you know about the traffic in this area, if I told you there was an explosion at roughly 8:50 in the morning in the middle of a work week, what are your thoughts?
Well, the immediate thing that's going to happen is that you're dealing with very, very narrow roadways, and there's going to be massive congestion. I don't know if you can throw up the graphic of the subway system and where the explosions took place, because immediately this morning something caught my eye. Many of the stations that you see on that map are not only major subway stations, they're major subway stations because they interconnect with the commuter lines coming in from the northwest part of the city. There we can see it. King's Cross is probably one of the busiest stations that combines the commuter networks and also the subway networks. You see Edgware Road on the left of your screen. That's just one station over from Marylebone. You see the red marking underneath that. That indicates that it's also a railway station. Old Street, Russell Square, Aldgate, all of these are major transportation hubs. And when you're talking to security people about who may have been responsible for this attack, one of the things that they're looking at is in effect.
Go ahead, Catherine.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were.
Sorry, well,
we have questions for you, but go ahead.
Hold on a second. Catherine, we were told that our mics were dead. So what I was saying is we need to update that map.
Sure.
People here that are watching Fox News Channel can see Edgware Square, King's Cross, Old Street, Aldgate, Russell Square. Go down that blue line from Russell Square down, and right smack dab in the middle there, you'll see Leicester Square. That is where the 6th confirmed explosion occurred.
Oh, no.
We just haven't updated our map, and I wanted our viewers to know that.
Now, Catherine, we were originally told this was a residential area, but later we learned that it's near the financial district and that it's a commercial area. What is the neighborhood like?
Which are you talking about, Leicester Square?
Well, I'm talking about the entire area, starting at Edgewater and going to Aldgate, starting at the top and going to the bottom.
Okay, Edgware Road, when you look at that sort of inner ring on the subway map, while that may look like it's the outskirts of London, that's really almost encompasses like a large metal ring, a very congested, highly built up area where you not only have commercial interests, but you also have residential areas. That area around Edgware Road would be a combination of commercial sites. There are a lot of graphic design areas and sort of more artistic areas around there, and that would be combined with those small brick London row houses, which are very typical that you've seen them on TV or either in the movies. King's Cross is somewhat more, I would say, industrial in the sense that you have so many rail lines coming into that area that while you do have some residential areas and some commercial, much of that is taken up with the rail yards that run to the north of King's Cross Station. Leicester Square, many Americans have been to as tourists. Leicester Square is really the central entertainment and theater district in London. It's where the big red carpet premieres have been. You will remember the video we've seen recently of Tom Cruise in War of the Worlds. That was in the heart of Leicester Square. That would be really a central area for tourists. And in the early 90s, when there were a lot of IRA attacks in London, a lot of them were centered around the Leicester Square and Covent Garden area. If you throw up the map again so I could see the other two blast sites, I may be able to talk about them in further detail. Thanks. Okay, Russell Square is a part of the city which is, they describe it as Bloomsbury. It's a big area of the city for printing and publishing. There are some residential homes there. It's also near the University of London, so you have a lot of students. And you also have, as I said, a number of publishing houses. Most of them are sort of small imprints, not the sort of big, sort of colossus office buildings that you would recognize here in the United States. Old Street and Aldgate, that's towards what's called the City of London, or the Old City of London. And what that really means is it's the financial district. They call it the City of London because, you know, 1,000 years ago, that is where London was centered, on that part of the Thames. So that is an area where you have more larger high-rise or office towers. That would be sort of the highest concentration of workers in the larger City of London.
You know, we're looking at our screen right now. The NASDAQ futures down, the Dow futures down. I know that the DAX, the CAC, and the FTSE are all taking huge hits this morning. What it looks like, though, is that from what you described, we can't really suggest that this was an attack on, you know, financial districts such as we had here in New York. It looks like they sort of, it was random selection.
Max civilian casualties.
This has really hit about as many different parts of Greater London as you could imagine. As you've noted, Edie, it's not only the financial district, it's also an area, you see Russell Square there on the right of your screen, that's an area where we also have a lot of university students. Up to the north, King's Cross, as I said, is slightly more an industrial area that's sort of considered getting up towards the north part of London. And then the far west of the city, Edgewater, Marylebone, some very expensive areas around there, but also sort of smaller commercial interests. It would be like hitting every single pocket of a city that you could imagine. There's great diversity in this. I think one of the things that will be, yeah, go ahead.
Catherine, let's go to your other field of expertise, which is Homeland Security here in the U.S. What have you learned from your sources at Homeland Security has been the response, if any, of Secretary Chertoff and the Department of Homeland Security at this relatively early hour on the East Coast of the United States?
Well, there's been a very quick and rapid response. Many of them have gone into the Department of Homeland Security headquarters here in Northwest Washington. And what they've done, and this is very important, they've stood up something called the Interagency Incident Management Group. It's also known as the IIMG. This is a group that brings together all the central players in the federal agencies in this country, and they're brought together to obviously collect information, to assess any threat information, and to also provide advice to Secretary Chertoff, who's been notified and is now at the DHS headquarters in Northwest Washington. I want to explain why setting up this IIMG, this Interagency Incident Management Group, is so significant. They set it up from time to time when there are big events in this country, like national special security events, you know, the conventions, for example, because they need to have all the big players together to make decisions if there was an emergency. But the last time I recall that they set it up because there was an unexpected incident was during the Christmas period of 2000.
Of course, because a lot of this going on underground. You have talked about some of the sites. Let's look at a map of where these attacks occurred. These at least 6 attacks, including King's Cross, Edgware Road, Liverpool Street, Leicester Square, Aldgate, and Russell Square. We've also been showing you some of the video of the bus where the roof has been completely torn off. Now, here in the United States, we've had a reaction in the metro system in Washington, D.C. They've ramped up security. They announced that they would do this. That includes using bomb-sniffing dogs, as well as more of a visibility of the officers down there, including some with machine guns. And the New York City subways, I came in this morning on a train myself. There was nothing notable as far as a difference, but we can expect that Ray Kelly will hold a, and they are taking appropriate measures in reaction to what's going on in London. Now, back to London as far as what happened there. Let's listen to one of the people who actually was there and suffered some injury as well.
All right, thank you very much.
Just screaming. I thought it was on fire. I could just see light outside the carriage, but yeah, there was. It felt like orange light. It felt like it was on fire, and you could hear and it was just stank of burning.
Now, the financial markets have reacted negatively both in London and markedly here in the United States also, with the futures trading down. Of course, the market won't open for another hour and a half or so. The U.S. Homeland Security says no intelligence indicating attacks like these in London are planned here, and there is no plan to raise the terror alert level here in the United States either. Edie, Judge Brian.
Thank you.
And some of the real drama, and there's drama everywhere throughout the city of London, but has to be taking place over at King's Cross, where, according to the last report we got from there, is where a rescue operation is underway. We imagine to free the people that could very well be trapped over there. And
Well, they are trapped. And the thing is, what's unusual there is they're trapped in the tunnel. Apparently, the explosion there occurred not specifically at the station, you know, where you would be exiting or entering a subway car. It occurred in the tunnel, and that's why they're saying that that is this massive evacuation rescue operation going underway there.
Let's go to Eric Margulies, who's been with us for a few hours, a terror expert in London. Eric, what do you make of the reports out of Milan, Italy, that some subgroup of al-Qaeda has already claimed credit, if you can call it credit, responsibility for this?
Well, we get these from time to time. We never know if they're accurate or not. But as I pointed out earlier, you know, the Milan train bombing was not done by al-Qaeda proper, but was done by a like-minded terrorist group from North Africa called the Salafist Groups for Prayer and Combat. So it is possible that a terrorist group based in Europe actually did stage this attack rather than al-Qaeda. But to me, it has, as I said, all the hallmarks of an al-Qaeda attack: the coordination, the wide scope of it, and the maximum psychological effect. I think what's interesting is that this attack probably required a 15-man team as a minimum. The British MI5 counterintelligence has been scouring the country for such people for a long time. I believe suicide bombers were probably involved in the bus bombing and in the subway bombings.
The finger-pointing continues, Eric. I want to know what you make of it. The AP reporting about an hour ago from Jerusalem that British police told the Israeli embassy in London minutes before Thursday's explosion that they had received warnings of possible terror attacks in the city. Finance Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had planned to attend an economic conference in a hotel over the subway stop where one of the blasts occurred, and the warning prompted him to stay in his hotel room in London instead, government officials said. A few minutes later in Jerusalem, the same AP reports Israel was not warned about possible terror attacks in London before a series of blasts ripped through the city. A foreign ministry official, speaking on condition of anonymity, said earlier that British police warned the Israeli embassy in London of possible attacks minutes before the explosion. What happened?
Well, this doesn't make sense to me. I would think that the British police did not alert the London Underground Authority of the attack. Otherwise, they would have stopped the trains and stopped the buses, too. Unless there's some automatic warning system that goes off. I know there is one, in fact, in the event of a terrorist attack, but it doesn't quite add up. And remember, there were reports before 9/11, after 9/11, that Israel was also had advanced knowledge of the 9/11 attacks, particularly through a messaging company. So I just don't know about this. But what I do know is that Britain is paralyzed by these attacks. It's not just London. The whole train system now has been disrupted. The police are deeply worried that there may be other bombs. It's a hallmark of al-Qaeda, too, to place one bomb and then to place more bombs to go off at a later time to attack the rescuers.
Eric, when you talk about security precautions put in London in particular, a lot of people emailing us from London that they are well known that there are security cameras everywhere. Number one, is that what you think? And number two, how long will it take to get on top of a situation like that?
Well, there's been massive security here. And remember, the British, one of the reasons the British sold the Olympics was they assured that they could hold it with total security. And the next day, these bombs go off in London. Everybody has been on maximum alert. They've had the extra overtime and the police and the security forces here. And obviously, they can't stop another attack, even because they were looking for this one, and they weren't able to do it. The confusion is going on here in London. The reports there was a bomb in Brighton. Heathrow Airport is being affected because nobody can get in or out of there now because of the transportation problem, and this is going to disrupt air travel across Europe and the Atlantic. Okay. I just want to say one thing to American viewers
is that we've had no reports of Americans being injured. They should not be worried. The bombings took place on commuter lines where there are not very many tourists.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
For the folks watching us right now, we can clarify some things, try to make some sense of this. And what we're going to do is put up the old correct map of the London system, the London Underground system. Okay. Go through this. If you can look at Liverpool Street, Liverpool Old Street, right there. Running between those two on the right-hand side, there is a Metropolitan line. At 8:49 London time, and all these are going to be London time, 8:49, there was the first explosion occurred between those two spots. At 9:22, King's Cross and Edgware, if you're going to the left, King's Cross and Edgware, far on the left, were evacuated. Okay? We're going to the Home Secretary speaking right now. We'll explain to you where the explosions have occurred after this.
And will remain so for some time, but certainly closed today. There are no buses in central London. Transport for London will decide when to resume services later today. Overground services are subject to substantial delays. Most stations are open, but some are closed. Network Rail will try and reopen them as soon as they can. Airports are operating normally. People are strongly advised not to travel into central London, as the emergency services must be allowed to do their work in the most effective way that they can. Mr. Speaker, the Cabinet was informed this morning, and since then I've chaired COBRA meetings to ensure that the whole government commitment is properly coordinated and any necessary support is provided. The Prime Minister is returning to London from Den Eagles to chair a COBRA meeting later today. I will continue to keep the House fully informed.
David Davis. Thank you. I'm grateful to the Home Secretary for coming to the House so promptly this afternoon. We understand only too well the matters that constrained his time. And let me say at once that join him in saying that the thoughts and prayers of this side of the House are with all those who were killed or injured earlier today, and indeed their families and friends too. And let me also pay tribute to the men and women of our emergency services. Their response to events such as this is invariably heroic, and we thank them from the bottom of our hearts. This morning's explosions were acts of almost unspeakable depravity and wickedness, planned with the deliberate intention of taking innocent life, and the whole House condemns them utterly. This is not just an attack on our capital city, but on our country and our way of life as a whole. And it goes without saying that the government will have our full and wholehearted support in dealing with this assault on our society. We stand ready with them to play our part. I welcome the Prime Minister's assurance earlier today that the important work of the G8 meeting in Scotland will go on and will not be disrupted by today's terrible events. Now is not the time to allow the terrorists to disrupt our lives in any way. Now is also not the time for many questions. I have just three very straightforward ones for the Home Secretary. Could the Home Secretary tell the House what plans are being put in place to protect other British cities that may be at risk at this point in time? There's also obviously confusion at this time, but the most important thing is for the people to remain as calm as possible. To help with this, what plans does the government have in place to keep the public informed about events as the day unfolds? And finally, will the Prime Minister or the Home Secretary return to the House on Monday, when more information is known, to make a full statement on this terrible event? A prime aim of terrorists is to demoralise and divide our communities. It is right that we should be angry at today's atrocity.
We're going to cut away from this right now. Let's go back to this map really quickly, because we have been able to confirm that there were 7 attacks, that according to the authorities in London. And what we've got starting, 8:49, Liverpool and Old Street. Between those two, you've got the Metropolitan line, actually Liverpool and Aldgate. At 9:33, Edgware Road, you've got an explosion there. At 9:46, you then get King's Cross right in the middle up at the top, Old Street just to the right, and Russell Square right in the middle. in the tube stations there.
That's 3 explosions.
That's 3 there, so that's 5 total so far. At 10:16, witnesses report the explosion on the bus at Russell Square. So you've got the tube first, the tube station at Russell Square, then a second on a bus at Russell Square, and then at 10:35, the Metropolitan Police confirm an explosion on a bus at Tavistock Square, that is near Russell Square.
Now, on top of that, there has been a report, not confirmed yet, that was a suicide bomber at the time. And it's also been brought out that in Israel, they've been forced to put armed guards on those trains with guns set on their trains for that. That does not take place here in America and does not take place in London.
Al Arabiya is reporting that a jihad cell of Al-Qaeda is claiming responsibility for this. Now, Al Arabiya, I would consider probably a little better source than the Italian news agency, which had reported that that there might be, I think it was Italians saying...
Yeah, an Italian news agency.
Yeah, that there was Al-Qaeda related to this. But Al Arabiya saying that a jihad cell of Al-Qaeda is claiming responsibility.
If you're just joining us, it's 8 o'clock on the East Coast. We have been reporting since about 5:30 Eastern this morning a series of attacks throughout central London. And we can tell you that there were 7 bombs that exploded, 2 on buses, 5 on subway cars, some while they were underground. We know of 90 casualties, 90 persons that have been injured. We only know of 2 deaths so far. The Prime Minister has stopped his attendance at the G8 summit to speak to the country and to the world, and has indicated he'll be down in London today and eventually return to G8 tonight. We know that there is panic, and we know that trains have generally been stopped because of fear that there may be other unexploded devices throughout London, but no other confirmed unexploded devices have yet been found.
After that first explosion just at 8:49 on the Metropolitan line between Liverpool and Aldgate, they did begin immediately evacuating the King's Cross and Edgware stations. It was only after that, about 11 minutes after they started that evacuation, that the explosion was reported at Edgware Road.
Well, everyone's talking about not only, first off, you care about the casualties. You want to make sure people are okay. Then you want to know who's behind it. And then on another note, you want to know how much damage is done to the world economy as the G8 summit takes place 500 miles roughly from where these bombings have taken place. Joining us now, Stuart Varney, to look at the immediate impact of this seemingly terror attack in London. Stu.
It's a demonstration of the impact of bombs in the capital city. Essentially, Britain is virtually shut down, certainly in terms of its transportation system. And remember, London is a flattened out city. It's not a vertical city like New York. And so when you shut down the transportation system of London, you completely eradicate people going and coming from work. You can't do it. And it has a financial impact. And it's a demonstration of what can happen in Europe. And that's why the American markets are going to react very negatively to this. Futures prices, that's an indication of how the market's going to open up. Futures prices sharply lower at this point in America.
Yeah, we're watching that. The Dow futures down 136. Yep. The NASDAQ down as well. The DAX, CAC, FTSE, all taking huge hits.
We've always had a terror risk premium built into the stock market since 9/11. This brings it back onto the table. That's what you see.
What about the way the markets are reacting inside your country, your original country?
Well, original country, yes. In fact, they were temporarily halted trading, but trading in Britain is all electronic. So they simply shifted where the electronic trading was taking place and resumed trading, but lower, of course.
One thing I noticed, Stuart, from the interviews of the witnesses is their calm, dispassionate recitation of the horror that they witnessed. How quickly will the British folks bounce back to normal after this?
I think they'll bounce back very, very quickly. The stiff upper lip and all that. Remember, London was under attack from the Irish Republican Army for many, many years. Although the target of the IRA was always economic, and this appears to be people and political this time around. Right. But nonetheless, we were under attack. We got used to it. And I think Britain will bounce back very quickly from this.
You know, we're talking about the financial impact here with Stuart Varney. We've just talked about the futures and the actual trading on the DAX, CAC, and FTSE taking a hit right now. Yeah. But oil, we're getting a huge hit in that this morning as well. First, it was because of the hurricanes down in the Caribbean coming through, and then these attacks start, the futures fall again. Why is it that oil is impacted?
Well, because This is what appears to be a terrorist attack in London.
Well, everyone's suggesting that it is, and Al Qaeda cell is taking responsibility.
The grave concern is that there will be a similar terrorist attack on an oil supply field in the Middle East, which would immediately take some oil off the market. You've got a very delicate balance of supply and demand at the moment. It's really a tight balance. If you take any oil off the table anywhere in the world, the price goes up. So again, the terror premium, the terror risk premium is built firmly into all of these markets right now.
When we see these 7 sites, I look at a map and a subway map, and I've been there twice. What do you see when you see these sites, besides the people and the human toll? What do you see there?
Russell Square right there?
Right.
I lived on Russell Square. I was a student at the University of London, and that is home to a great many students. Russell Square, that area. Very dense population. They're called halls of residence. That's where young students stay in London at the University of London.
Stuart Varney, bring me to King's Cross, where there's a rescue operation now where people are trapped in between stations.
A centre of the above-ground train system in London, along with Liverpool Street.
Above ground?
Above ground, yes. As I understand it, and you know, you've got better information than I at this point, but above ground, the train system throughout England has been virtually shut down.
Yes.
These are in the tube stations there, so there must be a tube station
massive impact.
at King's
You
Cross.
shut down the above-ground transportation system on the train level.
Are you shutting down the country?
You are. You're disrupting the country, put it like that.
And remember, in Madrid, and people are pointing to Madrid, there were 10 bombs there. The human toll was 191 dead. In terms of people that are in jail at this hour, 25, 17 under court supervision, 75 overall arrested. This looks like an operation of that magnitude in terms of the number of blasts and the sophistication of the attack.
Certainly in terms of the impact, there is a great similarity, yes.
We're going to go to Mike Tobin in Israel, but stay with us,
Thank you,
Stuart. Mike Tobin, we've been hearing reports that Scotland Yard informed Israel of the likelihood of the bomb attacks before they actually occurred. What are you hearing?
Mike? What I'm getting is denials across the board of any Israeli prior knowledge that these blasts could occur. Early in the day, I heard from the Prime Minister's spokesman. He got a little agitated even at the mention of it, thinking that this is more of the vicious rumor-making that sends to somehow taint Israel every time there is one of these explosions. The Shin Bet Security Agency says they didn't have any prior knowledge of it. The Foreign Minister, Silvan Shalom, went on Israeli radio. He said they didn't have any prior knowledge of it. It is interesting that the Finance Minister of Israel and former Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is in London at this time. He was to attend an economic seminar very near the location where one of the explosions took place. Shin Bet Security Agency, however, is telling me
this is a statement on behalf of
no way
G8 leaders from
the
5 countries that have joined us at this summit. And this is our joint and united statement. We condemn utterly these barbaric attacks. We send our profound condolences to the victims and their families. All of our countries have suffered from the impact of terrorism. Those responsible have no respect for human life. We are united in our resolve to confront and defeat this terrorism that is not an attack on one nation, but on all nations and on civilized people everywhere. We will not allow violence to change our societies or our values, nor will we allow it to stop the work of this summit. We will continue our deliberations in the interests of a better world. Here at this summit, the world's leaders are striving to combat world poverty and save and improve human life. The perpetrators of today's attacks are intent on destroying human life. The terrorists will not succeed. Today's bombings will not weaken in any way our resolve to uphold the most deeply held principles of our societies and to defeat those who would impose their fanaticism and extremism on all of us. We shall prevail and they shall not.
So Tony Blair, and not only symbolic but in forceful terms, let everyone know that the world is behind everyone in what happened in London.
Because they're all vulnerable.
They're all vulnerable.
Sure.
The president over his right shoulder, Jacques Chirac over his left, and he made the statement, clearly shaken but clearly determined. This is his second address in the last hour, first to the people of London and now at the G8 summit, where their topic number one, believe it or not, was global warming. Their second was African aid, and that was the first time since 9/11 when they should know, and they do know now, that terrorism should be number one.
Yeah,
I'm sure it is.
just changed.
Yeah, but it's important for all of them to be together. I think that works to our advantage and the Western world's advantage for people to experience something like this together, just 500 miles from where the attacks have happened.
It puts the number one issue right back on the front burner, right at the point where all these world leaders are meeting. It takes global warming off the front burner. It takes African aid off the front burner. It sticks terrorism and the fight and the war on terror right up front all over again.
Yeah. Right now, if you look at what happened in Madrid, you think about the Moroccans that took part in that bombing. A man that was an ambassador to Morocco that is very hands-on in the war on terror. Fox News analyst, Ambassador Mark Ginsburg, joins us. Mark, welcome. As you see this situation unfold and we have confirmation of 7 blasts, where do we go from here?
I think the first thing from the United States point of view is to make sure that on the East Coast our transportation system vigilance is increased. There's no doubt that if indeed this turns out, Brian, to be the hallmark of an al-Qaeda attack, then it's clear that this was intended to disrupt the economies of the countries that are actually gathered in Glen Eagles. And indeed, this is exactly what al-Qaeda would have liked to have strived for, an attack that would have focused on the economies of the major G8 industrial powers.
Mark, should we expect to see the terror alert raised in the U.S.? Should we expect to see more military presence in airports and at train stations and subway stations in Washington, Boston, Philly, New York, all along the East Coast?
Judge, as I was driving into the studios this morning, I was already seeing police with guns around the FBI building. It's also, I understand from this morning, that the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority, that is the management structure that governs the subway system in Washington, D.C., has increased a security alert on its own system. I presume that the same thing will happen in New York. One of the things here, Judge, that we should be aware of is that there had been a series of subway and train attacks in Russia in recent weeks. Chechnyan rebels in Russia have been training al-Qaeda operatives on how to engage in transportation-related attacks. There's also a clear evidence from the attacks that occurred in Madrid on the transportation system, the railway system in Madrid, that while indeed they were committed by a group of North African al-Qaeda-type operatives, that some of that training was provided by Chechnyan Islamic radicals.
I think this is off the hand. We're watching live images from Sky. Obviously, we're not in control of it, but they're giving us the latest. This looks like the type of images we expect to see in the coming days and hours, and that is the surveillance videos that are available, we understand, and all over the city of Europe.
Yeah, that's a video coming from someone's phone down there. Let's, Ambassador, let's put you on hold for just a second and listen in. Sky News, our sister network, and hear the latest information.
A part or open, blown open.
So at this point, you had a full vision of the vehicle. It was a double-decker bus, we know. The top of the roof appeared to have been blown off.
Yeah.
What was the casualty situation at the moment?
It was very, very difficult to tell. I literally only looked for a couple of seconds at the whole thing. But then we went down. Shortly after that, about a minute after that, we were evacuated out. There was some panic, and I looked down. We were in the courtyard then, and you could see outside that there were people lying on the street outside BMA House.
Were these people who were alive in need of treatment?
It was very hard to say. I think there were people already. Look, obviously there were doctors in the building, so there was obviously people to take care of them. It looked as though people were being taken care of. I have no idea whether those people were alive or dead, or how injured they were, or anything. I mean, I assume there must have been casualties because it is a very, very loud bang.
Now, you were telling me a moment ago you work in an office in London.
Yeah.
Clearly, millions of people use the public transport system every day. Is this something, a shadow which has hung over people like us who live and work in the capital?
Yeah, obviously after September the 11th, I personally, and I know colleagues, had for many months afterwards were mildly apprehensive constantly for travelling on the tube, particularly. Not so much on buses, but and then it has sort of faded over the last couple of years or so. But obviously, this has just brought it back and made it a lot worse than it's ever been.
It's interesting that you say that. I mean, clearly we have no idea specifically who may be responsible at this time.
Yeah.
But do you think that people had become to feel a little more comfortable about travelling on public transport, given that London hadn't been subjected to this kind of attack?
Yeah, I also think, because obviously it has been some time since the Iraq War, it does seem as though some of the hostility towards Britain has sort of faded somewhat, but I mean, we don't know who's behind this, but I'd be very surprised if it wasn't Al-Qaeda related.
It's going to be very difficult for the millions of people who commute to get back to normal, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I mean, firstly, there's just the practical aspect. I'm sure there'll be people who just can't get in because there'll be problems.
And Jamie Rubin was my microphone on?
Yes, your mic's on.
Okay, just checking. That was Sky TV that we're listening to. We're now going to Jamie Rubin, joining us from West London. Jamie Rubin was one of the assistants to Secretary of State Madeleine Albright, specializing in foreign affairs. Jamie, what can you tell us that you've learned this morning?
Well, I've just been watching the major media, and I think everyone has pretty much the same information. It looks like a terrorist attack on London, the kind of attack that involves conventional explosives, and has always been one of the great risks for Western societies, where suicide bombers or people prepared to use explosives to disrupt the city has taken place. And I think the people of London, as far as I can tell from being around the city a little bit this morning, are showing the same mettle they showed for so many years under the threat of IRA terrorism.
Is there a sense inside London, Jamie, because you're there right now, is there a sense that this is not over, that it's not time to count what the carnage, but to still we're in danger?
To have a look at it.
Well, I don't want to jinx it, but my sense is that certainly the officials can't say that, but that the people on the streets a little bit have a sense that, like the Madrid attack, there was a certain time of day during rush hour. They were designed to maximize the carnage, and that this occurred just at the height of rush hour here. And I think people, at least average people, don't have a sense that there's about to be another one.
From the G8 summit, we just saw a brief press conference by Prime Minister Tony Blair. He came out and made a very strong statement. He had all the players standing in back of him. He had Jacques Chirac and President Bush and everybody there. Does that really signal anything in terms of foreign support in the war against terror? I mean, would you?
Yes, I think it really does. I think we all remember those horrible days after 9/11 when so many countries, and particularly, I think you may remember Jacques Chirac coming to New York City, and considering how the feelings have changed towards the president of France since, it's worth remembering that's the way things were at that time. And I think today, particularly because it's in London, because the G8 summit is in the UK, and all the leaders realize what Tony Blair is going through, and also because of the personality and enormous skill and determination of Tony Blair, I think for now at least, some of that sense of solidarity that was in the war against terror, some of that worldwide unity may be restored. I think it's been there at the working levels since 9/11. The intelligence community, the law enforcement, and others have been working together. But because of the large disagreements on other subjects, the political sense of solidarity has been lost a bit, and I think, ironically, this tragedy may restore it.
Jamie, do you have any sense of a return to normalcy in other parts of London? For example, are banks, shops, businesses, and public buildings open, or are people doing their best to get out and go home?
Well, I have only been in one part of West London, so I can't speak for the whole city, but I'm about a mile and a half from these sites, and things are pretty normal. There are some problems with buses and subways, obviously, but people are not flooding into cars to get out of the city and evacuate in any sense that I can witness and observe. And it has started raining now, so I don't know what effect that will have.
All right, Jamie Rubin, thanks so much. We'll keep in touch. As you, where exactly are you in London?
I'm in West London, about a mile and a half from the site.
Could you get a train right now if you wanted to, or is everything stopped?
Everything's stopped. Bicycles, cars, and taxis are pretty much the only way to get around right now.
All right. Thank you very much. Jamie Rubin joining us. Certainly, he understands the foreign impact here. We were just watching Tony Blair leaving the G8 summit. Stuart Varney is still with us here in our studio, and you wanted to weigh in a little more.
Yeah, just on the impact of this event, because London dominates Britain far more than any American city dominates America. London is an enormous chunk of the economy of Great Britain. It sucks in people from all over southeastern England and reaches right into the Midlands of England. When you shut down the transportation system, you're essentially shutting down much of Great Britain, and that's the impact here, which I don't think
mass
in America
transit is
quite
much
understand.
more significant there than it would be here in most American cities.
Much more so.
How will these folks get home tonight? They
That's a
don't
very
drive
good
to work the way a lot of us do in the U.S.
I believe our latest information is that the underground system, what we call the tube in London, is going to be closed. The subway is going to be closed for the rest of the day. Now that's a big deal because the subway reaches right into the outer suburbs of London, and literally 20 miles out there you can go on the tube, if not further. When you shut it down for the day, you strand an awful lot of people. And you're right, Judge, we don't drive to work in Britain. You take mass transit.
It's a very focused and determined Tony Blair who's leaving the G8 summit 500 miles away to make his way back into London. And we're seeing the advent of new technologies as we watch phone video from inside the site of the carnage, of the wreckage. So we're watching that come in. It looks relatively unsophisticated. But now as we get closer and closer to finding out how the difference is in what we perceive to be the facts and what are the facts, we're finding out that 7 attacks. We also have another report or two coming in saying there was just 4 attacks, but it traveled underneath the ground.
Well, I'd like to make the point that Britain has more surveillance cameras on more streets than any other country in the world.
I did not know that.
I would expect to see a lot of very good visual images emerging as they sift through all the information that's available. But you can't walk down a street in London without being on a video screen somewhere.
Then these videotapes should, when they're examined, tell us the story. Maybe they'll even catch the monsters that did this.
I wouldn't say it's probable. It's certainly possible. It's a big issue in Britain. Public surveillance by video and electronic means.
But what could be brand new is one report, if confirmed, is that is a suicide bomber in London. Used to bombing, yes, but suicide bombers, no.
Well, that would certainly tie it right into Al-Qaeda type operations and remove any possibility that it's an IRA operation, which I think
the IRA is
absolutely out of the question, personally.
Stuart, while you're speaking, we're looking at a British helicopter. The Prime Minister is about to get on it, leave Glen Eagles, and presumably fly directly to London, where he will survey the situation, perhaps address Parliament, and then come back to Glen Eagles tonight.
The position of the Prime Minister of Great Britain is that he is both the leader of the executive branch of government and the legislative branch of government. They come together in Britain in a parliamentary system. The result is he's the chief executive of the country. He's got to get back to the scene of the action and take charge.
And what about the scene, which I will never forget, of the House and Commons continuing deliberations and discussions and being updated while the bombing was still taking place, as far as we know, an explosion had been reported, and they continue to meet?
It's a tradition of which I, as a former Englishman, am very, very proud, that parliamentary tradition of always being there, always in session, and vigorous debate as the events unfold.
Well, we're going to find out how long it's going to take now to leave from
how long will it take
from the summit to get to London.
It's not that far. I think you're talking about, what, 300 or 400 miles. He should be there in a couple of hours, given a fast helicopter.
Stuart Varney, thank you very much. We have Wendell Goler now joining us live. He is at the G8 summit, where you see that the Prime Minister is soon departing. Wendell, good morning.
Good morning, Edie. You see the Prime Minister about to leave us here at Glen Eagles. The other 7 G8 leaders will resume the summit. They're holding a meeting with some leaders of developing nations here on global warming. But we also expect the 7, including President Bush, to make a comment about this morning's bombings in London. As Prime Minister Blair has said in an address just a short while ago, all the leaders here have an experience with terrorism, and the war against terror is an ongoing thing with all of them. We've received a bit of a briefing from President Bush's press secretary, Scott McClellan, to give us some idea of what happened here in Scotland after the events in London. About 20 minutes after the initial reports of the bombings in London, President Bush met with his Chief of Staff, Andy Card, also Deputy Chief of Staff, Joe Hagan. The President went to his suite. The summit meeting was temporarily suspended. Mr. Bush went to his suite and convened a secure video conference of both Homeland Security and national security officials. The White House won't tell us exactly who all of them were, but the President's goal was to make sure, they'd say, that all appropriate agencies were responding and that all precautions were being taken. It was about that time that we learned that security in Washington's metro subway system had been stepped up with bomb-sniffing dogs and heavily armed police officers patrolling. Now, the President has no plans to return to D.C. Officials say whether or not the alert status in Washington will be increased is a matter for Homeland Security to decide. The U.S. has offered any assistance it can to the British. No indication that they've taken us up on that. But for now, plans are to continue with this summit, which is focused on curing poverty in Africa, finding a way to deal with global warming. Prime Minister Blair saying the bombings in London particularly barbaric in wake of the attempt by the leaders here to deal with some of the world's most pressing problems.
And in terms of Wendell, you told us they're going to continue the summit. Are they going to keep talking about aid to Africa, or are they going to switch to terrorism?
Well, it is a bit of a surprise. This is the first summit since the 9/11 attacks at which the war on terror wasn't really the central focus. As you can imagine, in the 2002 summit in Kananaskis, Canada, it was, and of course the following year in Evian, France, they dealt with, they came up with a plan for airline security and a way to deal with weapons of mass destruction. President Bush, of course, made it a central focus of last year's summit in Sea Island, Georgia. But here in Glen Eagles, Scotland, the leaders had been intending to focus on global security and African poverty. Now I think you can imagine that there will certainly be a statement of support for the British, a statement of condemnation of terrorism, and the war against terror will find its way back to the top of the agenda at the talks here. Judge?
Wendell Goler, thanks very much.
All right, we're continuing to follow events over in London. As you may know, as you get up today, they are 5 hours ahead of us, but before 9 o'clock their local time, in the heart of rush hour, the time when most people are aboard, the explosions began to happen. Now, we have listed 7 explosions. There are some reports, and the AP is covering these reports, that there have been 4 explosions, but they've 3 of which happened inside the subway system, one of which we can confirm because we've seen it, the hulk of what was left of a double-decker bus, where eyewitnesses have said the top was blown off of it. Reports out of Sky, our sister network, say of over 150 casualties. I have been cautioned that casualty in Britain could be wounded and could be loss of life, so that's something to keep in mind, too.
We don't want to confuse people. The report that is suggesting there have been only 4 explosions is not confirmed. It is not sourced. According to Scotland Yard, there have been 7 explosions. In one of the stations, the Times Online reports that there was not only one of the subway trains, but there was also a bus. So that would explain why we've got 6 locations but 7 incidents.
The helicopter that you have just been watching now on the right of your screen as it flies into the distance contains Prime Minister Tony Blair and his immediate staff and security as they fly back to London for the Prime Minister to survey the scene, presumably address Parliament, and then come back to the summit in Glen Eagles later tonight.
Al-Qaeda, if they are in fact behind this, and it seems as though logic tells you they are, have done two things. They've gone out of their way to divide the lines between what they think are the enemy and what they think are the friendlies. Number one, in Iraq, less than 2 days ago, Zarqawi comes out with a message saying, we look at the Iraqi army, the new army, as our enemy, as is the U.S. Now they say here, they look at the enemy as, and in Egypt, too, they say the enemy is, we look at the Egyptian ambassador who's now being held kidnapped, as he is the enemy because he's an aid to Christians as well as Israelis.
Let's go back to Sky TV right now. We're going to listen in for just a few minutes. And beware that President Bush is going to be making a statement very soon. We'll have it for you live.
This sort of situation for years and years. And the Metropolitan Police Service, the City of London Police, British Transport Police, Ambulance Service and Fire Brigade are working together in accordance with the plans that we have in place, and everything is working exactly in accordance with those plans at the moment.
And yet, I suppose it shows, with all the police efforts, with all the authorities' efforts, London is a target which is readily available to terrorists from what we've seen today.
Well, clearly London is a symbolic location. It is going to be a target for terrorists. Both the current Commissioner, Sir Ian Blair, and the former Commissioner have said that. And at the end of the day, there has to be a balance between people's civil liberties and the prevention of terrorism. We believe that we've got that balance right, but unfortunately, we cannot make the capital 100% secure.
Metropolitan Police Deputy Assistant Commissioner Brian Paddick, thank you very much indeed.
Well, the Metropolitan Police, amongst others, will be trying to make the capital as safe as they possibly can for the weekends. Indeed,
breaking away from Sky TV right now, President Bush is walking out of the area where they're holding that G8 summit in Glen Eagles, Scotland. We just heard from Prime Minister Tony Blair a short time ago. He obviously condemning the attack, and he said that they will not allow violence to change the societies or values, nor allow it to stop the work of the summit. But the Prime Minister is heading back to London right now, and President Bush staying at the G8 summit, but he is going to make an announcement right now.
He was over Tony Blair's shoulder. Now he's front and center. Here's the president.
I spent some time recently with the Prime Minister, Tony Blair. I had an opportunity to express our heartfelt condolences to the people of London, people who lost lives. I appreciate Prime Minister Blair's steadfast determination, his strength. He's on his way now to London, here from the G8, to speak directly to the people of London. He'll carry a message of solidarity with him. This morning I've been in contact with our Homeland Security folks. I instructed them to be in touch with local and state officials about the facts of what took place here in London, and to be extra vigilant as our folks start heading to work. You know, the contrast between what we've seen on the TV screens here, what's taking place in London, and what's taking place here is incredibly vivid to me. On the one hand, you got people here who are working to alleviate poverty, to help rid the world of the pandemic of AIDS. They're working on ways to have a clean environment. And on the other hand, you got people killing innocent people. And the contrast couldn't be clearer between the intentions and the hearts of those of us who care deeply about human rights and human liberty, and those who kill, those who've got such evil in their heart that they will take the lives of innocent folks. This is the war on terror goes on. I was most impressed by the resolve of all the leaders in the room. Their resolve is as strong as my resolve, and that is we will not yield to these people. We will not yield to the terrorists. We will find them, we will bring them to justice, and at the same time we will spread an ideology of hope and compassion that will overwhelm their ideology of hate Thank you very much.
You still say that the war is...
There's the president, firm in his determination.
But does it mean that the other people there at the G8 will become more firm in their determination?
Well, obviously,
we have seen
I hope
the waffling all over Europe.
Well, let me answer that. Talking about this as soon as he gets back into that building.
Well, let me answer that question. There's a report here and a statement from an Islamic website, the group of the secret organization of Al-Qaeda Jihad in Europe, and they say basically this is payback for Britain's support of Israel, support the Iraq War and an Afghanistan war. They say look out the Danish and look out the Italians, that if you don't pull out of Iraq, you're next. So if people don't think that it involves them, they're wrong.
Danish, Italian, and all Crusader governments will get the same punishment unless they will withdraw their troops from Iraq and Afghanistan.
Well, Mark Ginsburg is listening to all of this.
Former ambassador to Morocco.
And Fox News Foreign Affairs contributor. Mark, why the Italians and the Danes?
Because they happen to be one of the major parties that have troops on the ground in Iraq. As you know, the President of the United States, on his way to Glen Eagles, Judge, traveled to Copenhagen.
Mark, we're going to interrupt you. The President's at the microphones again.
Steadfast determination, his strength. He's on his way now to London, here from the G8 to speak directly to the people of London and carry a message of solidarity with him. This morning I've been in contact with our Homeland Security folks.
You know what? That is that's not live, so excuse the bug right there. That is a tape of what the president just said, apparently from a different camera angle. As you can see, we're sort of flipping through the various channels that are available to us being fed in, and trying to get the very latest video and information for you.
Ambassador Ginsburg, you were explaining to us why the Italians and the Danes have been mentioned in this insidious statement by some Al-Qaeda group as possibly the next targets.
Well, Judge, as I was saying, the President of the United States, on his way to Glen Eagles, Scotland, had made a specific stop in Copenhagen to thank the Danish people for their support, continuing support in Iraq. Obviously, also, Prime Minister Berlusconi has been under enormous pressure because of the troops that the Italian troops are in Iraq and that have supporting the United States efforts. And also, Edie and Judge and Brian, you may recall that just about 3 months ago, Abu Massad al-Zarqawi, the chief terrorist...
Ambassador, let me pick it up on Zarqawi's statement because it's extremely important, but so is the London mayor, who's meeting with the press right now.
During the Friday rush hour. And so the plan that followed from that exercise is being executed today, and with remarkable efficiency and courage. And I praise those staff who are doing that. I like to thank Londoners for the calm way they have responded to this cowardly attack, and echo the advice of Sir Ian Blair, the Commissioner of Police. Do not travel. Take the advice of the police, stay at home, wait if you are not at home until you hear over the radio or television the advice of the police about how you will proceed to get home later today. I have no doubt whatsoever that this is a terrorist attack, as has been claimed. We did hope in the first few minutes after hearing of the events on the Underground that it might simply be a maintenance tragedy. That was not the case. I have been able to stay in touch through the very excellent communications that were established for the eventuality that I might be out of the city at the time of the terrorist attack, and they have worked with remarkable effectiveness. And I will continue to be in touch until I board the plane that takes me back to London in the next few hours. I want to say one thing, specifically to the world today. This was not a terrorist attack against the mighty and the powerful. It was not aimed at presidents or prime ministers. It was aimed at ordinary working class Londoners, black and white, Muslim and Christian, Hindu and Jew, young and old. Indiscriminate attempt to slaughter, irrespective of any considerations for age, for caste, for religion, whatever. That isn't an ideology. It isn't even a perverted faith. It is just indiscriminate attempt at mass murder. And we know what the objective is. They seek to divide Londoners. They seek to turn Londoners against each other. I said yesterday to the IOC, this city of London is the greatest in the world because everybody lives side by side in harmony. And Londoners will not be divided by this cowardly attack. They will stand together in solidarity around those who have been injured, those who have been bereaved. And that is why I'm proud to be the mayor of that city. Finally, I wish to speak through you directly to those who came to London today to take life. I know that you personally do not fear to give your own life in exchange for taking others. It is why you are so dangerous. But I know you do fear that you may fail in your long-term objective to destroy our free society. And I can show you why you will fail. In the days that follow, look at our airports, look at our seaports, and look at our railway stations. And even after your cowardly attack, you will see that people from the rest of Britain, people from around the world, will arrive in London to become Londoners and to fulfill their dreams and achieve their potential. They choose to come to London, as so many have come before, because they come to be free, they come to live the life they choose, they come to be able to be themselves. They flee you because you tell them how they should live. They don't want that. And nothing you do, however many of us you kill, will stop that flight to our cities, where freedom is strong and where people can live in harmony with one another. Whatever you do, however many you kill, you will fail.
The words of Ken Livingstone, taped a short while ago in Singapore. He's now, we understand, on his way back towards London. No doubt will make further statements when he's visited some of these areas of devastation.
Well, I'll tell you what,
today.
that was one of the most powerful statements I have heard from any leader, let alone the mayor of London. And I think he's absolutely right. You know, as we have now been watching this for the past 2 or so hours, the folks in London are coming out. They are not panicking. They are not, running. There's not chaos in the streets, and that's why people will fail. You can throw all these suicide bombers, at us, at the Brits, at the Australians, at anybody else, in our mindset, and we're not going to fail. You're going to fail. Because we will continue.
The IRA failed, Germans failed, centuries have failed, every other major nation has failed. This is a major city and a major metropolis. With a prime minister, with a prime minister who's nothing else, is an incredible leader. With someone on the scene right now just trying to, in the midst of some of the chaos, is Tadek Murkowski. He's a producer there right near Russell Square, where I understand there's still quite a bit of drama.
Yeah, there is. I mean, I'm looking down the street right now at what can only be described as a chaotic scene. I mean, it looks like life was just frozen at the time of this explosion in this bus. I can see the bus through the trees, and the roof is gone. The poles which people would hang on to whilst taking that busy commuter are sticking out of the top of that bus, and in front of it is just a pile of debris. I mean, and probably the worst visual is blood. I can see splattered against the British Medical Institute building, which is a very prestigious and old, lovely building, and it's been tainted by this explosion this morning.
Yeah, obviously, and then you have the side of the exploding bus where the eyewitnesses have said that the whole roof was entirely blown off. Have you heard anything about whether it was a suicide bomber or not?
That is the latest rumor going around, that it was in fact a suicide bomber, but it's been very difficult to confirm that. I can tell you that there are a number of forensic police down there in the forensic uniforms that you'll see on TV, busily trying to get whatever evidence they can before the rain, which is coming down here in London, sort of washes that away and destroys clues as to who might have been responsible for this particular attack.
The AP is saying that British police have been able to confirm the presence of explosive substances, some sort of explosive material at 2 of the attack sites today. Now, Tadek, we're talking about the reaction of the Londoners. As you are in the street and looking at the scene, explain to us, describe for us just the way people are conducting themselves. Are they panicked? Are they running?
No, they're not running and they're not panicked. I mean, they're certainly very curious, I guess, is a word that you might use. They're coming to the end of the street. They're looking down there, and they're turning away from that very macabre scene with fixed jaws and being rather silent and somber, as you'd imagine. They're just turning away from what was a very brutal act and then going back to their lives. There's no helter-skelter panic, as you might think, but the police have everyone cordoned off and they're controlling the crowds, and people are coming down, taking a look and walking away. And I think they had that image of this bus fixed in their mind with the debris across the street and the cars that are in its way, the cars that must have been passing or nearby the bus when it blew, have just stopped in the place where they were. The doors are open, and those people have obviously just fled for their lives, and they're taking a look at that and walking away.
Listen to this. Now, contrast that with what's on an Islamic website taking credit for the blast. It says, a heroic mujahideen conducted a blessed attack in London, and you see Britain right now burning from fear, terror, and panic in the north, south, east, and west. True or false?
False, I think. Definitely false. People can see this for what this is. It's an act that's meant to draw attention away from the G8. It's meant to sort of take the gloss off London's win and the 2012 Olympics. It's an act that's meant to sort of put the focus back on terror and the wars that are being waged around the world with Muslims opposed to the Western powers and things like that, I guess. They're trying to steal the thunder, I guess, of London in terms of the Olympic bid and in terms of, you know, people sort of getting on with their day-to-day lives. And I don't think that you would describe this scene as panicked.
Tadek, before we let you go, it's nearly 2 o'clock in the afternoon on London. In the area where you are, have shops reopened? Have banks opened? Have people gone back to work?
Well, to put it in a personal note, my girlfriend, who takes either this bus or another bus every day to work, has just texted me to say that her shop, which is very near this area, only blocks away, has closed, and that she's heading home by whatever means she can find. And I'm guessing that's what's going to happen with a lot of other shops, that, you know, businesses are going to shut down and people are going to move out of that area because it is the business part of town. On the weekends it's not so popular because, you know, it's where people do business. And so I'm guessing that due to the cordons that have been put up around this area, businesses will shut up shop and go home. But I think tomorrow they'll be back and the streets will be open and the investigation will really begin to crank up.
All right, Tadek, thank you very much. Let's go to Bob Sellers right now to get an update on what has occurred this morning in London.
Bob? Bob's down in Studio N, and he's been able to compile exactly the latest because we're getting different reports on how many bomb sites and what is going on.
Talking about a confirmed number of 3 in the Tube, their subway system, and 1 in a bus. And we've shown video of that bus where we understand at least a couple people have been killed, and there have been scores of injuries throughout central London. President Bush, of course, at the G8 summit in Scotland, along with the other leaders, Tony Blair having left to go back to London. The president spoke moments ago and had this to say about making the point that contrast couldn't be more clear between those who care for liberty and those who kill and have evil in their heart and take the lives of innocents. But he says that we will find and bring to justice those people and at the same time spread the compassion of justice. He says we will not yield to these people, to these terrorists. So again, the president staying in London. There's a look at the double-decker double-decker bus that was attacked this morning. And from their home secretary, Charles Clarke, we know that there have been at least 3 attacks in the subway and 1 on that bus. We've seen reports, as you know, these come across, and we've seen up to 7 attacks in central London, all this still coming in. We know that the buses have been stopped in central London, that the trains are not running. They say the airports are operating normally. And we have seen reaction coming in from throughout the world, condemning, as Pope Benedict did, condemning these attacks as barbaric acts against humanity. The U.S. Olympic Committee, of course, you can imagine Tony Blair going from the elation of hosting the 2012 Games, the announcement yesterday, to this occurrence, these terrorist attacks. The U.S. Olympic Committee has said that they still have full confidence in London as a host for the Olympics in 2012. Again, President Bush in Scotland. Scotland. He will remain there, at least at this point. And Prime Minister over in London, he is expected to return tonight. Just a comment, if you're watching, we've seen them be stable over the past hour, but the financial markets have been significantly weaker after these attacks, both in London as well as in the futures markets. The market not opening now for another 40 minutes, opens 9:30 East Coast time, but they have kind of stabilized where they are. We will continue to follow this story as you are there on Fox and Friends. Edie, Judge Brian.
Thanks. We know that people are watching and are confused. Believe me, we understand that. We're trying to get you the best and most accurate information. But there are differing versions coming from credible British authorities. Scotland Yard is reporting there have been 7 explosions. Scotland Yard is saying that. According to the Metropolitan Police, there have been at least 6. So those two are pretty close. But then, according to the AP is saying that 3 explosions hit the subway and 1 hit a bus. Only 4 explosions. So when Bob told you 4 were confirmed, that is according to the AP. But both Scotland Yard and the Metropolitan Police are suggesting that it was 7. If you take a look at the map that we have, it shows you the sites that have been reported. First starting at 8:49 at the Metropolitan line between Liverpool and Aldgate, and then another one at 9:33 at Edgware Road.
Right.
About 11 minutes later, at 3 spots, King's Cross, Old Street, and Russell Square Tube. Not sure what this map shows you. I think that's a map in progress.
Basically the sites that you were talking about give you some relevance. But I would say this, one thing that has been confirmed, and it's showing the drama there, but underground there's a rescue operation because,
still going on.
Edie, as you pointed out, that it's so harrowing to be caught in between subway stops, period, if you lose power, and I have, let alone after an explosion, and that's what they're in the process of doing. We want to get updated on what's happening inside what Londoners call the Tube.
Let's listen to Sky News.
Our way of life and our freedom. It is absolutely essential that this country is, as one, is wholly united in our determination to defeat terrorism and to deal with those who are responsible for today's appalling acts.
And yet it shows how vulnerable a capital which has so much money spent on its security in the wake of 9/11 is simply in these days, given that it has been attacks on the most vulnerable parts of its fabric of society, I suppose.
Yes, there can never be a complete guarantee of immunity from attacks of this kind. And when I was Home Secretary, I had to deal with bombing attacks which were carried out by a different group of terrorists. So you can never have a guarantee of total immunity, of total safety. We must be vigilant, we must do all we can, and we must make it clear to the world that we are absolutely united in our determination to defend our values, our freedom, our way of life, and defeat the terrorists and those who were responsible for these evil acts.
You must be impressed too with the way that the emergency services seem to have acted so quickly.
Well, I pay great tribute to the heroism of those who are working so hard at this very moment to help those who need help, to rescue those who need to be rescued.
It's a very early point at which to assess this, but it has brought the war on terror as close to home, I suppose, as everyone had dreaded.
Yes, that's true. And we are part of it, and I don't think anyone can opt out of it. So we have to be united and firm in our resolve, and I stand shoulder to shoulder with the Prime Minister on what he has said earlier today.
And presumably you would join in his sympathies for those who...
Mayor Livingstone coming from Singapore, where he went from the highest highs to the lowest lows, from getting the 2012 Olympics, where he was celebrating, I'm sure, to talking about the attacks on his city of London. But right now, who helped us out early this morning, Chris Walker, he's in the Global Radio. And Chris, we're getting differing reports on the number of blasts. Of course, the casualty number obviously going up and down. What is the latest you have?
The latest that we have from the police is that altogether it seems 180 people. No, it's even as we speak, it's gone up 300 people in various London hospitals.
Okay.
And a figure from some police sources is that 150 of those could be badly hurt.
And where are you getting? You're getting your reports from your contacts within London, within the London Police Commissioner's
That's right,
office?
and from various, each hospital's giving out its own figures.
Okay.
That's what's complicating events, and I think
that explains it, because we've got on our screen right now hospitals, at least 150 people seriously hurt. The higher number then that we're getting, the 300 that you're suggesting right now, are the number of people being treated for injuries. That now being reported as breaking news by Sky News as well.
That's absolutely correct. So you've got 300 people who were bad enough to be taken to hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, there's what's called the walking wounded who aren't counted in that figure.
Right.
Who made their way to nearby offices, cars and such like. And then 150 of that 300, therefore half, are seriously injured, according to medical and police sources.
Hey, Chris, have you been able to address the disparity in the number of explosions that we're getting? We're getting one figure from Scotland Yard and one figure from Metropolitan Police and another figure from the AP. They range from 3 to 4 to 7.
No, I think the problem was caused when we were working along the assumption of 7. And then the Home Secretary, when he spoke in Parliament, spoke of 4. But the possibility is that there were 4 sites and that there were more than one explosion at them. And the figure of 7 is still the one that's being widely used. But there is also, I would say, a quite serious question mark about the number of buses, because the only bus that we have been able to see physically, which had the roof blown off in those terrible scenes, was at Tavistock Square. So the reports of the other buses have not been confirmed yet.
So the one at Russell Square, well, the Russell Square, is that the same as Tavistock Square?
Yeah, it's very close.
So those were the 2 buses that had been talked about. Perhaps it is just one bus in between those 2 locations.
It could be that. I think perhaps one point your viewers should note is that we're running through the day here. We've reached 2 o'clock our time, and very soon we're going to have another rush hour. And this time there's very little transport to get people out of London, because the trains coming into London and the coaches have largely been stopped. And really, people are ringing up now saying, you know, can they stay the night with friends and such like, showing that sort of blitz spirit. But none of their normal ways home. But there's certainly no way the tube, which usually takes hundreds of thousands of people in the evening back to their secondary ways of getting home, will be working tonight.
Well, let me ask you this, Chris. In terms of loss of life, I heard anywhere from 2 to 10. What's the number you have?
I've 2 is absolutely confirmed. I've heard 10 upwards that is being used on the sort of official rumour mill. But I think the problem is, is that with these cases of dead people, no way is going to release any information about it till their relatives have been informed. And some of these people that were being brought out from down under the ground were in a very bad condition. Equally, some on the bus. And as you know, probably from your experience reporting Israel, these things tend to start with a low number, and then when relatives have been informed, a new and I'm afraid higher total tends to emerge.
Yeah, we had the same thing here in 9/11.
Absolutely.
We appreciate your time this morning. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Wow, what a morning we have had, and what more importantly, the morning that the people of London have had as we try to find out exactly what the truth is. We know this. London's been hit, and it doesn't seem as though anyone is saying it's the IRA.
No, as we know now that there is a jihad cell of Al-Qaeda that is rather forcefully claiming responsibility for this. But I think that, as we reflect on what's happened this morning, I'm so proud of the people there, because the goal of terrorists is to spread terror, and as this cell said, make them run in fear.
Right.
And they're not doing that.
No,
just as the Americans didn't, the British, very strong.
But I'll bring it back to a different point, if I can, Judge, and that is I thought the President's comments right after, when he said, look at the contrast between the civilizations. We're trying to feed the people of Africa and try to have them overcome famine and maybe keep the globe as a better place from global warming, and they're killing innocent people who just want to go to work.
I mean, the president could not have painted a starker, more clear picture between good and evil. It's unfortunate that this event occurred while all the leaders were together 500 miles north, but maybe they'll take a lesson from this.
Perhaps, but you know, it's very easy to say, as the jihadist cell suggested, you know, leave Iraq, leave Afghanistan, and you'll be safe.
Right, and Spain did, and they haven't.
That's right. Spain did, and what happened right after that?
The British people are notorious for returning to normalcy, and we've had many predictions that will happen tomorrow morning.
The only thought, my prevailing thought is, the terrorists know we're at war. Certain sections of this country know we're at war. I think it's about time we come to grips with the fact we're at war.
We are, and now the world knows it. We're going to pass you on to Bridget Quinn and Bob Sellers, who will have more and the latest on this developing story in London. This has been Fox and Friends. We pass you on to our buddies in Studio B.
This is a Fox News Alert. I'm Bob Sellers here with Bridget Quinn. At least 4 explosions have hit London at rush hour. It has shut down the city's mass transportation. We have 2 deaths confirmed at this point. Some 300 casualties are reported in what a shaken Tony Blair calls a barbaric terrorist act. Explosions reported at 3 stations in the London Underground, the Tube, which carries 3 million people every morning going to work. An explosion also ripped through a double-decker bus packed with people in Tavistock Place. Passengers seen leaving stations with soot, blood on their faces, row after row of ambulances turning up. Doctors rushing down into the tunnels to help. A reporter saying body after body being pulled from the Russell Square tube station. We don't have that confirmed yet. British Prime Minister Tony Blair denounced the terrorist attack and is returning to London as we speak. President Bush spoke about this half hour ago at the summit.
Spent some time recently with the Prime Minister, Tony Blair. I had an opportunity to express our heartfelt condolences to the people of London, the people who lost lives. I appreciate Prime Minister Blair's steadfast determination, his strength. He's on his way now to London, here from the G8, to speak directly to the people of London, who carry a message of solidarity with him. This morning I've been in contact with our Homeland Security folks. I instructed them to be in touch with local and state officials about the facts of what took place here in London and to be extra vigilant as our folks start heading to work. You know, the contrast between what we've seen on the TV screens here, what's taking place in London, what's taking place here is incredibly vivid to me. On the one hand, you got people here who are working to alleviate poverty, to help rid the world of the pandemic of AIDS. They're working on ways to have a clean environment. And on the other hand, you got people killing innocent people. And the contrast couldn't be clearer between the intentions and the hearts of those of us who care deeply about human rights and human liberty, and those who kill, those who've got such evil in their heart that they will take the lives of innocent folks. This is the war on terror goes on. I was most impressed by the resolve of all the leaders in the room. Their resolve is as strong as my resolve, and that is we will not yield to these people. We will not yield to the terrorists. We will find them, we will bring them to justice, and at the same time we will spread an ideology of hope and compassion that will overwhelm their ideology of hate. Thank you very much.
All right, so President Bush, just a few moments ago now, many eyewitnesses have, as you would imagine, reported seeing victims covered in blood. Here's some reaction from earlier from some of the wounded people outside some of those tube stations in London.
People are shocked. So many people just wandering around, like, didn't know what they were doing, like, you know. Not going a good day.
The others I saw physical injuries. Some had marks to the face where the carriage windows had punctured the skin, or others were physically lying on the floor.
Just a massive explosion and then glass shattering all over us.
I was in the front carriage and people were severely injured there. But I've heard, and I don't know if it's right, that people were even worse further back.
Well, I thought I was dead. I had a vision of a fire. And then he came out and said, he walked us through the platform. It was just, other than, I don't know what happened. You probably know more than me. It was just, I don't know, but there's some seriously injured people there.
Joining us right now on the phone, Fox News producer Tadek Markowski, who is in London's Russell Square. Tadek, describe the scene for us right now.
Well, I'm standing at the end of the street near Tavistock Place. Ahead of me, there's the street's practically deserted, apart from police who are standing sentry around this blast site. I can see the bus down the end of the block. The roof is gone, and I can say there's a lot of damage. So if there's only 2 fatalities, I'd be very surprised. Police are still escorting people outside of the area. They're trying to sort of clear the area so they can get on and do the job that must be done, and that is to try and get as much forensic evidence as they can about this blast before the rain, which has been coming down steadily, washes it away.
Right. Tadek, can you tell us a little bit about how crowded the trains were when the explosions occurred?
The trains and this particular bus would have been very crowded. I mean, at 8:30 in the morning, a lot of people are making their way to work in central London. People would be standing in the aisle of the bus. The upstairs section of the bus, as well as the downstairs section, be full. Now, keep in mind, this bus is blown up not far from Euston Station, which is a very big artery for London. So people who are going into work and then coming into the itself are coming through that station, and that's where this bus originated from. And so it'll be a very packed bus. It'll be a very busy commuter hour.
Mm-hmm. I understand that the emergency response was not only swift but very calm, because sadly, folks in Britain have been anticipating something like this to perhaps happen at some time.
Yeah, I mean, London is always cautious. I mean, if you've been to the airport, to the bus stations, there's always the PA warnings. Any bags left unattended will be disposed of. If you see anything suspicious, please notify the authorities. So Londoners are very conscious of the fact that the city is a focus for terrorist angst. And this morning, as I was coming towards this explosion, past Edgware Station, where one of the rail blasts apparently occurred, a woman was coming the other way with her head down, crying, just saying, I knew this was going to happen someday. And I guess there was a sense of that like New York, we're a big target, and it's going to be a target that'll get a lot of media attention because there's so much media based here.
Mm-hmm. All right, Tadek Markowski, one of our producers there in Russell Square. Thank you very much.
Right now, we want to listen into Sky News, our sister network, for some live coverage they have right now.
In the carriage, not the carriage he was travelling in, but the carriage before him, and a lot of people, the train was stopped, and a lot of people were taken off, and he said the emergency services were absolutely fantastic because they moved very, very quickly to evacuate all of these people from the train, which is trapped just underneath Aldgate East. We know there have been 2 fatalities, but that is expected to rise. I spoke to a police officer just a little while ago, and he said there were a number of seriously injured people. He used the word busloads of seriously injured people who were taken away to hospital, but they are trying to keep people away from there. But what they have to do also is open up the area, because there are lots of workers trapped inside the buildings who have been here all morning for 4 or 5 hours. Now, they've evacuated some of those buildings earlier, but the other workers are still inside, and until the police can clear the area, they won't actually be able to get all of the information that they need.
Ashish, unofficial words are being exchanged, of course, as journalists try and talk to sources within the emergency services about the level of those who have been killed and hurt today. Now, Martin Brunt, our crime correspondent, was indicating that perhaps the number of fatalities may end up near the 40 mark, 40. You've got the 2 confirmed in the tube station near you. Any indications, apart from what you were just saying, that we should brace ourselves for worse news than just 2?
Yes. The police officer I spoke to, obviously the information here is very scant because they're still trying to collate all the information, and what they don't want to do is give out misleading figures. But from what I can glean of speaking to this police officer, he said, look, there are definitely 2 fatalities and that figure is expected to rise. There were some very seriously injured people here. Now, fortunately, London Hospital isn't too far away, so for the past 3 hours what they've been doing is ferrying all the sick and injured away to the hospital. Obviously, look, you can see behind me that a lot of people asking questions, and he's trying to brief all the press as much as he can. But I do expect that figure to rise, and he said there were a number of very seriously injured people, at least 2 fatalities. We expect more.
Ashish, we'll leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for the moment. Back with you later in the day.
Let's bring you the comments of Sir Ian Blair, the Metropolitan Police Commissioner. Now, he has been to the scene of Tavistock Square where the bus was blown up. Here's what he had to say.
I'm not going to say much more than I've already said, just that we can. Earlier on, I think we were talking about 6 sites. We're actually talking about 4. The reason for the confusion is, of course, people leave by different tube stations if the train has been damaged on the way. So there are only 4 sites. We still don't know enough about casualties yet to make a final announcement, but what I can tell you is the Metropolitan Police Service has all of its anti-terrorist units here, and we are beginning a meticulous investigation, and I have to say that the emergency service coordination is absolutely fantastic. This is London operating to its emergency plan exactly as we would expect.
What is your message to the people of London?
The message to the people of London is that the situation is coming under control. There is no doubt that this is an attack involving explosives. There's no doubt, therefore, that it is a terrorist incident. And the message to people of London is to stay where they are for the time being, not to try and move away from anywhere. We've got the scenes under control. We are talking to TfL about producing a bus service. It is extremely unlikely that the tube service will open today. In fact, I can say I'm almost certain that it will not. But the situation is under control, and the emergency plan is working.
Can you tell us what's happened with the bus here? What's your understanding?
All right, we're listening in there to Sky News. One of the points that the officer was making is that there have been traces of explosives found at 2 of the sites today in London, which confirms that this was not something mechanical. It indeed was a terrorist incident, which has been the reaction all morning, including about 7 o'clock our time when Tony Blair came forward. Let's go to Wendell Goller, who is traveling with the president. He's in Scotland right now. Wendell.
Greg, the president says the leaders' resolve here at the G8 summit in Gleneagle, Scotland, is as strong as his, not to yield to terrorism. The work of this summit goes on, minus Prime Minister Tony Blair, who is returning to London right now to talk to police and emergency services officials and address the British people. The meetings here were interrupted by a word of the bombings. Each of the leaders went separately to his suite. The president, President Bush, convened a secure teleconference of Homeland Security and national security officials. He'd say wanted to be sure that all appropriate agencies were responding, were taking all necessary precautions. It was shortly after that we got word, for example, that Washington, D.C.'s Metro Rail had bomb-sniffing dogs on the platforms and heavily armed police officers. The president expressed concerns about the U.S. rush hour, which is obviously coming to a close right about now. The president has no plans to return to Washington, aides say. This is the first summit since 9/11 not to have terrorism as one of its central themes, and both the president and Prime Minister Blair expressed some bitterness and irony that here, when the leaders are working on finding ways to alleviate poverty in Africa and cure global warming, comes this terrorist attack in London. The president says it really shows that the forces of evil responsible for that attack do not have the best interests of the world at heart. Greg?
It's Bob in this case, Wendell, but thank you very much as you continue to travel with the president. Again, recapping, folks, just to let you know that we have the latest number is 2 confirmed dead. That number is expected to go up. Injured some 300 people, 150 possibly seriously taken to hospitals. And if you go back to 9/11, of course, which we all think of when we see something like this, a lot of the injured never showed up, because a lot of those people did not live. So if there's any bright side, if these people are injured and can hang on, they might be okay. But we do expect the numbers to go up here in casualties. Bridge.
All right, a lot of people waking up this morning to the news of what's going on in London are wondering what's going on here in the homeland. President Bush made some remarks, as we showed you a short time ago, from Scotland, saying that Americans should be extra vigilant as they head out to work this morning. Let's get more about what's going on in our nation's capital, and we're joined by Catherine Harridge. Hey, Catherine.
Yeah, Bridget, from what I've seen this morning, talking to multiple contacts, things have really kicked into high gear here in the Capitol in a very major way, trying to coordinate what sort of response and national response to that effect there will be to the situation in London. I know that there was reaching out to all of the local and state law enforcement agencies and also the Homeland Security advisors to talk to them and brief them on what they knew about London and also what steps may be necessary. Homeland Security also reached out to the major transportation networks, and I think as many people get up this morning, they will start to see signs of the increased security. Gathered information suggesting the command center in Los Angeles has been stood up. We know New York, unfortunately, is always at this state of orange, but there's increased security there. We've also had confirmation that the city of Washington, D.C. is now on a heightened state of alert, the state of orange. And much of the security will be quite visible around commuter networks and the like. Another important development is that Homeland Security has stood up something called the Interagency Incident Management Group. In Homeland Security circles, that's known as the IMG. This is very significant because it's a group that's not stood up and active unless there is quite an important event. Traditionally, they stand up this agency, which incorporates all the principal players from the federal agencies and bureaus, from Department of Justice, FBI, Homeland Security, intelligence circles. These are people who are the principals and can provide advice to Secretary Chertoff. This happens very seldomly, sometimes in response to national special security events like the conventions. But what's significant is that it has not been stood up in a way in response to an event since the fall and Christmas period of 2003, when we had those flights from overseas that they thought maybe trying to launch attacks on the United States. So I think that suggests the kind of heightened posture there is at Homeland Security in response to London.
Catherine, and in that same vein, we're just getting word from Washington, senior State Department official saying that Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice has instructed U.S. embassies around the world to review their security situations in light of the London attack. Catherine, thank you. We want to go back now to our coverage from Sky News.
Feed the information to the public at the Queen Elizabeth Centre, and it's essential because otherwise we've heard that people can't get through on the telephones, people are worried about what they don't know, they start to imagine things, so now we're starting to see that things are starting to happen, and it's excellent, absolutely excellent.
Management of fear in a situation like this, pretty vital.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, we've seen that a lot of telephones have stopped working in the capital. This is because of a system called ACOL, which is Access Control Overload, which is prioritising special telephones, police and emergency responders so that they can get through, and unfortunately other people can't always.
We're just getting some news, Jeff, as you stay with us, from information about casualties at St Mary's Hospital in Paddington. 36 casualties, 6 critical, 17 serious and 13 minor. We're also getting unconfirmed reports that US officials have been quoted as saying that 40 people have died in the attacks on London. Just to return to what we were saying, Jeff, about management of fear in this sort of scenario, we don't yet have an emergency phone number from the authorities that people have been directed to. Should we be concerned now? I mean, we're talking sort of 5 hours into this incident.
I can't comment, I don't know. I would have thought that it should have been available. Generally speaking, if it was a London Underground incident, they would normally have set up a response immediately. 5 hours later, I don't know. Maybe there's things that we don't know, and I'm sure when they're ready to give us the information, then at 3 o'clock, that will come to light.
Okay, Jeff, for a moment, thank you very much.
Let's try again and establish contact with Martin Brunt, who's tuning into police information at Scotland Yard. Martin?
You were talking earlier, Martin, about the attack on the bus in Tavistock Square, and I've been talking to an officer who's been there. He said it's absolutely devastation on the bus, and we think at least 7 people died on that bus explosion. The latest figures I have on the number of dead is 45. That's not official, but it's come from a very good source. Of course, it's a figure that is likely, sadly, to rise as the day goes on. There are still people trapped in the wreckage at one or more of the 3 tube explosions, and there's an assumption that there may be bodies involved there, so that death toll, which I'm told reliably at the moment is 45, could rise as the day goes on.
And you were telling us earlier, Martin, estimates of course, those with injuries, either serious or minor, difficult to come by, but it's going to be in the hundreds, if not thousands.
I'm told that up to 1,000 people have got an injury of some sort, and of those 150 are seriously injured. And again, talking to an officer who's been at one of those sites, he says, we talk about the walking wounded. He said, well, some of those walking wounded that we often talk about have been coming out of those explosion sites in very, very poor conditions physically. So 150 seriously injured, up to 1,000 of some injury or another.
Sky News reporter there telling us an unofficial number that he has of some 45 killed. But again, we don't know that for sure, but we do want to attribute that because it's obvious the casualties are significant. By the way, you've been seeing this a number of times. This is video from one of those phones in one of the tube subway cars, tube cars, apparently right after this all happened, and they've been showing that video, and we have as well. Simon Marks joins us now from Washington, although he normally is in London, or has spent a good portion of his life and career in London. Also, we're joined by Newsweek White House correspondent Richard Wolff. But Simon, I want to start with you, if I could. Give us a feel for these explosions. We have confirmed that there were at least 4. Is this a dense area? Is there some strategic impact that you think it makes?
Well, I think it's a pretty dense area. I mean, it's not totally close together, Bob, but these targets are all major targets in central London, major commuter targets, and there's no question that this has been a very coordinated attack on a number of strategically important targets as far as the London transportation network is concerned. You know, Londoners have always assumed, I think, that it wasn't a question of if London was going to be hit in the aftermath of 9/11, but when. The British security forces have made enormous strides since 9/11 in terms of breaking up al-Qaeda-affiliated cells in the UK. Numbers of arrests have been made in those months since September 11th, 2001. But this illustrates that you can never stop a dedicated cell from carrying out an attack on a major capital city like London. London, of course, is used in a sense to events like this, having lived through the IRA violence of the 1970s and other terrorist attacks since then, but the scale of this is undoubtedly the most organized terrorist attack against London on a single day. And let's not forget the timing of this, coming A, as it does as G8 leaders are gathering in Scotland, but also B, just 24 hours after Londoners were celebrating the fact that their city had won the 2012 rights to host the Olympic Games. Bob?
And it's Bridget, and in Scotland, as we mentioned, Richard Wolff with Newsweek magazine. And Richard, for people who were just turning on their televisions, Tony Blair spoke a couple of hours ago now. I'm wondering if you can characterize a little bit his statement and how he looked and how he was speaking.
Well, I think he was shocked, just as everybody is, and he spoke in no uncertain terms about the nature of the terrorists and the killers involved here. He's obviously flown down to London. We expect him back at the G8 later on today. To find balance for Tony Blair, he has to show sympathy, and as he's undoubtedly feeling, but the G8 has to continue, and that's a very determined feeling from all the world leaders here that they can't let these people, these killers, break up this event. So he'll be coming back back. I understand maybe Jack Straw, the Foreign Secretary, will be flying up here to take over some of these afternoon sessions while Tony Blair is away. But they are trying to pretend that this is business as usual. It is for show. This has obviously disrupted this G8 very severely.
You wonder, Richard, if the aim of the terrorists was to disrupt the G8 summit, why they didn't strike closer to it. Is that because that area is such a hard target right now?
It is exceptionally hard, although frankly it wouldn't be hard for them to attack several of the big cities near here, Glasgow or Edinburgh. Edinburgh has been the site of protests. Some of them have been violent. It wouldn't have been difficult. I think it probably says something about Al-Qaeda in Britain, frankly. There have been, as Simon said, a lot of concerns from British and American security about jihad groups in Britain. Their concentrations, though, are not around Scotland. They tend to be in places like London, Birmingham, some of the northern cities. But Scotland has, we think, been pretty free of this kind of activity.
Richard Wolff there at the G8 summit, and our thanks to Simon Marks, who has spent so much of his life in London. Let's listen in again to Sky News and their live coverage of this attack.
Would be on a larger scale and without warning, in contrast to what happened in respect to the Irish Troubles.
Dan Plesh, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
These are some pictures which we received from a viewer earlier in the day of the scene inside one of the tube trains affected by this morning's emergencies. We now know there were 3 explosions in 3 locations on London Underground tubes. One explosion that was certainly fatal on a London bus. That happened in Tavistock Square. We've seen pictures of the devastation caused to that bus with the entire top deck of the vehicle blown apart. We understand that 7 people have died in that incident. The total number of dead may well be 45. Several hundred people have been injured. Sky News continuing coverage continues now with Greg Milam down at one of the many hospitals that we've been put on full alert. The number of people, we've got a revised now. We've got an ambulance source, and this is from a news agency source, so we'll no doubt hear these words officially within the half hour at that multi-agency briefing we're going to go to. 23 people feared dead at King's Cross, 9 dead at Edgware. That's Edgware Road Station. 7 dead at Aldgate, 2 dead at Russell Square. 1,000 people may be injured. Some of those, according to Martin Brunt, our crime correspondent, about 150 are the sources that the police are working on in terms of the feedback from hospitals like this one in these various incidents. So it seems that we have close to 40 people dead today on numbers that are now being promulgated by news agencies, and we would expect that the combined emergency services media operation will confirm these to us within the next half hour. But that King's Cross would appear to be the most serious of incidents. We understand from other medical teams that operations were being carried out on the platform to try and save lives in order that people who've been hurt in incidents within the tunnels deep underground could try and be saved. So never mind triage, people were actually being treated, and minor operations, serious operations, initial medical intervention was being carried out on the platform. We've heard that. 9 dead at Edgware Road, 7 dead at Aldgate, and 2 dead at Russell Square. The station, actually, you can see the underground sign just under our locator there, just on the left of your picture. That's one of the exits from that scene. Right, Greg Milam's down at one of the London hospitals. How have they been coping, Greg?
Well, the number's changing every second, as you'd imagine, Martin, but certainly 3 people here said to be in intensive care, so that's in addition to those who've lost their lives. 13 patients in all undergoing operations as well, and they've seen something like 200, they say, so far. They don't expect many more people to turn up here unless they're dealing with people from other areas of London, but this is one of the capital's major trauma centres. Their incident plan is in place, and of course it's the base for the air ambulance, and that's not only been taking off to ferry passengers, but also bringing bringing in, ferrying patients, I should say, but also bringing in medical staff from outside of London, from Surrey and Hampshire, have been arriving to help out. But they're pretty calm here in terms of how their operation has gone. They say the injuries they've seen, including those that have been fatal, are largely blast injuries, burns, cuts, fractures. It's resulted in some cases in amputations, they say, and some of those patients, as I say, have gone to theatre. And as with blast operations, many airway problems, people with burns to their respiratory system. That's the sort of thing they've seen here. But they say in terms of what they've dealt with in the numbers, although it's a shocking incident for them to deal with, it's what they're trained for, it's what they prepare for. And in fact, they say everyone was on site this morning for a meeting, including the helicopter rescue staff, the London Air Ambulance that's based here. They were all here for a meeting when this incident started to unfold. So in many ways they were in a better position to deal with it than they could have been at any other time. But many of the walking wounded have already left here. They are dealing, as I say, with 13 have gone to theatre, 3 in intensive care, and of course those who they could do nothing for here.
Greg, this is something, as you alluded to, being realistic these days, of course, the London authorities from all the emergency services have had to plan should terrorists try and use the public transport.
Listening into our sister network, Sky News, and bringing us some significant information that is not official, but from their experience will be from the news agency source sometime soon. The numbers they're coming up with, Bridget, if I'm counting right, some 41 dead as a result of this. And all of this, of course, these are early numbers, and as many as 100 injured and 150 of those people seriously.
That's right. And you just heard the description of some of those injuries, burns, cuts, and sadly, even in some cases, amputations. They say that the emergency system in London has been handling this tremendously. Sadly, they did expect something like this to perhaps happen at some point. As far as what our law enforcement people are doing here in the United States to try to help in the investigation, they're trying to determine if this claim of responsibility from an Al-Qaeda cell is credible. And as for our nation's security this morning, the president made some remarks from Gleneagle, Scotland. He said Americans should be extra vigilant on their way to work this morning. However, the state of alert has already been raised. It's always at a heightened state
Elevated.
in New York City, and that remains the same in some other cities. Again, extra security, extra precautions this morning, but no reports of any sort of threats made here in the U.S.
And we have seen reactions in the financial market. Stuart Varney, Fox News business contributor, joins us with that. Stuart, good morning.
Yes, indeed. Good morning, Bob. Well, of course, when news of the London bombings broke, there was an instant reaction on financial markets all the way around the world. Those markets are increasingly linked on a very close global basis, and the price of stocks literally around the world went down sharply. At this moment, European stock markets are showing losses of about 2%. We were expecting very significant losses in the New York market as well. Those expected losses, however, have been cut severely. We were expecting a loss of maybe 200 points on the Dow at the opening bell, but that expectation has been changed. Well, the markets have just opened up in the wake of the London bombings. The Dow Jones Industrial Average opening lower, but of course you have to wait until all of the 30 Dow stocks actually start trading before you get a solid handle on just how far down this market will go in the early moments. The Dow at this moment down 8 points. We are expecting a more significant loss than that. NASDAQ, which is a more electronic market, has a more instant reading of where the market's going, and it's down 17 points at this hour. The S&P off 1.84 at this very moment. Bridget and Bob, this is what the world financial markets are talking about, the London bombings, and we're going to be sticking with it through the day to see just what's going to happen on Wall Street.
Yeah, by the way, Stuart, we might make the point that yesterday the market was weak anyway. I say anyway. Keep it in mind, it was down 100 points yesterday.
Yeah, but, you know, Bob, let me interrupt for a second, because yesterday the market was really reacting to the price of oil, which went to an all-time high. Interestingly, when the news of the London bombings broke, the price of oil actually came down. The theory being that a terrorist attack in a major western city would cut down on travel, cut down on transportation travel, and that indeed would cut into demand. So the price of oil actually went down and remains down at this point. I last checked, it showed a loss of 60 cents a barrel.
Yeah. It is interesting to see all the gyrations here, and we also should, even though we saw weakness in the futures, keep in mind that sometimes the futures overreact and the actual markets don't do so quite that way.
That appears to be what's happened this morning.
Yeah, as we're down 36 on the Dow, as you can see in the lower right-hand corner. Thank you, Stuart.
Thanks, Bob.
All right, well, that's the market update. As far as what's going on in London right now, we understand that there are still some people trapped in their underground system, known over there as the Tube. Obviously, rescuers are trying frantically to get to those people. There have been different reports. Initially, we had a report of 2 people dead, but a lot of people did expect that to rise. We're now hearing unofficially that some 45 people have been killed in this series of terrorist attacks in London, and we're expecting more from the officials, from law enforcement in London in less than a half hour's time, so we might have some more firm numbers. But just a few moments ago, we heard our sister station Sky News with the report that some 1,000 people had been injured, and among those 1,000 injured, perhaps 150 people seriously injured. Let's go to Fox News foreign affairs analyst Mark Ginsburg, the former ambassador to Morocco. Mr. Ambassador, good to have you here. I understand you have some new intel on this developing story.
Bridget, it's important, I think, for our viewers to understand, putting in the context of the Madrid bombings that occurred on their transportation system in March 2004. There were 191 killed during that attack and over 1,800 injured. There are several al-Qaeda cells that have been operating in Europe for many years, and actually they have been one of the feeder links both in and out to al-Qaeda in Iraq. Abu Musab al-Zarqawi's group has tied to Ansar al-Islam that has bases throughout Europe. We've known that. And also, just a few days ago, British police had deported some of the radical Islamic militants from some of the more radical mosques in central London. London has been a hotbed of Islamic radicalism, and it only takes, Bridget, about 7 to 8 al-Qaeda operatives to commit these type of atrocities based on the number of terrorists that we ultimately were apprehended by the Spanish authorities during the Madrid bombing attacks.
All right, Mr. Ambassador, I'm sure we'll be talking again through the course of the morning. Thanks.
Right now, let's go to the scene. Catherine Drew, a reporter near the Aldgate Underground Station in London. Catherine, what can you tell us?
That's right. I'm here just a few hundred meters, and apologies for being on the phone to you. As you could imagine, the phone networks are extremely sporadic. That's how I'm hearing the program. Behind me, about 200 meters, is Aldgate Underground Station. Now, we're not hearing much detail about what is going on there. I can see dozens of police just milling around, basically, and I would imagine that perhaps a recovery operation is there now. We saw a lot of activity with ambulances there earlier. Now, it does seem that a clearer picture is emerging, as you've been reporting, that there were 4 explosions, 3 on the underground and 1 on a bus. And I was at the site of the bus earlier, was able to speak to some eyewitnesses, and they were, as you've been seeing some pictures, extremely traumatized by that event.
Give us a feel for how people are reacting to this, not only those, of course, that were there close by, but the people that weren't near the location of the attacks. Is this having a large impact?
So I actually came from Tavistock Square, where the explosion on the bus occurred, here over to the East End. It's a matter of like 4 or 5 miles, I believe, and the city is really eerie. It's actually deserted, well, deserted for traffic terms. There are lots of people walking, and of course people have been stuck here. They've been stuck at their places of work or at schools. Scotland Yard is currently saying that people should stay where they are, that if they're at schools or their places of work, because of course thousands of commuters have been stranded, basically. The underground system is no longer working, and the bus service has also stopped working as well. But people, for the most part, away from the scenes, have remained calm. A lady earlier gave me a cup of tea. She was handing out tea to people who were at the scene. People have shown a lot of kindness here, of course, as you experienced in the States on 9/11.
Yeah, you know, a lot of people say that London has been a likely target all along. Yet, for instance, at the G8 summit, it's the first time they didn't have terrorism on the agenda to talk about in a broad, in-depth way. Is there a sense in London up to today that the attention on this battle against terrorism had dropped so that people really weren't thinking about it all that much?
Well, I think it's fair to say that as 9/11 faded in people's memories, people weren't thinking about it that much. Of course, last year we had the deadly Madrid bombings, and many people today are making the comparison that perhaps this is more akin to that. But most people you speak to immediately think that this is the work of Al-Qaeda in Europe. And I think especially people, London commuters who use the Underground, it was such an obvious target. People have been saying for a long time how scared they were to use the Underground. Certainly I felt that way. And a few months ago, I think it was at the beginning of the year, the London Police Commissioner said that a terrorist attack on London was inevitable. So I think people were still pretty aware of this, although perhaps had become quite lax as the memories of Madrid and New York and Washington had faded.
Yes, Catherine Drew on the scene there at the Aldgate station for the Tube. Thank you very much. And even if people think that you're prepared for an attack, that doesn't help the people. The latest numbers we're getting unconfirmed, around 45 people dead and some 1,000 injured, 150 seriously.
A second explosion at a train sitting in the Edgware Road Tube station in northwest London. At 9:40, an explosion on a subway train between Russell Square and King's Cross stations. And as we've been telling you, the King's Cross station would seem to be the one where the highest number of casualties occurred. At last word, we heard some 23 people had been killed there. But again, bear in mind, these numbers are going to continue to change throughout the course of the morning. Then at 9:50 London time, all this, as you can tell, right in the heart of the rush hour in London, an explosion on a double-decker bus in Tavistock Square, right near Russell Square in central London. And the last we heard, some 7 people had been killed there. But again, the numbers changing, and a briefing just about 7 minutes away.
Catherine Herridge joins us now from Washington. Of course, Catherine, there has been, and we're always hesitant to report these kinds of things. There has been a group that it says is attached to Al-Qaeda claiming responsibility for these attacks. What's the latest you have?
Well, this group is calling itself the Secret Organization of Al-Qaeda in Europe, based on a conversation with the U.S. counterterrorism official. They're being extremely cautious, and I'd say suspect, at least at this point, about these early claims, specifically this group, because it's a group that they have not heard of in the past. They're emphasizing to me that when you look at key Al-Qaeda attacks, and I'm talking about attacks in which bin Laden or Khalid Sheikh Mohammed were calling the shots and intimately involved in the planning, such as 9/11 in the United States, such as the embassy attacks in Africa in 1998, as well as the USS Cole. These were events in which there was not an immediate claim of responsibility by Al-Qaeda, and in some cases there was never a claim of responsibility by Al-Qaeda. When it comes to making comparisons to the Madrid attacks, which is the obvious comparison, they're also being cautious and emphasizing that the group that was behind the Madrid attacks was an Al-Qaeda-inspired group. What does that really mean? That means it's a group that picked up the mantle and the ideology of Al-Qaeda, committed the attack in Al-Qaeda's name. It was not an attack based on the information they have, in which bin Laden said, okay, we're now going to launch a major commuter attack in Spain to hit back at them for their role in the war on terrorism. So I think that's a very important distinction. The final element, and I'm trying to get some confirmation on this, is increasingly I'm getting some indications from Homeland Security. They may have a news conference later today about travel in this country, but as soon as I get that, I'll bring it to you.
Okay, and of course travel here in New York, there has been some increased ramping up of security efforts here as a precaution. Ray Kelly, also the police commissioner, likely to hold a press conference later today. The Metro in Washington, D.C., some increased security there with some officers with machine guns, some bomb-sniffing dogs. And this comes, of course, as the G8 opens its summit, as well as a day after the elation that we saw with London being awarded as host of the 2012 Olympics.
And again, we are just about 5 minutes away from a briefing from London where we are expecting an update on the casualties. Again, the latest word we have, some 45 people killed, 1,000 injured. And joining us on the phone, former CIA case officer Bob Baer. Bob, thanks for being here. I'm going to guess that British intelligence is everything that ours is. I wonder if there were any warnings to come before this happened in London.
Well, there was certainly nothing public made, and one thing I've noticed about these groups that have the Spain bombing and the attacks in Iraq and the rest of them is they're going for anonymity. Very diffuse structure, using simple techniques, available explosives you can buy locally anywhere, whether it's New York or London. It's going to be very difficult to pinpoint this attack.
Right. You said they strive for anonymity, but I thought they want to claim responsibility for this, have bragging rights in their twisted world.
It's an anonymity in terms of structure. Their cause is very clear, is they want the West out of the Middle East. They want us out of Iraq. They want us out of Israel. That's very clear what they want. But the fact that they keep on changing responsibility, changing names in these claims, it's a very diffuse organization. That's what makes it so difficult to stop.
Right. You say a diffuse organization. Now, just a short time ago, we got word that a diplomat from Egypt had been murdered, allegedly, in Iraq. And I wonder if all of these events are or are not linked.
They're linked, and unfortunately, they're linked on the web, on anonymous sites. The explosives for attacks like this, it's too early to tell what it was. You can find this stuff on the web. The claims, the religious orders you can find on the web. The fact that they produced this Egyptian diplomat's ID on the web, claiming that he was an apostate. All of these things they're adapting to our technology, 21st century technology.
Right. And are our security forces able to adapt? I mean, on the one hand, you see terrific security. Here in New York, you see so much greater presence of security. But at the same time, Bob, how in the world can you protect a system like the subway system in any city?
You can't. It's absolutely impossible. Even the dogs and the new machinery that detects nitrates cannot prevent attacks like this on a subway system. It's common products. You can get in the drugstore. You can make this stuff.
And they too still tend to, again, if it is Al-Qaeda, they still do tend to go for the softer targets?
The softer targets, and there's no prohibition of going after civilian targets in this world.
Now, what do you think about our ability, or the Brits' ability, to find out who exactly is behind this? We were talking earlier about some of the forensics behind this, and that some of the evidence, because it's raining over there now, might be washed away.
I think they'll find residue for the explosives, but the actual structure of the organization is going to be very difficult. There's a very large Muslim population in Britain, and it's difficult to trace these people. These people are British subjects. They're not coming from outside. We saw the 2 British kids that committed suicide in Israel a couple of years ago, and they attacked a restaurant, bar. It'll be very difficult for them to get to the bottom of this organization.
Bob Baer, thank you.
Thank you.
This is a Fox News Alert. I'm Bob Sellers. Terror strikes the heart of London. At least 7 separate explosions reported in or around transit stations in the British capital. There are reports of dozens of people killed, hundreds others hurt. Also reports of people still trapped in the wreckage in the London Underground. Some call it the Tube, of course. All this happening during London's morning rush hour and just a few hundred miles from where Prime Minister Tony Blair and President Bush were attending a G8 economic summit of world leaders in Scotland. We are awaiting a news briefing from London's emergency services. We'll get an update on some of the details as far as deaths and injured are concerned with that. Right now, Fox correspondent Amy Kellogg is on the phone from London. Amy.
And I, in fact, had been up at Gleneagles at that summit. This was a great shock to people here in London, although I must say that the MI5, which is Internal Security, and Scotland Yard, the London police, have always expected something like this would happen here, Bob. They used to say quite publicly it was a matter of not if, but when such an attack would take place in London. Now, as you mentioned, there were a string of rush hour explosions. They rocked the transportation system. We are getting a different number from you, Bob, 4 blasts. Or at least 4 locations were hit, 3 in the underground or the tube or the subway, and then 1 blew up a double-decker bus. 45 at this point are believed dead, 150 seriously wounded, and several hundreds more are being referred to as walking wounded. Some people are still trapped underground. Now, this happened, 6 hours ago, so some people are still trapped underground at least one of the subway stations. and there were just horrific scenes and eyewitness reports from survivors, many of whom, Bob said, they thought that they were going to die underground this morning. The bombs in the subway cars went off between stations, so people were trapped underground and used their umbrellas, for example, to break windows and try to escape from the trains. Then the buses became overloaded because the underground network was instantly shut down. And some of those on the bus which blew up may have been refugees from the besieged subway system. So there was a terrible chain effect going on here. Eyewitnesses to the bus attack said the top of the double-decker peeled off like a can of sardines. A previously unheard of, Bob, or little-known group called the Secret Group of Al-Qaeda's Jihad in Europe claimed responsibility for the attacks on a website, but it's not clear yet whether officials are giving that claim any credence. Often people try to capitalize, terrorist groups will try to capitalize on something like this to bring some sort of glory onto themselves. And it's too soon at this point to tell whether the explosions were caused by devices or were the work of suicide bombers. Prime Minister Tony Blair and others have said that this was clearly, though, a terrorist attack. Blair is on his way back to London right now from Gleneagles to chair an emergency cabinet session. And the mayor of London, in fact, had been in Singapore, Bob, for that Olympic announcement. London is going to be the home of the Olympics in 2012. Mayor of London is in Singapore right now, presumably about to make his way back here as quickly as possible to give comfort to this city, which is certainly rattled, but has a reputation for being very resilient. That said, things are pretty much shut down today. Transportation systems, at least the tube and the buses are shut down, and people are being told to stay where they are. If children are at school, they're supposed to be staying at school. If people are home, they're supposed to stay at home because there's awful traffic around town and parts of town, of course, around the scenes of those blasts are shut down. Bob?
Yeah, Amy, in fact, you mentioned the London mayor coming back from Singapore. He had some very eloquent words earlier this morning when he spoke, talking about an indiscriminate attack on all innocent people. He talked about how London, as you can tell us, is a mixture of all kinds of people, and especially one of these attacks, as we had Simon Marks telling us, at Edgware Road, to the west of the city with a large Arab population.
That's absolutely right, Bob, and I was crammed into a taxi with a lot of colleagues listening to the mayor's remarks, and we all had the same reaction. We thought that his words were very moving and rang true. He said it was an indiscriminate attempt to slaughter common Londoners. Bob, he said black and white, Christian and Muslim, Hindu and Jew, old and young, and that is true. One of the stations hit was in a predominantly Arab neighborhood, so everyone has been affected by this. People, frankly, as I mentioned, Bob, have been frightened about using the underground since September 11th because people did fear something like this would happen, but people need to. It's public transportation, and they were just on their way to work or wherever this morning, caught in this horrific series of events.
All right. Thank you, Amy. By the way, we're awaiting the London Emergency Services press briefing where we will get some new information on casualties. We'll continue to keep an eye on that. Rich.
All right. In the meantime, let's talk with Rand Beers, former Special Assistant and Senior Director for Combating Terrorism for President George W. Bush. He was also Foreign Policy Advisor for the Kerry campaign. Rand, thank you very much for being here. Have you ever heard of this group, the Secret Organization of Al-Qaeda in Europe? This is the one that posted a claim of responsibility for the blasts in London?
No, I've not. No, as soon as it came up on the news, I began to look for it, but it's not one that I'd heard of before.
When something happens, obviously not of this magnitude, but when there's some sort of terrorist event, if you will, do different groups tend to come out of the woodwork? They all want to claim responsibility?
Oh, from the perspective of the terrorists, this is an opportunity for some degree of fame or notoriety, depending upon your perspective. And yes, I think that this is an expected response. This group may have had a relationship to it, but I think we may see some other groups who also attempt to claim some responsibility for this.
Why do you think they did this? Is this all about disrupting the summit, or are there much deeper reasons, underlying reasons, of course?
I think it's a combination of the displeasure with British policy since the 11th of September, and particularly in relationship to Iraq. I think that the G8 summit may have had something to do with the specific timing of the event, and I think the choice of London was because it was a major population center, and to some degree security forces would have clustered more in the vicinity of Gleneagles than they would necessarily in London. So it represented a soft target made softer by the preoccupation with the G8 summit.
Would you say that al-Qaeda's fingerprints are all over this?
Well, yes. I think that the multiple bombings in a transportation system reminds us of Madrid and reminds us of the hallmark of al-Qaeda, which is more than one event at the same time. Also, the indiscriminate attack on civilians. So, yes, the logical choice is al-Qaeda, an al-Qaeda affiliate.
All right, Rand Beers, we thank you. Bob?
Let's go to London now. David Lepard joins us. He's with the London Sunday Times. David.
Hello.
What can you tell us about the events this morning?
Well, there appear to have been 4 explosions in central London attacking the transport system. One on a double-decker bus, which seems to have been particularly serious. There are a number of casualties there. And 3 on underground trains between about 8:45 and 10:15 this morning. The latest unofficial figures from Scotland Yard are that there may be the number of dead may be in the double digits, the quite high double digits, which is variously 40, 50 or more. There are hundreds of injured people, and possibly as many as 1,000. Up to 150 of those are very seriously injured. So this is a very rapidly developing situation, but clearly a major terrorist attack on London.
Yeah. David, give us a feel for what kind of impact it is having, and from your position as an observer of that city, what kind of impact you expect from here?
Well, I think most people are in a state of shock at what has happened. Obviously, their daily activity has been severely paralysed by the fact that nobody can get around. The whole of the London Underground and bus network is frozen. The mobile telephone network was partially paralysed for several hours after these attacks. The government and the security services seem to be in a state of controlled panic. This was completely unexpected. Intelligence indicated that the threats from al-Qaeda had actually gone down in recent months, not gone up. And no one seems to have anticipated that the G8 summit would be the subject of an attack, not necessarily at the summit itself, but an attack on British interests. And it's being pointed out to me that the last time George Bush came to Britain, which I believe was in 2003 to meet Tony Blair, there was an attack on British interests with an al-Qaeda suicide attack against the British consulate in Istanbul. So there are some questions being asked at the highest level about the security services at the moment.
What kind of preparations has the City of London implemented in the aftermath of 9/11, knowing that there's a war on terror, knowing that London indeed could be a target at some point?
Well, there's been extensive coordination between the various emergency services to deal with this sort of attack. Thankfully, it is not apparently a chemical or biological warfare attack, so I should be very thankful for that. There have been a number of major exercises at which the coordination of the ambulance and the police and the fire service has been tested. It seems, from what we know, that the response of the emergency services today has been very good. A lot of the casualties have been extracted very quickly. They're being treated at hospitals around London in a major incident emergency plan. That side of things seems to be working very well.
All right. Thank you, David Lepard from the London Sunday Times.
Let's talk with Skip Brandon, the former FBI Deputy Assistant Director of Counterintelligence. And Skip, when you have a situation in which you are still trying to get to people, rescue them, take people to hospitals, how difficult is it to investigate this as the crime that it was?
Well, it's a real challenge. Of course, the first consideration is taking care of the injured and moving people out. But then immediately, and probably already, the investigators are starting to work under very difficult circumstances underground on conducting a crime scene. I would have to echo what was just said. It strikes me, looking from afar, that the emergency services people have done a remarkable job.
It would seem that way. That you heard that it was a very controlled chaos, as odd as that might sound. What about that crime scene? We had heard that because it's raining in London, that some of the evidence, unfortunately, could be washed away. Talk a little bit about those challenges, Skip.
Well, that could happen, but a lot of what it is, they'll be looking for explosive residue, which they'll certainly get underground. They may well have already gotten the first swabs from the buses that were hit before the rain started, but they will have it cordoned off, and the rain, while it will make it a little more difficult, won't stop the crime scene people. They'll still be able to find the critical and vital bits and pieces of the explosive devices, the things that they're looking for.
And Skip, yeah, as a matter of fact, we did hear about a half an hour, maybe even more than that, ago, that a top London police official was saying that a trace of explosives was found at least a couple of the blast sites. So that investigation proceeding. And Skip, how difficult is it, though, to make a target like the subway system a hard target? Well,
you take all the measures you can, short of shutting it down, though, or making it impossible to access. It's extraordinarily difficult. You look at it from a security perspective, you can make something absolutely secure, but nobody can use it, or you have it wide open and it becomes very dangerous. You have to look for the middle ground, but it's very, very difficult, obviously.
Skip Brandon, thanks a lot. Bob?
As we go to a break, we're going to come back and continue our coverage of the attacks in London, but we wanted to leave you with the reaction and experience of some of the people who were there today. Again, 4 attacks in London, dozens of people killed.
Well, I thought I was dead. I had a vision of a fire, and then he came out and said, he walked us through the platform. It was just, other than, I don't know what happened. You probably know more than me. It was just, I don't know, but there's some seriously injured people there. It's not good.
I heard a very loud bang, the lights went out and the carriage filled with smoke, and people were thrown forward.
On completely innocent people. Fox News producer Tadek Markowski is live on the phone now with us from London's Russell Square. Tadek, give us a feel for what happened at Russell Square.
Well, I'm looking down the block and I can actually see the bus, and the explosion must have been enormous. I've been speaking to people coming out of businesses near the blast, and they're saying the buildings shook. Another eyewitness said to me he went in there and he said there were just people on the ground. He said he saw one woman was practically cut in half. So I'd be very surprised if this scene that I'm looking at, the fatalities don't run into the double figures, because quite literally there's debris strewn across the street, and tragically there is blood splattered against the British Medical Association building, and it's a very grim picture. Amazingly, doctors inside that building were the first on the scene, and they gave some immediate medical treatment to those who are most badly injured. So some glimmer of goodness out of this absolute disaster.
Well, you know, initially we saw reports of 2 dead in that bus explosion, and I've seen 7 reported dead, but from what you are observing, it could be even worse than that.
I think so. I'm talking to people who are being brought out of there by the police, and one man said, you know, people were in shock. You know, 5 minutes after the blast, he said they were literally blown off their feet, and when they got back to their feet, they just didn't know what had happened, and they were just wandering aimlessly. A blast of that size, and I can see how far the debris has been thrown. If there was just a average number of people on that bus, then the casualties would be, as I say, in the double figures.
How are people of London reacting? What's your observation?
Well, stoically, I think is the word. You know, they realize that there are people out there in the world that want to do harm to people here in this part of the world to promote the various causes. But I think they're looking at this as, you know, maybe it's just one of those things. You know, they're not saying necessarily it was our turn, but certainly that it isn't unexpected, and now we're going to pick ourselves up and go on.
It's not unexpected, but it must be quite a stark change from the elation yesterday in being chosen to host the 2012 Olympics.
Absolutely. I mean, people are basically, you know, waking up today to the Olympics hangover, and then this. I mean, waking up to, you know, 4 major blasts in downtown London, it is a real rude awakening. And as your guest said a little while ago, you know, the focus on Gleneagles, the security around that, you know, people almost took the eye off the ball in a sense, where the danger was here, right in the heart of our capital city.
Tavik Markowski, Fox News producer. And by the way, folks, our producers do so much great work, and when they're out there on the scenes, they know as much as the people who you typically see, the reporters out on the scene, because they're working hand in hand on things like this.
All right, and what we are waiting for right now, we want to take a quick break and then continue our coverage almost immediately. To the left of the screen, it would seem, it would seem that a news conference is indeed getting underway right now. This is the Emergency Services News Conference, and we were expecting from that news conference perhaps to get an update on the number of casualties, expecting somebody to walk up to that empty microphone momentarily there in London. But we can tell you this, obviously the numbers tragically have been rising through the course of the morning. A few hours ago we had heard that only 2 people have been killed. Many people said at the time, well, that number is bound to go up, and indeed it has. The latest that we've heard officially was that at least 40 people were dead. Now we've heard some other reports that those numbers could rise as well. The number of injured could be some 1,000, and among those 1,000 people injured, some 150 people seriously injured. Now, as you know, that is because of the horrible nature of these attacks, that they occurred in the subway stations, and that there were a total, as far as we understand right now, of 4 attacks.
And, of course, 3 of those coming on the tube, the train system there, the underground train system. Amtrak is announcing that it has increased the level of the railroad security level, increase the security level in response to these terrorist bombings on London's transit system. And of course, that's the passenger train, carries people all around the country. And whether it's announced or not, I'm sure we're seeing changes in the security levels with the Metro North that you see around here, Long Island Railroad, as well as the subway system and the subway system, the Metro, there in Washington,
D.C. Right. A lot of the times as security is heightened, we don't even realize that.
They don't necessarily announce it, but you walk around, you can see a difference.
Nonetheless, what we've heard from official Washington is that there is no effort underway to raise the national terror alert level. There have been no threats made here. If you're wondering who's behind this, and of course everybody is, there has been a claim of responsibility from a group called the Secret Organization of Al-Qaeda in Europe. They posted a claim on the web that has not been immediately confirmed, but our people in Washington are working to determine if that is authentic as well. Wendell Goler has been following the story from the summit in Gleneagles, Scotland. Wendell?
Bridget, here at the G8 summit in Scotland, the work goes on minus Prime Minister Tony Blair, and the leaders have cancelled all their public appearances for the remainder of the day. They were in their first working session when word of the bombings arrived here, and Prime Minister Blair says there is no doubt at all they were timed to coincide with this summit. Each of the leaders consulted with their home governments. President Bush convened a secure teleconference with national security officials back in Washington. After that conference, security was visibly tightened on Washington's subway system, the Metro Rail, and also we just heard Amtrak is tightening security. Mr. Bush said every leader here has suffered from terrorism. All offered condolences to the British people and expressed solidarity with Prime Minister Blair.
All right, Wendell Goler in Gleneagles. Wendell, we thank you. And once again, the president, when he spoke earlier this morning, had a warning for Americans to be extra vigilant, as we say. But important to point out that even though our people in Washington are obviously aware of the situation in London and security has been heightened, as we just told you, Amtrak, various transportation systems, important to note that our national threat level has not been heightened. By the way, just want to let you know what you're looking at. The left of the screen there is finally the people are gathering in London. I shouldn't say finally, obviously a horrible situation over there. We are expecting this news conference to start during the course of this hour. This is the London Emergency Services. They're holding a news conference, and it looks like they are just about ready to start. But again, the latest numbers, 1,000 injured, more than 40 dead.
He will give you a brief update of the position. We will then hand over to representatives from the other emergency services, London Underground and Transport for London. At the end of this briefing, there will be an opportunity to take one-to-one questions, and there are opportunities afterwards for one-to-one interviews with the speakers. Thank you.
Good afternoon. The first thing to say is that the Police Casualty Bureau is now open for friends and relatives who are concerned about those who may have been killed or injured in the incidents today. The telephone number is 0870 1566 344. 0870 1566 344. In terms of what exactly happened this morning, at 8:51 this morning there was an incident at Moorgate, around Moorgate Liverpool Street, Moorgate East underground stations. Confirmed explosion 100 yards into the tunnel from Liverpool Street station. It was believed that the train involved is either a central or a circle line train, and there are 7 confirmed fatalities in that incident. At 8:56 this morning, at the King's Cross Russell Square incident, again 21 confirmed fatalities in that particular incident. At 9:17 there was an explosion on a train coming into Edgware Road underground station, which blew a hole through a wall onto another train in an adjoining platform. In fact, it's believed that 3 trains were involved in that particular incident, and so far there are 5 fatalities in that particular incident. And then at 9:47 there was an explosion on a bus at Upper Woburn Square junction with Tavistock Place. There are fatalities in that incident, but at the moment we cannot confirm the numbers. So 4 devices, we believe, are involved in today's incidents. The police service received no warning about these attacks, and the police service has received no claims of responsibility from any group in connection with these attacks. This clearly was a callous attack on purely innocent members of the public, deliberately designed to kill and injure innocent members of the public. That's all I have to say at this stage, but I can answer questions afterwards.
Obviously, London's transport is facing some very challenging times at the moment. The Underground won't be in action until tomorrow. The bus services, we hope, will come back on in central London later on this afternoon. And the overground stations, King's Cross will be closed. Liverpool Street is currently closed, and Victoria is closed due to a bomb threat. We hope that will be open quite soon. The situation is fluid. There are a number of bomb scares, as one can understand at a time like this. But we're doing our very best with Network Rail and the other operators to open up the systems as best we can. And we'd like Londoners to start thinking about their journey home and to make sure they check whether the services are available and then to start to make their way home. Obviously, we don't want a great rush out of central London, but it's going to be a very difficult evening to get people away. But I know that everyone will be working together to try and get people home as best we can. So our encouragement is to check on those systems and then for people to start to make their way home as reasonably as soon as possible, without a great rush all going off at the same time from offices. So we'd ask people to think carefully about their journey back tonight.
The London Ambulance Service has been working alongside other emergency services throughout today to respond to the explosions across London. We have been assisting with the rescue effort and assessing and treating at all scenes to ensure that the patients receive the medical attention they require. We have treated 45 patients with serious
or critical injuries, including burns, amputations, chest and blast injuries, and fractured limbs. We have also treated approximately 300 patients with minor injuries, including lacerations, smoke inhalation, shock, cuts, and bruises. Patients with life-threatening or serious injuries were stabilised at the scene before being taken to hospital by ambulance staff from London Ambulance Service and other neighbouring ambulance services. Patients with minor injuries have been treated at the scene and, where needed, taken to hospital by non-emergency medical staff, voluntary aid ambulances, and indeed public buses. Hospitals who have received casualties include the Royal London Hospital in Whitechapel, University College Hospital, St Mary's Hospital in Paddington, and the Royal Free Hospital. Over 100 ambulance vehicles and more than 250 ambulance staff have attended the incident scenes, supported by staff in our control room. Over the course of this incident, many hundreds of calls were received by our control room staff. We are asking members of the public not to dial 999 unless they require treatment for life-threatening injuries at this time. Can we also ask that people do not go to their A&E departments at hospitals in central London unless absolutely necessary, so that those departments can continue to focus their efforts on treating casualties from this morning's incidents? Thank you.
The London Fire Brigade was able to receive the call at our regional control centre and respond quickly and effectively to the tragic events that unfolded in London today. These were, of course, the kind of events that London firefighters have been planning, training and equipping for, and today came the reality. Obviously, firefighters and the other emergency service workers witnessed some very harrowing scenes today, and they performed magnificently in the face of that challenge. Certainly, we would like to offer our condolences to all of those that have injured or lost loved ones. We still have firefighters at the scenes and are still assisting in the work they have to do, and we will be there as long as it takes and needs to be there. We attended with some 40 fire engines and specialist equipment designed just for this purpose, together with over 200 firefighters today in London.
These were my passengers. Let me tell you, all of us send our condolences out to their families and all those who were involved in this. When we, as the situation unfolded, we felt we had to shut down the system and remove people from the trains because we didn't know how many more incidents there might be. The staff performed magnificently. Well, of course, my staff had to deal with this in the 10, 15, 20 minutes before others could be there, and the reports I've gotten have indicated that the intense pride I should feel about them. They've done a fantastic job. They did a very difficult job, and they did it well. We are now in the process of getting clearance from the police to getting out on the property to inspect all of the trains. Once the trains are inspected, we will try to get drivers to them and move them to depots so that they can be secured. Our ambition is to have a service for the morning. If we can, we will run some service late tonight on unaffected lines, such as the Jubilee, the Northern, and the Victoria, but it is unclear. It will all depend on whether we have the crews. Even when we start up tomorrow, though, keep in mind where these incidents occurred, which will no doubt be held as crime scenes for some time. We will not be able to run any service on the top side of the circle. So that means it's likely the H&C service will be out. Certainly there'll be no Circle Line service. We won't be able to run the Met past Baker Street, assuming we can get into Baker Street, and it will be at best a shuttle service on either end of the Piccadilly line. But we hope to run a full service everywhere else, and we're going to get this system up and running as quick as possible. Thank you.
On behalf of the Mayor, the Commissioner of Transport for London, and the whole of us at Transport for London, we send our condolences to everybody affected, and I send my thanks to the bus staff who've responded very well today. When the first incidents occurred on the Underground this morning, we opened the bus service to all tube passengers, but then of course a little later we were advised by the police to withdraw the bus service out of Zone 1 substantially, which was done. The bus service is just starting to return to Zone 1. It will take some time to get back to normal, and as it gets back to normal, additional police officers, wardens and bus staff will be out to help at major points like Oxford Street and so forth for the evening rush hour. Clearly the bus service can't serve areas where the emergency services cordons are still there, and particularly in the sort of King's Cross, the Aldgate areas and around Russell Square, we will have to either institute diversions or curtailments, and we'll attempt to get details of those out as soon as we can. The bus service can cope with an awful lot of extra people, but it will be slow to get home. As Andy Trotter said, we would like people to stagger their homeward journeys because we clearly can't cope with everybody who would normally start off between 5 and 6 this evening. We will try to, as hard as we can, and we'd ask travellers in London to bear with us and to bear with our staff, who I know will rise to the occasion. Buses in London are currently being searched regularly and certainly at each end of the journey, and that will continue until further notice. I should also say that the Docklands Light Railway is resuming, that on the roads we have had messages up since early this morning asking people not to come to central London. They will be in place for the rest of the day, and the congestion charge was suspended this morning for the day. Thank you.
Clearly, we are very concerned about those who've been killed and injured, and we are very concerned about the impact that this is having on families and friends. I have to say that since this conference started, unfortunately, the Police Casualty Bureau has developed a technical fault, and we would ask people to be patient with us while we try to rectify that fault.
Okay. We will take questions now from the floor. Could you please raise your hand, identify where you're from and who the question is directed at. Thanks very much.
John Speaking from the Daily Press. Can you tell us anything at this early stage about the devices and whether or not you suspect these acts were carried out by suicide?
At the moment, we don't know whether or not this was suicide bombers or whether this was simply packages left on the bus and in the underground stations. It's too early to say. Again, there is no indication that these were anything other than conventional explosive, but other than that, we don't have any information about the size or type of device that was used.
Monica Rajpal, CNN. Have you started going through the CCTV cameras? If not, when will you be doing that?
Clearly, we've had considerable success in the past using closed-circuit television footage in order to trace the movements of the people involved. That will be one of our first priorities, as well as securing whatever forensic evidence we can secure from the various scenes.
Question in the middle.
Can you tell us whether you've had made any arrests throughout the course of this morning in connection with this at all?
I don't have any information at this stage of any arrests having been made in connection with these incidents.
Question for the London Underground. Are there any people still trapped underground?
No. The system is clear.
And when were they last? How long did it take to evacuate all the people?
Well, the entire system, almost all of the system was cleared within the first hour or two, but the people on the Piccadilly line train, it took the longest to get them clear. There was difficulty getting access to all of them. I don't have an exact time when we got the last person off.
Do we have any estimate how many people died on the bus?
We don't have any information at the moment as to, we know that there were some fatalities, but we don't have any numbers at the moment.
Question at the front.
Penny Marshall, ITV News. Can you tell us at this stage how many members of the anti-terrorist squad are involved in the investigation and what they're doing, why they're not here?
Members of the anti-terrorist branch are fully involved investigating these incidents. That's why they're not here. I'm the spokesperson for them, as well as the rest of the Metropolitan Police Service. Their time is much more valuably spent investigating these incidents. We're not prepared to discuss how many detectives are involved in the investigation at this stage.
Question there.
Stuart Tendler from The Times. Should the security level have been higher today, given that it was the launch of G8?
The security level in London has been high over recent months. We have had all the security services actively engaged in anti-terrorism activity during this period. We have given advice and we've received cooperation from the transport services around raising people's awareness of the possibility of suspect devices, and so we are content that the security level was appropriate, even notwithstanding the fact that G8 is happening in Scotland.
Question there.
Sean Raymond, Sunday Telegraph. The security level was actually lowered within the last month to its lowest level since 2001. Can you comment on that?
The security level was lowered slightly from the very highest, other than having specific information about a specific target. It is at its second highest level, and we felt that that was appropriate in all the circumstances, bearing in mind all the intelligence that we were in possession of.
And we're not going to start getting into risks, threats, or anything like that today. This is about actually telling you about the response to the operation. So I would appreciate if you could confine those questions to the response to the operation from the emergency services rather than the investigation stage. Thank you.
How many police officers have been involved? Sorry. How many police officers have been involved on the ground in this morning's response? And are you recalling any officers from the G8 summit to help deal with this?
We've got about 1,500 Metropolitan Police officers deployed to Scotland. We have 31,000 police officers in London. We have more than enough police officers to cope with this sort of emergency. At this stage, we have used officers who were on duty during the course of these incidents, and we have not called officers in who were off duty before, because clearly this is going to take some time in order to restore London to normality, and clearly we have to bear in mind that we're going to have to bear in mind resilience in terms of keeping the policing going during this period. In terms of exact numbers, we haven't had a head count.
Simon.
Sorry, the British Transport Police obviously attended these calls when they first came out, and it has put a great strain upon us, without a doubt. We have a number of officers in Scotland as well for G8. We won't be bringing any back from there, but we will be bringing in as many officers as we can on duty in order to cope with the pressures we're going to face for the rest of today and into tomorrow.
Simon.
Andy Trotter and Brian Paddick, can I ask, what is your reaction basically to the fact that the nightmare scenario has happened? And what does that say about the counter-terrorism measures that have up to now been deployed?
Well, both the current Commissioner, Sir Ian Blair, and the previous Commissioner have said that London has always been a terrorist target. And we are clearly shocked by what has happened today, but we're not surprised at what's happened. We have worked over recent months and years with British Transport Police, with the City of London Police, with London Ambulance Service, and with the London Fire Brigade, and all the other emergency emergency services rehearsing and planning for exactly this sort of scenario. And so right from the word go, we were able to implement this well-rehearsed, well-planned incident response, and as far as the Metropolitan Police Service is concerned, that plan has worked exactly as it should have done.
I mean, very sadly, all the practice that we put in, all the London forces together, plus the other emergency services, the plans that we worked on so hard were required today. And as far as that response is concerned, the response worked extremely well, but it's a very sad day that we had to actually bring this into play.
Question at the end.
Sally Jones, Dow Jones Newswire. A question for DC Paddock. Are you still looking for devices? Can you confirm this?
Clearly, we want to make sure that the transport system is safe, but otherwise we don't have any intelligence that there is a threat from other devices. So in the absence of any specific intelligence, we are nonetheless being very vigilant, as our colleagues have said from Transport for London, to make sure that buses and underground trains are searched before they're brought back into service.
Question there.
Jean Whalen with the Wall Street Journal. I just wonder, were there any power surges then, or what was that about this morning? The reports that there were power surges in the tube.
I think Tim O'Toole can answer that question.
There were not power surges, but what happens is when you have an incident of this magnitude, its first manifestation is in the control rooms of the power, because the first thing that happens is the traction current is shut off. When there was the read that there was power withdrawn at different places on the network, the assumption was by some people that there must have been a surge to cause so many breakers to trip out. Further information quickly came in that there was a derailed train at Edgware Road, and then speculation occurred that somehow that must have come in contact with the major power cable, and did that have an impact? And then the rumors just kept running, but there was never any power surge, and indeed the traction current network to the underground is completely intact right now, and we could run a full service were it not for these criminal scenes.
I will get for as many questions as possible. One in the front row.
Andy Gardner, Sunday Mirror. Tim, 27 minutes between the first blast on the tube and the last blast. I know it was chaotic, but did you issue any warnings to your drivers?
They happened almost, our read was that it all happened within 3 minutes of each other. We didn't really have time. That was the report.
There's the update from London Emergency Services, that news conference that they had promised. And just to give you a brief recap of the casualty figures, we are now hearing 33 people have been killed in the 4 separate blasts. However, very important to note that number does not include the number of people who might have been killed on the explosion on that double-decker bus, in which the top of the bus was just sheared off. We understand 45 people have been seriously or critically injured, many of them burn victims, some of them, sad to report, amputations. Some 300 more people have been treated for minor injuries. However, there was one glimmer of good news. Nobody else is trapped in that subway system. In fact, they said that they would be able to reopen it if it weren't for the fact that right now it's a crime scene. Nick Fielding with the London Sunday Times is with us on the phone. And Nick, where were you when the blasts happened?
Not far from the site of the explosion at Edgware Road, and first of all I noticed on the radio they were saying that the tube system had been closed down, and then very shortly after that I received a call from my colleague saying could I get to the Edgware Road site, and in fact we'd had a call. One of my own colleagues was actually on the train that was hit this morning, so I was down there I suppose just short of an hour after the incident occurred. One of your colleagues was there. I'm afraid to ask how that person is. She's shaken, but she's fine. She's not injured physically, but obviously she's been through quite an experience. Oh, that is good news. Now, the Edgware Road, I understand that the officials at this news conference were just saying that some 3 trains were damaged. My understanding is that 2 trains, that possibly 2 trains were passing each other when the explosion happened, and that there was some sort of collateral damage to the second train. I don't know about a 3rd train, to be honest with you, but from reports I've heard this morning, certainly on the train on which there was an explosion, there was extensive damage. I heard one person saying that the floor had been almost ripped apart in one of the carriages, so that must have been quite a serious explosion. Nick, we just got the update, all the numbers, the facts
facts and figures, if you will, from the officials at that news conference. But can you describe for us what the scene was like and what the response was like?
Well, I tell you, it's quite remarkable because even certainly within the hour, there was a massive presence of the security and emergency services at the site. I mean, I was amazed. The roads were already by that stage fully blocked off. There were at least I could see at least a dozen fire tenders. There were dozens of ambulances and police cars, and I saw forensic teams going in. I saw sniffer dogs. I saw the London Metropolitan Hotel, which is very close by. That was being used as a casualty station, and I spoke to one of the people that had been helping there, and they had got organised very rapidly. A doctor had arrived very quickly. There's a hospital just around the corner, and she had organised a triage system. They very quickly grouped the patients into those who were most serious and lesser serious and so on, and then began treating them and dispatching them to hospital. So the scene that confronted me really from the outside, and of course I haven't seen and couldn't get anywhere near the seat of this explosion, but the scene from the outside was one of sort of fairly calm determination, and I'm sure that it must have been chaos in the immediate aftermath, but within a very short period of time they seem to have got things under control in terms of dealing with the incident, and I think that probably is a credit to the services here, who have obviously rehearsed for these kind of incidents, and they unfortunately, sadly today, have had to put them into practice.
All right, Nick Fielding, thank you very much for that report. And David Asman is joining our coverage here in Studio B.
Just to bring it back home for a second, related to the bombings, of course, at 11:45, that's about 1 hour from now, we're expecting a press conference from Secretary of Homeland Security Michael Chertoff. He's going to be talking about what is being done here in the United States in response to what has happened in London. Of course, we will carry that live right here on Fox. And related to that, we are being told now that the terror alert level just for trains in the United States may be raised to the orange level. This, according to a senior law enforcement official. The terror alert level will be raised to orange for U.S. train infrastructure. That includes local subway and commuter lines all the way from the East Coast to the West Coast. So once again, we are responding here in the United States to what is happening in London. Our own Fox correspondent Amy Kellogg is live in London. I guess, Amy, it doesn't hurt to emphasize here that Londoners have been through a lot dating back to the Blitzkrieg in World War II, going through the IRA terror bombings, so they do take this with a stiff upper lip, don't they?
David, those were my thoughts exactly. In fact, last night I was reading about the Blitz in preparation for a big ceremony that is going to be held here in London on Sunday in commemoration of the 60th anniversary of the end of World War II. And as an example, they are saying today that that ceremony is going to continue. The Queen is going to be holding quite a display here and a huge parade, and they plan to go ahead with that. Now, again, there has just been a shocking series of events here in the British capital this morning, a number of coordinated attacks on the transportation system. As we've been telling you about all morning, 3 explosions on the subway, or as they call it here, the underground, the tube, and then 1 on a bus. 33 at this point confirmed dead, 45 seriously injured, 300 treated for minor injuries, a lot of so-called walking wounded. But those death figures, David, do not include victims from the bus, and there were fatalities from that bus blast, but at this point we don't have any indication of how many there were. Police just held a press conference and they said that no one has claimed responsibility. That said, some previously unheard of group linked to Al-Qaeda called the Secret Group of Al-Qaeda's Jihad in Europe did claim responsibility on a website. Apparently that's not being given full credence at this point. It was shocking that this happened this morning, I think, David, because Londoners were so jubilant last night celebrating the announcement that London had won the bid for the 2012 Olympics. There was a real carnival atmosphere here in London last night. And then Prime Minister Tony Blair up in Scotland trying to bring the world's most powerful leaders together to attack the problems of poverty in Africa and climate change. And then this happening just less than 24 hours after all of that. Quite a shock, although I think people were very prepared that at some point there would be a major terrorist attack in the British capital.
The press conference that we heard in London, Amy, did not address the potential cause of these blasts. Of course, it was a terrorist blast, but we don't know whether it was specifically whether it was a suicide, homicide bomb or not, do we?
No, we don't. We don't know. We did hear one of the police spokesmen say at this point we don't know if the explosions were caused by packages left on the subway trains and the bus, or whether suicide bombers were involved. Right now, David, that all of the underground stations are basically, or at least the 3 where these bombs went off, are considered crime scenes. The anti-terrorist units are there combing through the debris to try to come up with some clues and information as to exactly what happened.
Amy Kellogg reporting live from London. Bridge?
All right, and before we go to our next guest, just want to repeat that new information that U.S. trains now, not the entire nation, the alert level, the national alert level has not been raised. However, U.S. trains are now on an orange terror alert because of what's happened in London. That would affect all local subway and commuter lines. Expecting to hear more from the Secretary of Homeland Security, Chertoff, coming up at 11:45. Of course, we'll have his remarks. Just to let you know, Tony Blair, as we told you, the British Prime Minister, after making some remarks this morning from Glen Eagle in Scotland, the site of the G8 summit, he left the summit. We understand he is now back in London, and perhaps we'll be hearing more from him. I believe an emergency session of Parliament is to be convened at some point this morning, so more to come on that. Let's talk with Marvin Kalb right now, Fox News analyst and foreign affairs correspondent. And Marvin, the G8 summiteers, Marvin, who are still there without Tony Blair, I wonder if there will be a renewed focus now on terror.
I guess there would have to be a renewed focus on terror. On a day like this, it's a very good day for globalized rhetoric of sympathy for the British and what it is that they are experiencing. But all of these men are experienced diplomats, and they recognize that national interests do come into play. For example, when the United States was thinking about war in Iraq, the United States was able to get the British in quick alignment, but the French, the Germans, the Russians were not. They were opposed to the war. So that when the bombs go off, when there is a terrorist assault, there is a kind of global sympathy. Everybody bands together. They do talk about the need for common action against terrorism, and probably a great deal of that goes on. But when there is fundamental action involved, national interests come into play, and then it's very difficult to get everybody together. It's time in the post-Cold War period for a new kind of alignment of similar nations, but they haven't really got there yet.
Right. So, Marvin, is that to say that we should not expect any more practical help in fighting the war on terror, any more help from European allies in Iraq or Afghanistan or any of the other places where we have to fight?
It does not appear to be the case. I mean, for example, on Iran, it would appear that all of the countries around Iran and the Western nations dealing with Iran ought to have the same policy, but they don't. They don't really. The Germans and the French and the British have one policy toward Iran. The United States really has a different one. So that when there are national interests, when something is truly important, then nations begin to think about themselves. Although their rhetoric may be global, their interests are rather selfish and narrow.
It was very interesting to hear the very similar language among the various leaders. The mayor of London,
of course,
the British Prime Minister, the President of the United States, all making it abundantly clear that this was an attack not on the high and mighty, not on the powerful. This was an attack on the working stiffs of the world, the innocent people.
Well, and that is absolutely true. I mean, the people who engage in this kind of terrorism are bloodthirsty killers. They are interested in inflicting massive damage on innocent people. That is the way they make their point. Lenin, at the time of the Russian Revolution, said the purpose of terrorism is to terrorize. And that is what these people are doing. They're trying to terrorize. And so it is the responsibility of leaders to try to put things into perspective. But let's be real at the same time. Campaign last year, the president was saying that we are fighting in Iraq so that we do not have to fight the same terrorists in the United States. Turn to the British. They are fighting in Iraq, and yet they have to fight terrorists in Britain today, in London, in the heart of a great, great city. And also we ought to point out that London, of all of the major capitals, is probably best prepared to face just this kind of tragedy. And yet London has to face it acknowledging that they had no advance word, just as we have no advance word for any kind of an attack on an American city. These are people who are bloodthirsty, but they calculate coldly, and their designs are against Western interests.
Right. And, you know, interesting talking about London and the determination of the people there, the people who've been through the Blitz, who've been through the terrorism on the part of the IRA. And Tony Blair, even though he faced a tough re-election, I would think, Marvin, that this would only steel his resolve, despite all the criticism, all the flack he took over supporting the U.S. in Iraq.
Oh, I agree with you completely. Tony Blair is a man, from all of the evidence that we have, is very much like President Bush. They are both determined to take on global terrorism, no matter what the domestic political costs may be. Obviously, they are both politicians. Obviously, they want to be elected. And even when I pointed out before that the president last year said we fight in Iraq in order not to have to fight at home, I believe the president might have meant that when he said it. But that doesn't mean that that's what the terrorists intend to do. They could be operating on several timetables all at the same time. They could be setting off bombs in Iraq, setting off bombs in London, and planning to set off bombs in the United States, whether or not we had troops in Iraq.
Marvin Kalb, good to talk with you this morning. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you, Brittany.
And this is a Fox News alert. The city of London under attack this morning in 4 bombing incidents. We don't know exactly the cause of the explosions, whether they were suicide bombers or packages of bombs left on the subway system. But the Piccadilly line in particular in central London was affected, as well as a bus. 33 people are confirmed dead as a result of the subway blast. Police and emergency workers are not giving us a specific number of dead with regard to the bus blast, but again, there were fatalities there. We are being told that as many as 45 people may have been killed, about 100 people very seriously injured, 45 critically so. 300 people have been treated so far as a result of these blasts. The repercussions affecting not only Europe and the rest of England, but also the United States. Told that an alert status of orange, that is an upgrading of our alert level for Homeland Security, specifically regarding our transportation system. Not the planes, but trains are involved, and public transportation systems in cities across the United States have been affected. We're told now that Chicago trains have been upgraded to the orange level of alert, as have the train system, the BART train system in San Francisco, as have the metro system in Washington, D.C. and New York. In about 45 minutes, we should be hearing from our Homeland Security Secretary, Michael Chertoff. He's going to be alerting us all as to the upgrade in the security concerns in the United States, specifically regarding the transportation system. He will be taking questions about other issues as well. Our own Greg Kelly is reporting from inside the Beltway on the very latest. Greg?
Hi there, David. As you mentioned, the Homeland Security Department in 45 minutes will make that announcement, formally upgrading the terror alert status of the U.S. train system, including basically everything that runs on a rail: subways, commuter trains, Amtrak, freight trains. All of it will be upgraded to orange. Now, what does that mean? Well, technically, yellow, where we are now, is a significant risk of terror attack. At orange, we are officially at a high level of terror attack. What does this mean practically? Well, perhaps not very much, because a lot of municipalities, as you have already mentioned, are already increasing their security in and around their trains in their cities. It's happened here already in Washington, D.C. and in New York City. New York City is permanently on orange alert. Here early this morning to put their police department on orange alert. Some of what this means: it means keeping police officers on duty longer. If they get off at 8 a.m., they'll stay on duty till 12 noon. They're also increasing their law enforcement presence in and around trains, the hope to ward off any potential attackers. They are bringing in their bomb-sniffing dogs. You are seeing some police officers armed with heavy weapons. There's also an inconspicuous law enforcement presence, undercover agents going into the trains, actually riding the buses, looking for anything suspicious. I'm also told that law enforcement has, they're not quite calling it a day yet, but they have experienced something of a sigh of relief. One law enforcement official noted to me that the last bomb blast in London took place at 9:50 in the morning, 10 minutes before 10 o'clock. In transportation circles, in law enforcement, rush hour is considered the time between 7 in the morning and 10 in the morning. Now, they believe that rush hour was targeted to do the most damage to people. Now that it is 1 hour after 10 o'clock, they feel like they may have made it through this initial test. Of course, the day is not over. They have to deal with the nighttime rush hour. But once again, the top news for the moment is that the decision has been made, according to law enforcement officials, that the terror alert level will be raised from yellow to orange. And this is in part in response to criticism in the past when they have blanketed the country in an orange alert level. Some law enforcement officials across the country expressed confusion. Now we are seeing more and more a tailoring of the alert system to the specific situation at hand. We saw that last summer when certain financial districts were protected, increased security in Washington and New York, and now it's happening with the U.S. train system.
Greg, a question. The terror attacks in London clearly were coordinated. We had these 4 attacks. However it was they were coordinated, they seem to be timed to happen around the same time. Any indication from folks inside the Beltway that the folks in London who were responsible for this may have coordinated attacks for elsewhere in the world?
There's no specific indication of that, but as you mentioned, it leaps out at you that it was coordinated there. Another law enforcement official told me that there is an even more disturbing pattern what happened in London, that the initial explosions happened underground, that the latest explosion, I am told, happened above ground. The thinking goes that people were forced out of ground, from underground, from the subways, to what they thought was safety, and then they started hitting them above ground. Really nasty tactics.
Nasty and cowardly. Greg Kelly reporting from inside the Beltway. Thanks, Greg. Bridge?
Dave, I want to go to the phone to Anna Poukas with the Daily Express out of London. Anna, can you tell us where you were and what you saw when these blasts began this morning?
Well, I just started work and noticed that all the streets were completely log-jammed. And then very soon we discovered that there had been these blasts at 6 underground stations, we were told. The theory, one theory that's being speculated upon is that there were this series of small blasts underground which forced people to the surface and buses and other modes of transport, and then they get on a bus and that goes off as well. The scene at the moment is in many ways similar to yesterday in that people are walking in the streets yesterday when we were celebrating the winning of the Olympics, but of course.
And I need to interrupt because we need to go back to Sky News right now because we have some eyewitness accounts from the injured.
Next time we heard some guys were shouting at the far end of the train that it was fine to get off, they'd be taking people off the back end of the tube.
So that was the one story told from a hospital bed of a young man who has survived this attack today. There are, sadly, some families numbering at least 33 people have been killed in these various incidents today, so their family and friends will be hearing the worst possible news later this afternoon or evening if they don't know already. Now, that number of 33 at least have been killed. We do suspect that number will have to go up. Other sources suggest it's going to be nearer 43, perhaps 45, because we do not know about the Tavistock Place bus bombing. We understand there have been fatalities there, but the authorities cannot confirm how many.
We can hear now from somebody involved with the emergency services. We've got an interview with Dr. Gareth Davis, recorded a little earlier. He is a spokesman for the London Air Ambulance. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Hospital. Today we mobilised a total of 18 doctors to the incidents that occurred throughout London, where we were able to provide intensive care at the scene of the incident and deal with the injuries that patients had while they were actually trapped in the wreckage of the vehicles and in the tube.
Where did you go first?
My first mobilisation was to Aldgate.
And what did you find there?
We found essentially a lot of walking wounded outside of the tube station. A few people had been brought up out of the tunnel and were lying in the foyer, but we had a lot of seriously injured patients who were still trapped in the wreckage on the train itself in the tunnel.
What sort of condition were they in?
Well, it varied very much between walking wounded with just cuts and scrapes, and obviously people who had very severe injuries who were unconscious.
When you look back on what you've seen today, when you reflect on what you've seen, what's your overall impression? What impressions are you left with of the day?
That's probably a bit early to say. I'm very much focused on how the medical response was actioned, and at the moment I'm just left with that. I'm very sort of happy and proud of the way the teams responded to the scene.
Did the air ambulance save any lives today?
It wasn't just the air ambulance. It was the 18 doctors were mobilised by the air ambulance, but also in fast response cars. There were approximately 4 doctors and 4 paramedics at each of those incidents, and undoubtedly lives were saved by the teams at the scene.
So how many people?
These are our pictures live from King's Cross, people emerging from their places of work, planning to get home, perhaps leaving a little earlier than normal, anticipating some severe difficulties. Of course, we were hearing that news conference warnings by those involved that it would be a difficult journey home this evening. As we're looking at those pictures, let's just bring you up to date with some of the news lines to emerge on this. The US Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice has apparently called our Foreign Secretary Jack Straw to offer assistance following the London blasts, not detailing which or what scale, but there has been contact between Condoleezza Rice and Jack Straw. Worth marking that the US has raised the terrorist threat level for mass systems, but not in the bomb blasts in London. That is according to a US government official being quoted on the news wires. Also, some information, a message from Pope Benedict XVI to Cardinal Cormac Murphy O'Connor, of course the leader of Roman Catholics in England and Wales. His Holiness is deeply saddened by the central London, offers fervent prayers for the victims and for all those who mourn. While he deplores these barbaric acts against humanity, he asks you to convey to the families of the injured his spiritual closeness at this time of grief. So they're the latest news lines to emerge in the last few moments.
London Underground remains closed for the rest of the day, resuming service tomorrow. There were some caveats to that from the London Underground representative we heard from, Tim O'Toole, saying maybe some of the ones that run overground might come back on stream tonight, but that's a fluid situation. He said stay tuned to the media for more updates on that. Docklands Light Railway, the DLR, services coming back on stream as of about half an hour ago. Bus services expected to be fully up and running within the caveats of these crime scenes being ignored or bypassed, of course. You can't run a bus past those at the moment. It's from about this afternoon. And national rail services being resumed. Major terminals reopening. Victoria Station, I think, is the one exception to that. There was a quite separate investigation as to whether there was a bomb scare. Now, we heard from Russell Smith of the London Ambulance Service in the press conference. I think he can speak to us now live from that centre. Mr. Smith, thank you for your time this afternoon. How have your staff coped with what they've had to do today?
Well, this has been a difficult day for our staff, a difficult day for our control room staff, who have taken hundreds and hundreds of calls relating to this incident, and of course a particularly difficult day for the technicians and paramedics of the London Ambulance Service, who have gone to these scenes and dealt with the traumatic events. They're professionals and they've trained for this, so they have coped with it, but no doubt it's been a difficult day.
The multiple call-out within a time zone of about an hour, was that a problem for you?
We have good staffing at that time of day.
All right. Again, just to give you a recap, if you're just turning us on, 4 blasts in London, 3 out of 4 of them involving their subway trains, the 4th shearing off the top, absolutely destroying this double-decker bus. We're unclear of how many people might have been killed on that bus, but what we understand is there have been 33 deaths associated with the other 3 explosions, 45 people seriously or critically injured, and some other 300 people treated for minor injuries. Nobody else is trapped in the subway system in London right now, but it is going to stay, for the most part, shut down. Very important to note that our national security threat level has not been increased. However, there is news about the trains. The American trains are now on an orange level. State. There has been increased security. We're talking about local subways, commuter rails. The security level for airlines has not been increased, although there probably will be some increased security measures, no doubt, taken at various airports around the nation. More about our nation's response coming up in the form of a news conference expected at 11:45 Eastern Time from our Homeland Security Secretary. Again, 11:45 Eastern, and we will have that for you here on Fox.
And what you are looking at right now is a live picture from the King Cross train station, the Tube, as they call it in London. It's a subway system, one of the most extensive in all the world. It was between King Cross, which you're looking at now, and Russell Square, which was a stop right before King Cross, that one blast occurred. There were two others, one at a place called Edgware Road, another subway stop, and one, in fact, a subway stop that, interestingly, is right around a community of Muslims, showing that these terrorists are indiscriminate in their concern for Muslims or anybody else. Aldgate is another place that was hit. You can see it in the bottom right-hand corner of that map on the right. So those four stations were affected by three blasts, one of which was between Russell Square and King Cross, and then Tavistock. Now, Tavistock Square is where a bus was literally ripped apart. The total damage, the carnage of that blast, we're not sure of. Police and emergency rescue workers gave us a 33 fatality figure for the three blasts inside the subway stations, but that blast, the one that tore apart the top of this double-decker bus, we don't know how many fatalities that were involved in that. Initially, we were hearing that a suicide-homicide bomber was responsible for that blast, not unlike blasts of its kind in the Middle East, but we can't confirm that as of now. As all of this information comes in, we'll report it to you as soon as we get it. Keep it here on Fox. We'll keep you updated. Meanwhile, as we said, 11:45 is when we're going to be hearing from Michael Chertoff, Secretary of Homeland Security, talking about our alert level being raised to orange for transportation system, specifically railroads. Joining us now on the phone is Neil Livingstone. He is a terrorism analyst joining us to talk about this. Now, Neil, one question I have is whether or not why isn't the entire transportation system of the U.S. put on orange alert?
Well, because we saw rail attacks in this case, and as we did in Madrid. And part of that is because I think the government believes that we've substantially increased the quality of aviation security in the United States, and therefore we could thwart any attack at the present time, or we certainly have a much higher probability. Rail, by contrast, is used by tens of millions of people every day. There are stops everywhere. It's very, very difficult to protect, and so they're concentrating their resources on that.
Now, we are fighting an enemy both in Iraq and elsewhere in the world that learns from its own mistakes, as we've been told time and again. Is it not conceivable that they would choose a different form of transportation for the next attack?
Well, absolutely. I mean, the problem of predicting any terrorist attack is that it's almost impossible to do. We have so many vulnerabilities. We cannot protect everything 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And so they could, if we tighten up rail transportation security right now, they could move on to hitting power plants or hitting financial institutions or something else. So this is a maddening exercise, one that shows basically the vulnerabilities we have in modern society today.
We're going to be hearing from our Secretary of Homeland Security shortly, Michael Chertoff. He's going to be telling us about the raising of the orange level. How should that affect individuals who are going to be taking a train? I mean, this is a very busy time of year for travel.
Well, it is a very busy time, and it's really going to affect daily rail commuters more than anyone else. And a lot of that it shouldn't inconvenience them all that much. Now, they may tighten access to some rail systems, subway systems, so that you have to pass monitoring points at this time. There will be more police presence. There'll be more awareness on the trains themselves. And what they may be looking at right now is how do they prevent future attacks? And part of that may be that just as we do at some stadiums and so on right now, we limit what you can carry on to it into stadiums. We may have to do that on rail as well. That you can't carry large packages. That you cannot carry backpacks, for example. Those have been some of the suggestions that have been put forward, because we know we can't X-ray everything, and we know that we can't make everyone walk through magnetometers. The scale of it is just too great.
Now, Neil, will we likely see any shutdowns of rail services, particular commuter lines?
I don't think we'll see shutdowns because of the impact on the economy and people's daily lives unless they get a specific threat. And if they think that they've got a specific, credible threat against a particular rail line, they might indeed decide to shut it down.
Neil Livingston, CEO of Global Options Incorporated. Neil, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Dave, we're going back to London Live in just a moment, but want to pass along some good information that our people at the Pentagon, including our own Brett Baer, have been able to gather from U.S. counterterrorism officials who are telling Fox that, while British authorities are, of course, handling the investigation into what's happened in London, U.S. counterterrorism officials are telling Fox that this does look to be an al-Qaeda-like operation. Important to say it that way. They say this previously unknown group, the secret group of al-Qaeda's Jihad in Europe, which apparently has made this unverified claim of responsibility, is not likely a splinter group per se from al-Qaeda, but a like-minded group that does not maybe take operational orders from al-Qaeda's leadership, but would still look to Osama bin Laden for spiritual guidance. Let's go to London. As promised, Alistair Wanklyn, a Fox News producer, is there live, and I suppose it goes without say, but we have to say it anyway. All signs would seem to point in London, I'm sure, to al-Qaeda as well. Alistair.
Bridget, those terrorist bombs ripping through transportation in the city centre during the morning rush hour, and now we have thousands of people out on the streets. They've done a day's work. They're trying to head home. The transportation system really is paralysed across the centre of the city of London. A lot of people are gathering behind me here to look at one of the buses, a bus that was destroyed. The roof of that bus seems to be ripped off. Police have cordoned off the area. It's now a block or two where public are able to get to. People were shocked, but perhaps not surprised that this happened. Authorities here have warned all along that a terrorist strike in the UK was not if, but when it should happen. Tony Blair, of course, giving a message to the British people here, a message of a sturdy, robust message that terrorists will not achieve their aims. Many Londoners heading home today at the end of the working day will be reflecting on that their nation not only signed up to the war on terror, but is committed to defeating potential terrorists here at home. Everyone, of course, awaiting word on exactly who carried out those attacks, and the UK authorities promising to get to the bottom of that. Many Londoners here, as they walk home with the underground, the subway systems and the buses paralysed, will be wanting to know for themselves who was behind these things, and they'll be hoping to hear from the authorities concerned. Bridget?
Alistair, these attacks came without any advance warning?
Richard, it seems there was no advance warning here. We're not told of any, certainly. But we are told that authorities were prepared for it already. They've opened some kind of crisis coordination centre, we're told, in London. There are special phone numbers for concerned relatives to ring about people they haven't heard from. And we're told that senior police and intelligence officials perhaps have been on the case all along, not necessarily knowing when the terrorists would strike, but now that they have struck, it seems that people were prepared, and there is some kind of mechanism to help to deal with the aftermath. Bridget.
We heard from Tony Blair about 4 hours ago. Are we likely to hear from him again now that he's back at 10 Downing?
Bridget, I'm sure that many Londoners will be expecting to hear from him shortly. They also heard from the charismatic mayor of London, who sent a special message. He was in Singapore, but sent a long message, which many Londoners listened to here. I understand that when Tony Blair made his comments, they were beamed onto television screens in bars and in offices, and people stood up. They went silent when Tony Blair spoke. Clearly, at a time of crisis, it is leaders who people look towards, and this time around, people know very clearly that Tony Blair has said his team, his staff were on the case of the terrorists all along, and as I say, they'll be looking for more work from the authorities here from now on.
Alistair, are people back on the streets? A couple of hours ago, one of our people there described London as somewhat of a ghost town, and in fact, people were being told to stay away. What is it like now?
That's right, but Bridget, these attacks happened just as the morning rush hour was ending, so you already had millions of people who had commuted into London for a normal day of work. They now, presumably, are mostly leaving their offices, starting perhaps a long walk home with no public transport to use. So there are a large number of people here. Roads are fairly empty. It seems that people with private automobiles have been observing that request by the police to stay out of London. And we're also told that that perhaps some public transportation may be back in action within a few hours, although as it currently stands, the centre of London is basically on foot as people observe those requests by the authorities here.
Alistair, this is David Asman talking to you. I'm just wondering, we're very pleased to find out that there's no more folks trapped underground, but some of those tubes, some of those subways in London are very far underground, and I know the Russell Square station in particular, when you get out of the train, you have to take an elevator to get up to the street level. How did they go about clearing those folks out?
David, you're absolutely right. Some of the subways in London were built in the 1880s. They go back many years, and so therefore they were built without this kind of evacuation in mind. It's not clear how casualties were evacuated from Russell Square Station, the one you mentioned, in addition to the elevator shafts, and may just have been legwork going up those stairs. But certainly Londoners who commute into the centre in their daily lives, they're aware all along that it's very difficult indeed to search everyone, make sure that potential terrorists are not carrying bad stuff down into the subway system. And I think that that's a threat that people here have simply lived with, as they do in New York and every other metropolis in the world where terrorists are likely to strike. That's something that people have lived with here, and they've listened to those messages from senior police officials in the past that it's not when terrorists strike, it's not if terrorists strike, it's when they will. And it seems that today, David, they did.
And Alistair, another perhaps a favorable coincidence is that there are a lot of hospitals in the Russell Square area. Were they overloaded? I mean, with hundreds of casualties, or did they have enough space to treat everybody? And they're still treating quite a few patients.
Yes, David, there were certainly dozens of serious casualties, we are told, and maybe as many as 1,000 light casualties, people with cuts and bruises. Happily, a high concentration of hospitals in central London. We're told that many of those cooperated on the effort to treat these individuals. Not clear whether people are doubled up to a bed, but certainly London is well endowed with health facilities here, and we can assume that they're being well used and distributed fairly reasonably at the moment.
All right, Alistair, thanks very much. We want to go now again to London to Simon Henderson. He is a scholar with the Washington Institute for Near East Policy, and I believe he's in London. He's joining us now. Can you hear us, sir?
Yes, I can indeed.
First of all, were you anywhere near any of the blasts?
No, I wasn't. I live slightly outside the centre of London to the west of it, and I neither heard the blasts nor was directly affected by any traffic chaos as a result of them.
Now, these blasts were clearly coordinated, the 4 blasts, 3 of which were on a subway line, another in a nearby bus line, and it appears that they were coordinated to take place during the G8 conference. The fact that London won the Olympics games yesterday was just coincidental to these blasts, don't you think?
Absolutely. I think the Olympics was an irrelevant detail on this. It's G8, which is happening, of course, in Glen Eagles up in Scotland. But London is very much a target and has been a target, frankly, ever since Britain went into first Afghanistan and then Iraq.
Now, what does England do now as a result of these terror blasts? How do they go about preventing another one?
Well, in the first instance, I think they police investigate thoroughly these blasts. This, I would imagine, means, to use the old cliche, they round up some of the usual suspects fairly quickly and find out who's missing from the usual lists of activists and who knows what. There may well be some suicide bombers involved here. The bus explosion, I'm told, is believed to have been caused by a suicide bomber. The police will be trying to identify who he or she was and find out who their friends are.
Now, Simon, we've been reporting for the past couple of years now on some radical Islamists within London, some of whom continue to hardline from their pulpits while we're looking at live aerial shots of central London, areas affected by this blast. Have most of those cooled their rhetoric in the past couple of months and years?
No, I don't think they've much cooled their rhetoric, but they are not how they say it other than to their own people. And I think there is considerable apprehension that some of these people were either directly involved or gave the theological backing to whatever might have happened today. It does, of course, appear to be Al-Qaeda, whether the website claim is correct or not. I think the problem here, or perhaps it's a problem, it's certainly something that I'd like to point out, is that from a British official point of view, they don't like to call such incidents of terrorism Islamic terrorism. You would note that Tony Blair condemned terrorism, but didn't call it Islamic terrorism.
Right.
And one of the senior police officers at the news conference, which you might have been showing earlier, about half an hour ago, a senior police officer said Islam and terrorism which don't go together.
Indeed, however, some of these radical imams that we've been talking about did seem to have connections in the past with Al-Qaeda. Are they some of those usual suspects, which you mentioned, who might be rounded up?
Yes, I suspect they are, plus don't forget that there are several, and I can't remember whether it's now 5 or 6, who were British detainees in Guantanamo Bay who were released and brought back to Britain, and for whatever they might have been caught up in Guantanamo Bay, it was decided that they had not broken any British law, so the British were unable to detain them.
Gotcha. Simon Henderson, thanks very much, Simon.
Fox News alert and a recap for you of the events in London at the bottom of the hour. 4 blasts rocking the London subway and tearing open a packed double-decker bus right during the morning rush hour today, sending bloodied victims fleeing in the worst attack on London since World War II. Let's give you a brief timeline of the events of this morning. 8:51, 7 people, as far as we know, were killed at Moorgate, Liverpool East. The second blast occurring at 8:56. These are all London times, by the way, at King's Cross, Russell Square. At least 2 people were killed there. And then at 9:17, Edgware Road, anywhere from 2 to 3 trains were involved there, and 5 people were killed. Then at 9:47, a 4th blast that occurred on that bus that we told you about, a double-decker bus that was packed with people. The number of fatalities there at Tavistock is still unknown. So right now we have a total dead of 33 people, but again, that does not include the people who were killed on that double-decker bus. As far as other casualties, we understand that some 45 people were seriously or critically injured, some amputation victims, burn victims among them. Another 300 people were treated for minor injuries. Some 100 ambulances responding to this scene. The system, however, now has been cleared in London. From what we understand, the rescue workers, the emergency services performed magnificently. In the words of one of the officials there, no one else is believed to be trapped in the subway system. Those subways, by the way, will not be opening again for the most part until tomorrow. Some buses in London will be up and running again later today. As for who is responsible, a group calling itself the Secret Organization of Al-Qaeda in Europe posted a claim of responsibility that has not been authenticated. British officials say this came without any advance warning. Whether this was the work of suicide bombers or packages left there at the stations, that is unclear at this point. The investigation, as you would guess, is underway. There is no indication, by the way, that this was anything but conventional explosives. Now, as for what's going on in the United States, President Bush isn't here. As you know, he's at that summit over there in Scotland. The president had some words this morning from Scotland telling Americans to be extra vigilant. Is concerned. U.S. trains are now on orange level. Our national alert level has not been raised, but certainly security all over the nation has been raised. Let's get more on that. We're expecting to hear from the Secretary of Homeland Security in less than 15 minutes' time. Fox News national correspondent Catherine Herridge with more about that from D.C. Catherine?
Yeah, Bridget, here's a rundown. We've got that news conference coming in about 15 minutes. Secretary Michael Chertoff of Homeland Security, and what we expect is that he will formally announce that they're taking the train systems in this country and putting them on orange. That's the second highest state of alert. So we're talking about subways, commuter trains, also national links like Amtrak. Now, there is a precedence for this. Last summer, as you recall, Homeland Security put financial centers in New York, New Jersey, and Washington, D.C. on this heightened state of alert, the orange alert, based on intelligence that they had gathered in Pakistan from individuals and also from computers, that quite detailed surveillance had been done of these sites. Secretary Chertoff has been in the office since February 15th of this year, and this is arguably his first big test. And I think what's significant is that already today he's set up something called the Interagency Incident Management Group, or IIMG. It's a very high threshold to cross for this group to kick into play, and let me explain why. The members of the IIMG are principals from all of the main departments and bureaus in this country. So we're talking about the Department of Justice, the FBI, the State Department, Department of Transportation. The list goes on and on. These principals provide information and advice to Secretary Chertoff so that he can decide what kind of measures have to be taken for the country to possibly respond to any further attack, or whether they think there may possibly some sort of information that suggests something would be targeted here. Now, the information I was told is that there's nothing in the threat information that suggests that's possible. But the fact that they have stood up the IIMG suggests that we're really at a heightened posture in this country. The last time they did it in response to an incident was in the winter of 2003, when the country was put onto orange alert. That was based on information that they thought al-Qaeda and their sympathizers might try and launch attacks by hijacking planes overseas from London, Paris, and Frankfurt and flying them into that country. So we'll get a pretty good readout from the Secretary in about 15 minutes' time. And as we expect, he'll announce formally that they are raising the terror alert level to orange for the rail system here in the United States.
All right, again, looking for that live in 10 minutes. Catherine Herridge, thank you. David?
Joining us now live from London, a man who spent a lot of his time trying to stamp out terrorism, particularly in the British Isles. Senator George Mitchell joins us now from London. Senator Mitchell, I guess you were there for the G8, no?
No, I was here for other business relating to Northern Ireland. I spent a few days in Northern Ireland and came to London last night.
How has it, every time we think we're over the worst of it, over the hump, something else happens, reminds us that we are a world at war. Will this refocus the folks at the G8 on that fact?
It clearly will have an effect there, and I think across all of the Western world, certainly here in Britain. The British are tough and resilient people. They can't be bullied, and I think this will refocus their attention. I believe the police and intelligence agencies have been concerned for some time about some form of attack here, although they haven't obviously been able to identify in advance where and when it would come.
This was a coordinated attack, clearly, from all indications as of now. It was apparently a time to coincide with the G8. The fact that London yesterday won the Olympic Games in 2012 seems coincidental to all this, but might this blast affect that decision?
I doubt it very much. The Olympics, of course, are 7 years off. It's the 2012 Olympics that London was chosen for, and I'd be very surprised if any change were made because, of course, wherever they hold them, this type of attack might occur. It's going to be in a major city in any event.
Now, we have, I don't know if you've heard, Michael Chertoff, Secretary of Homeland Security here, is going to be talking in just a few minutes about raising our terror alert to orange for rail transportation within the United States. How is London being closed down as a result of these blasts?
The subway system has been completely closed and will reopen tomorrow, I understand. The bus system in central London has been closed. There may be some lines that resume in the periphery later today and tomorrow, but it's had a clear effect. I spent much of the day in central London at the Parliament building, which I think you can probably see in the background here, and at government offices there meeting on an unrelated subject. But while the security was very high, a lot of police and a lot of barriers, paradoxically, the traffic is way down. Obviously, there aren't as many people moving around today.
Final question for you, Senator. We have a lot of disagreements with our allies on issues dealing with Iraq and other countries. But on the terror issue, how close an alliance do we have?
Oh, I think it's very strong. I don't think there's any doubt that the leaders gathered in Gleneagles are well aware of the enormous challenge that's faced. And What this points up to, it's just about impossible to completely prevent this from occurring in an open society. What is most effective, I think, is intelligence. That is, the ability to infiltrate, penetrate these organizations, find out in advance what they're doing, and then through effective police and other work to preempt them. In this case, it's very clear that an ounce of intelligence, good intelligence, is worth a pound of cure after the fact. And I think that they'll be enhancing their coordinated anti-terrorist activities in the future.
Senator George Mitchell reporting live from London for us. Senator, thank you so much. Bridge?
All right, Dave, I want to go to the Pentagon right now. Our Brett Baer there has been working a couple of angles of this story, including whether al-Qaeda is indeed behind this attack. Brett?
Bridget, first let's talk about the security levels as we get ready to hear from the Homeland Security Secretary about raising that level to orange for transportation. I can tell you that the U.S. military has raised the force protection level for U.S. Air Force bases in the United Kingdom from Bravo to Charlie. Charlie is the point when an incident has occurred or there is intelligence that a terrorist attack is likely at that facility. So those facilities are now at Charlie. Here at the Pentagon, we are still at Bravo, but there is definitely a sense of increased vigilance by Pentagon police, a lot of them holding AK-47s, increased numbers of police. They're doing what's called random anti-terrorism measures, stopping cars on the road outside the Pentagon, also checking luggage of people coming in. So there's definitely a sense of increased security here in the building. But again, the force protection level is still Bravo for the Pentagon. And the bases in the UK, it's Charlie. Throughout Europe, it's Bravo. Bridget.
And Brett, about al-Qaeda, I know you've been talking with some counter-terror officials. Obviously, perhaps a splinter group has claimed responsibility. Do we know if that's for real?
Right. U.S. counterterrorism officials are obviously deferring to London in the investigation. However, they believe that this is an al-Qaeda-like group. In other words, this group perhaps doesn't take operational orders from Osama bin Laden, but looks to Osama bin Laden as a spiritual leader. They point out that London is a spot for a lot of possible terrorist cells that Scotland Yard had been looking at. There are a lot of disaffected Arabs. You point back to Richard Reed, the shoe bomber, also to the ricin scare in London. U.S. counterterrorism officials believe this particular group that is responsible, and they're not jumping the gun yet, but this is what all the evidence is pointing to, is an al-Qaeda-like group that is not necessarily a splinter group, but does have the same anti-Western goals.
All right, Brett Baer live at the Pentagon. Brett, thanks a lot. David?
We have on the phone with us now one of the victims of one of the bombings today. Louita Worley joins us now. Louita, can you hear us okay? Tell us exactly where you were when the bomb went off.
I was on the tube, on the subway, between Liverpool Street Station, and I was in the carriage next to the bomb blast.
And what specifically did you see?
Initially, there was just a massive bang, and the train stopped immediately. All the lights went out, and the carriage was full of smoke and dust particles, black particles. We didn't know whether it was something that happened to the train or whether it was a bomb. Nobody knew. The emergency lighting came on, but we were all stuck. The tube was full because it was rush hour for us. So we couldn't get away. We couldn't move along the carriages to get somewhere where the air was better. People were trying to open the doors, but they were all sealed shut. I saw the flash outside, so we didn't know if there was fire, if it was going to come up the train or what was going to happen.
It sounds like an awful, awful, scary situation. So what was the first sign that rescuers were there to take you out?
It took quite a long time because we assumed that people knew there'd been an incident, but we couldn't contact anybody. None of the phones would work because we were underground. It was probably about 20 minutes. We heard banging from the carriage next door asking for help, and they asked for the medics, any medics, to go down and help out.
And how, Louita, how exactly did you get out? I know the metros there, the subways there are very far underground.
Yeah, luckily we were not far from the surface, but still underground in a dual area where the tracks, could go both north and south. So they evacuated us through we all had to walk back. We got out the driver's cabin and down onto the track, and then we had to walk to the station back past the tube carriage that had been blown open.
And do you know, did you actually see the injured and perhaps any fatalities there?
Absolutely. I mean, there were people, the injured were being brought out past us. They were evacuated first. And I certainly saw one man being helped down from the tube, and he was naked, but he was just covered in black. He was just black all over. And I saw a body, you know, there's twisted wreckage and bits everywhere, and I saw one body at least on the ground of the tube carriage.
And are you doing all right?
I'm okay. I'm really tired now. We have the other problem is because the whole of the City of London has been sealed off now. They're just starting to run the trains, but there's no underground tubes, and the buses have been, everything's like come to a standstill.
Right.
We've all been told to stay in our offices and not even to go out and get a coffee or a sandwich. We've been sort of kept in the building all day long.
Louita Worley, we very much appreciate your talking to us today. We wish you the very best. We hope things get better and you get out of there today. Louita Worley was a bombing victim at the Aldgate station. Bridge?
And of course, these bombings coming as the G8 summit continues in Gleneagle, Scotland. Obviously, without Tony Blair, he left this morning. He's back at 10 Downing. President Bush is still there, although we believe that there are not to be any formal declarations to come out of that summit today because of the events in London. I want to go to Ambassador Eisenstadt, former ambassador with the European Union. And Mr. Ambassador, are we likely to get any real concrete action from the leaders at the summit to fight the war on terror?
I think that two things can come out of this tragedy. The first is that at the G8, there will be a sense of steeling of the resolve of our European allies for increased intelligence sharing, breaking up terrorist cells, freezing terrorist assets, standing up to Iran, which remains the leading supporter of state terrorism, dealing with weapons of mass destruction, continuing to help the United States and Afghanistan and to reconstruct Iraq. But there's a second thing which is very much part of the G8 agenda, and that is we've learned that one of the greatest threats to Western and U.S. security is the ability of terrorist organizations to use failed states as havens. And the G8 agenda of debt relief, increased aid to countries in Africa, increased trade, will help strengthen those countries together with fighting corruption, helping their police forces and military, so that there'll be less of a haven for these terrorist groups to operate out of. Afghanistan, Somalia, these were countries that were failed states and that provided aid and support for terrorist groups. So I hope those two things will come out of this terrible incident.
On a more immediate or maybe a more practical level, can we expect any more help from our European allies on Iraq?
Yes, they have already pledged to help on the reconstruction, and I think this will speed that effort. I also think it will have a very practical effect in steeling the resolve of the EU3, France, Germany, and Great Britain, in dealing with Iran's nuclear threat. And this will therefore help the United States in taking a very tough stand to make sure that there's no uranium enrichment, and that if Iran insists on going forward, as its new elected president says, that Iran will be taken to the Security Council for Multinational Sanctions. So out of this tragedy, perhaps there will be a steeled resolve in dealing with Iran, as well as helping on a more expedited basis with the reconstruction of Iraq.
Ambassador Eisenstadt, thank you very much.
And we are just moments away from a briefing by our Homeland Security Director, Michael Chertoff. He's going to be instructing us about the raising of the terror alert level in the United States just for the train transportation system. That includes local trains as well as Amtrak. Our own Catherine Herridge knows more about this system than anybody else. Catherine, what's he going to tell us?
Well, I think what we can expect is he'll give us kind of a timeline of what we knew here and when we knew it, and then he'll explain to the American people. I expect, based on the conversations I've had, that they've seen no intelligence that would suggest something similar is planned at this time for the United States, but they are constantly evaluating the intelligence. I expect him also to explain that at this time they've decided to raise the color-coded threat level just for a specific part of the country, in this case, the rail system, not for the nation as a whole. That means that it would be raised for subways, for commuter lines, also for national rail links like Amtrak. There is a precedence for this. Last summer, the threat level was raised to orange for the financial centers in New York, New Jersey, and Washington, D.C. based on threat information that had been recovered in Pakistan from some terrorists and also from their computers, which showed that very detailed surveillance had been done. Increasingly, Homeland Security has been moving to a system where they just try and raise the level for sectors of the country and not the nation as a whole. We may also get more information on a decision that he has made, and I think one can argue that this is perhaps the biggest test of his term so far. He came into office on February 15th. That he stood up what's called the Interagency Incident Management Group, or IIMG. Now, this is not an acronym you hear very much, and the reason you don't hear it very much is that there's a very high threshold in order to bring that into play, because it's all the principles of the key agencies here in this country.
Now,
David.
What about airlines, Catherine? Any chance that there could be change of procedures at airports?
You know, I haven't had a good read on that. I think in part because the feeling among Homeland Security is that so much has been done to strengthen airline security that, you know, in some ways, if you were going to look back 4 years ago, we're kind of at a constant stage of orange when it comes to airline security, because the screening is about as intense as it could be. We had some I almost hesitate to say some information that suggested they might perhaps raise the level in some other areas, but I haven't been able to confirm that, so I don't really want to go any further than the rail system.
Catherine Herridge is going to stay with us throughout this press conference. Once again, it's supposed to happen 3 minutes ago. A lot of events are changing as we speak, but we're going to be hearing momentarily from our Secretary of Homeland Security. We'll bring you there live as soon as it happens. Bridge?
All right, now I want to talk with Mike Brooks, a former D.C. police detective, someone who was involved in the investigation of the Olympic Park bombings in Atlanta. You remember those from several years ago. Mike, right now in the London subway system, what are investigators doing?
Well, Bridget, I was assigned also to the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force for about 6 years and actually worked with the anti-terrorism unit, SO13 in New Scotland Yard. And what they're doing now is very similar to what we would be doing here in the United States. We heard early on that there had been some explosive residue found at some of the scenes. The experts are out there. They do their initial swabbings. We have not heard exactly what kind of explosive was used in these bombings, but I can guarantee you that they do have an idea already. They are down there right now. First of all, you know, the main thing is search and rescue, get all of the victims out. But parallel to that, the SO13 and the forensic group, which is excellent in London, are doing their investigation side by side with the rescuers on trying to find out whether or not these bombs are linked to any other bombs. Going back to Madrid, they're also talking with the FBI officials in Quantico and also in Washington to see if there's any link with any things that any cases they've been working. So they're working both the forensics and the intelligence side of things as we speak.
Mike, would they have video cams set up in the subway systems at all that might have captured somebody placing a large, if it was indeed a package?
Well, the City of London has a fairly extensive surveillance camera system, and there are some cameras. I've been in that subway system myself. There are cameras within the subway system, even though it's a very, very old system. There have been some updates, and they do have surveillance cameras there, which will assist them in their initial investigation. But again, this is very, very early on to the investigation. We know that the Metropolitan Police, SO13, has broken up. They've broken up cells in the past based there in London. So I'm sure they're going back to those case jackets, pulling the names, going out, interviewing people to find out whether or not, if in fact there are any more planned attacks down the road. Hopefully there will not be, but I think it's also, Bridget, a vigilance call to the people here in the United States. The people in London have a different security mindset than the people here in the United States do. You go to an ATM machine in London, you put your card in, and instead of saying on the screen, ask us about our low interest rates, it says, if you see a package outside of this bank, notify the Metropolitan Police. They have a different mindset. They've been dealing with the IRA for decades. Here in the United States, I think this is a good vigilance call for people here to, again, wake up, because if something doesn't happen 6 months to a year down the road, they kind of get lulled into a false sense of security. This is an excellent vigilance call for people here in the United States.
Right, but Mike, at the same time, can you really make a target like the subway system a hard target?
Well, if you make it a hard target, you're going to have to shut it down. We've heard security experts say they've looked at maybe having people restrict what kind of things they carry onto the subway. But many of these subways here in the United States go to and from airports and where people carry luggage. It's very, very difficult to do that. But I think you may see some measures as we go along that will change for the rail system. And right now, it is a vulnerability along with other land transportation systems we have here in the United States, such as trucking. But again, all of these are going to be addressed in the near future.
Mike, thanks a lot. And
Thanks,
here's the Secretary of Homeland Security.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This morning we are closely monitoring the bombings that occurred in London. I have spoken to the President and my counterpart, the Home Secretary, in the United Kingdom. The thoughts and prayers of the American people are with the victims of this tragedy and with our friends in Britain. In light of today's attacks in London, the United States government is raising the threat level from code yellow, or elevated, to code orange, high, targeted only to the mass transit portion sector. I want to emphasize that. Targeted only to the mass transit portion of the transportation sector. This includes regional and intercity passenger rail, subways, and metropolitan bus systems. We are also asking for increased vigilance throughout the transportation sector. Currently, the United States has no specific credible information suggesting an imminent attack here in the United States. However, we know the tactics and methods of terrorists, as demonstrated by the horrific rail bombings last year in Madrid. The intent of al-Qaeda and its affiliated organizations to attack in Europe and in the United States has been well documented and continues to be reflected in intelligence reporting. We have already taken additional measures to secure transit systems since 9/11 and since the railway bombing in Madrid. At the direction of the President, we are working with the Department of Transportation, our other federal partners, state and local officials, and transportation authorities to take all necessary precautions and to increase the security of our transportation systems and the citizens who ride them. We have asked state and local leaders and transportation officials to increase their protective measures, including additional law enforcement, police, bomb-detecting K-9 teams, increased video surveillance, spot testing in certain areas, added perimeter barriers, extra intrusion detection equipment, and increased numbers of inspection of trash receptacles and other storage areas. We ask the public to remain alert and to report any suspicious activity, particularly in or around transportation systems, to local police authorities. But we are not suggesting that people avoid public transportation systems. Rather, we are asking that they use those systems, but with an increased awareness of their surroundings. We have been in continuous contact with federal, state, and local authorities, as well as with our allies in the United Kingdom and overseas. We are concerned, and we look to the United Kingdom authorities as they continue to investigate this incident. We are reviewing intelligence streams and information out of London very closely, and will continue to provide regular updates to the public when information becomes available. Again, our thoughts and prayers are with the British people and the grieving families. America stands with you in this time of crisis to assist and support you in every way possible. Terrorists may bomb and attack and attempt to use weapons of fear to shake the confidence and will of free nations and free people, but they will not succeed. We have a more powerful arsenal. It includes our resolution and our resiliency, an unyielding determination to do what we can and must to keep our citizens and our allies safe and to track down those who perpetrate incidents like this and to bring them to justice. Now, I thank you, and I'll take a few questions before I get back to work. Yes.
What indications do you have that these attacks were caused by al-Qaeda, and what credibility do you give the internet message that was posted earlier this morning?
You know, we obviously carefully evaluate any message, whether it be on the internet or whether it comes in any other form, to see whether it's credible. We're making those kinds of judgments as we speak. The Prime Minister has already indicated his presumption this is a terrorist act, and I think, based on common sense, given what we've seen, that seems a pretty sensible prediction. Yes, Pete.
Secretary, do you know of any information that any similar attack is planned for the U.S.? And if not, why raise the terror threat level?
We don't have any specific credible information of an attack that's imminent in the United States. Nevertheless, I think prudence suggests that when we look at what happened in London, when we consider the typical way in which al-Qaeda has carried out its tactics, which includes simultaneous activity in various places, common sense again tells us that we ought to make some reasonable adjustment in the threat level with respect to those elements of the transportation system which parallel what was the focus of attack in London. And I want to remind you at this point that, of course, we have a general elevated level of preparedness all across the country in terms of transportation and all other sectors, which we've had in place now for some years and which does give us an increased sense of security even on a day-to-day basis. Yeah.
Any intelligence stream or chatter in the months before this to indicate that something like this was afoot, or did the London bombings take us completely by surprise?
I'm not aware of any specific intelligence that suggested this was going to take place. Again, obviously, for years now, we've lived in an environment in which we've had general intelligence reporting about the intent of terrorists to carry out acts both against us in the United States and against our allies. And it's been that mindfulness that has led us to, again, keep an elevated sense of preparedness as we go forward on a day-to-day basis. But we're going to continue to review and see what intelligence is out there as we go forward in the future. Yeah.
Calls for significant increases in funding to better secure transit. Senator Schumer said he proposes an extra $100 million be added to the budget. Do you think there's sufficient funds? Should more money be added to better secure transit by grant funds from DHS?
You know, I think we are looking comprehensively at the issue of security policy. We've done a fairly extensive review over the last few months, and we're going to be coming out with some policy proposals about what we need to do to enhance our preparedness and to make sure we're doing the best we can to optimize the protection we give our infrastructure. I wouldn't make a policy decision driven by a single event. I think our priority here is to get to the bottom of this, make sure we understand what the dimensions of this set of acts are, who perpetrated them, determine whether any lessons and intelligence that we're going to gain from this, and then move forward.
Mr. Secretary, with the millions of commuters across our country, is it even possible to make these transit systems safe?
You know, I think our transit systems are safe. And in the time period since 9/11, and frankly in the time period since Madrid, we've worked with the Department of Transportation, with our state and local partners all across the country to raise the level of everyday protection. And that includes detection equipment, it includes police presence, it includes protocols. So I actually think we have a very safe system. But the fact remains, we've had an incident in London. We feel that at least in the short term, we should raise the level here because obviously we're concerned about the possibility of a copycat attack. But again, we operate from a baseline of preparedness that is much, much stronger than it was prior to 9/11, and frankly stronger than it was prior to Madrid. So I think that's something which ought to reassure the American public, whether they travel on trains or whether they're in other forms of transportation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any of your staff to alternate locations?
We're here. You can see I'm here. We're going to continue to monitor the situation. Again, we always, as a matter of prudence, have in place alternative measures if we need to take steps because of some kind of an interference with our ability to operate out of this facility. But again, this is not an occasion for undue anxiety. It's an occasion for a sense of sympathy and solidarity for our allies over in Britain, renewal of our determination to keep our country safe, and a measured and appropriate response in terms of dealing with what has happened overseas. Thanks very much.
Thank you. I have one question for British television.
All right. The Secretary of Homeland Security, Michael Chertoff, announcing that there is no specific credible information of any attack on the United States. The threat level has been increased to orange for underground and overground rail service in the United States and bus service. Amtrak, local metro trains, subways, buses have been placed on a higher alert. I'm joined here in Studio B with Martha MacCallum to follow you through this situation. Of course, it all stems from bombings in central London. 4 bombings today, leading to at least 33 deaths. We know that there are more deaths than that as a result of a bus bombing, as well as the 3 subway bombings. We're not being told how many people died in the bus bombing. We don't know if the attacks were by suicide, homicide bombers, but more information is streaming in, including information like this, because of sign of the times. We're getting these phone video images that are coming into Fox, into Sky News, our sister station from London, showing the damage, showing the chaos, the panic, which occurred immediately after the blast. Of course, shortly after that panic, there was an orderly process to evacuate those on board the subways and buses who survived, to get them out of the subways. And even though some of these stations are far below underground, everybody that was involved in the incident underground has been taken out of the subway stations, thankfully. Again, there were four subway stations actually affected by 3 bombings in the subway system, and then that one horrendous bombing that ripped apart the top of a double-decker bus. We've got it all covered here on Fox.
Just to outline exactly what happened this morning, if you're just tuning in, the first blast taking place at Moorgate, near the Moorgate Liverpool Street station there. That was at 8:51 London time. The explosion was about 100 yards beyond the station in the underground. Now, we don't know yet whether these bombs were placed on the trains themselves or whether they were in the tunnels. And, of course, that is part of the investigation that's underway now to figure out exactly where these devices were placed. 7 people are confirmed dead in that blast. 5 minutes later, 8:56 a.m. London time, and of course right in the heart of their rush hour, an explosion rocks a train between King's Cross and Russell Square. 21 people confirmed at this point dead in that blast. Then 9:17 London time, the third explosion rocking Edgware Road. This is a major transfer point on the London subway system, known as the Tube, of course, and there were 5 people dead in that incident.
Well, then at 9:47 a.m. London time, a bomb blew up this double-decker bus, as you can see, just ripping it apart. It happened in Tavistock Place. This is between central London's King Cross and Russell Square. No word yet, as I mentioned before, about how many people died in that attack. Inside the underground, of course, folks were terrified. A shocked eyewitness described the scene just after the attack.
Well, I thought I was dead. I had a vision of a fire, and then he came out and said he walked us through the platform. It was just, other than I don't know what happened. You probably know more than me. It was just, I don't know, but there's some seriously injured people there. It's not good.
That woman, just one of the many who are shocked. And, of course, the London bombings coming as the leaders of the world's wealthiest nations are meeting in Scotland at the G8 summit. These are pictures of Tony Blair leaving that scene. He left and returned to London after the news. Before he left, he denounced the terror attacks, calling them barbaric.
To uphold the most deeply held principles of our societies and to defeat those who would impose their fanaticism and extremism on all of us.
Well, as you can see, President Bush is also at the G8 summit, and he also made it clear that the terrorists will not prevail in their fight.
Contrast couldn't be clearer between the intentions and the hearts of those of us who care deeply about human rights and human liberty, and those who kill, those who've got such evil in their heart that they will take the lives of innocent folks. This is the war on terror goes on.
And now we have U.S. law enforcement agencies. We also just heard from Michael Chertoff at Homeland Security warning everyone to be extra vigilant. The Department of Homeland Security raising the terror alert on U.S. trains and subways, now taking it to the orange level of heightened awareness.
And London police now saying it's unclear whether the bomb that went off on a bus near Russell Square was actually destined for the city's transit system. Let's go to Fox News producer Alistair Wanklett. He is live on the video phone in London. Alistair, what's the latest of what you're hearing?
That bus is just around the corner from here, and behind me, thousands of people heading home from their office jobs. They're having to walk. They usually would be taking the subway system here, but all public transportation in London has been cancelled for the day. After those attacks in the morning rush hour, transport chiefs here decided they could take no more risks, and buses and subway trains are now at a standstill. And you have literally tens of thousands of people, perhaps more than that, now walking down, surging down the roads in central London. And just here in particular, they're pausing to have a look at that bus. It seems the roof was ripped off the bus, a number of casualties in this vicinity, not far from the bus. We're told also there was an explosion aboard one of those subway trains. People feel it came very, very close to them. It might even have been the subway station they would normally have used in their daily commute. Many people have perhaps been watching the television screen throughout the day, and they will have heard those messages of support from the US President George Bush, appreciating America's fellowship at this time of hardness for Britons. But they may be shocked about what happened in the morning rush hour in London. Many people won't have been surprised. We've been told all along by police officials in the UK that a terrorist attack in Britain was not a question of if, but when. And it seems that when was today.
Again, we're going to go to our sister station, Sky Network, now, that has an interview with Mayor Rudy Giuliani, former mayor of New York. Let's listen.
So we could hear the sirens, and then kept getting reports of different bombings in different parts of the city. And as we were walking through and driving through the streets of the city, it was remarkable how the people of London responded calmly, bravely. Our hearts go out to them. We feel a tremendous empathy with them. I think every New Yorker would probably join me in saying that we feel very, very much, and understand what you're going through. And this is a difficult time, but the people of London have responded in exactly the right way, with bravery and by moving forward. And the emergency services people appeared to have responded as if they've been very, very well trained, and were expecting, not necessarily attacks today, but at some point they were expecting attacks like this, and they seem to be prepared for it.
Thank you. What did you feel was the biggest single thing you learnt in the aftermath of 9/11, something that you could pass on that would be positive and helpful for the people of London in coping with this current crisis?
In a strange way, a lot of our response to September 11 was modeling ourselves as much as we could on the people of London back during the Second World War. The incredibly brave way in which they withstood those attacks. I used that as a model for the people of New York City, and said if the people of London could go through the constant bombings every day during the Battle of Britain, we can go through what we're going through and be able to find a way out of it. So, the people of London have once again demonstrated that with this reaction to this terrible set of terrorist attacks, that they know how to care for those who have been attacked, do it in a kind and compassionate and professional way, and then at the same time, continue to move forward. If you walk through the streets of the City of London today, you see very resolved and very, very determined people. And I think in that sense, you really turn around some of what these terrorists are trying to achieve. They're trying to achieve chaos. They're trying to achieve an emotional response that shows that they can interrupt our way of life. And if we can respond the way the emergency services in London today responded, the police and everyone else, and the people of London, that goes a long way in taking a lot of the effect out of these cowardly and horrible attacks.
But Mayor Giuliani, does what happened in New York on 9/11, what happened in Madrid last year, what's happened in London today, merely emphasize the fact that it is very difficult to guard against the threat of terrorism in the cities of the free world?
Well, of course it is. All three cities that you mentioned are huge, gigantic. They're open places. They're cities that have democracy and freedom of movement. And just by that very nature, the number of targets is endless. And no matter how good your policing, and the policing in London is right at the top, one of the very, very best. Unfortunately, these people can try to figure out the places somebody isn't concentrating, isn't looking. And there are an endless number of places like that. So you do the best that you can to try to find out about these attacks in advance. Hard to say how many have been prevented that could have taken place up until this point by police work and intelligence. And then you've got to be ready, the way the police are in New York, and to then have the best emergency response possible. That saves lives. It minimizes the chance of panic. And this is a very, very well-trained emergency force. I could see that just by what I've seen both in person and on television.
Rudolph Giuliani, former mayor of New York, thank you very much for joining us.
Okay, that was compliments of Sky Television, which of course is our sister network in London. Been so good in providing us with updates on exactly what's been going on there since the blasts occurred in the morning rush hour in London. Of course, Mayor Giuliani guided us all through 9/11, and he had some words of wisdom from Londoners who, of course, have been through a lot in the past century. Martha MacCallum, take it from here.
All right, well, President Bush standing firm with Tony Blair today in the global fight against terrorism. Joining us now, former Special Middle East Envoy and Fox News Foreign Affairs analyst, Ambassador Dennis Ross is here. Also here, David Levy, a former National Security Council official with the Clinton administration. Welcome to both of you. David Levy, let me start with you. We just watched Rudolph Giuliani responding to what has happened in London. What can you say as you watch what's happening about the response of the British people so far?
Well, you know, it was interesting hearing the mayor talk, and it really does bring back so many memories from 9/11, all that we confronted and he led us through. Certainly our thoughts and prayers are with the people of London and the entire United Kingdom during this difficult time. I think they're doing it right. I mean, the mayor hit it on the head. The London officials have a lot of experience with this. Certainly the IRA bombings during the 70s and 80s prepared this community for these kinds of activities, these kinds of attacks. I think they've got to do a couple things moving forward. One, they've got to gather the intelligence to see where these bombings came from. I would suspect, without question, it'd be interesting to see what Dennis says, but without question, this was Al-Qaeda. All the hallmarks of Al-Qaeda attack, the simultaneous bombings, timed at rush hour for maximum effect for civilian casualties. So I think the London officials, while focusing on the rescue mission, have to move quickly on the intelligence to see where this goes, try to roll up the cells if they're still in London or across Europe, and this may lead us back to Afghanistan. And again, that is the central front on the war on terrorism, and working with our British and French and other allies in Afghanistan. The hunt for bin Laden still remains the #1 priority, and we all need to remain focused and vigilant on that.
Ambassador Ross, David Levy raises some points in terms of who's responsible for this, and that becomes the question now. The reporting that we're hearing out of the Pentagon from our own Brett Baer is that all they're saying right now is that it appears to be an Al-Qaeda-like or an Al-Qaeda sympathetic sort of operation. How would you assess it with what we know at this point?
It has all the earmarks of Al-Qaeda. You look at it, it obviously was something well planned. Obviously something coordinated, as David said, timed during rush hour, timed to hit the transportation points to hit the maximum number of people, timed also when the G8 leaders are assembled. This is the sort of thing they would have known that the G8 meeting was going to take place, when it was going to take place. This has probably been planned for a long time. They probably had some sleeper cells in the UK for some time. It really looks very much like an Al-Qaeda operation, and I think we have to assume that they're the ones responsible, either they or one of their offshoots. You know, look, they have basically created a kind of franchising operation. There's a lot of groups that have a great deal of autonomy, but they take their inspiration from Al-Qaeda and from bin Ladenism.
You know, David, when you look at all of the plans that have been thwarted in the UK, I read a list of them this morning, including the Richard Reed shoe bombing incident and also the Ricin, the bus that broke up the Ricin circle that was going on in London. You know, you forget instantly almost about all of those things that have been thwarted. What does this tell us when you look at the people who were involved in those events, and whether or not you believe there's a direct connection here to Afghanistan or to bin Laden?
Well, it's hard to say if there's a direct connection to bin Laden directly. Dennis pointed out that there are splinter cells that have been franchised to operate independently of direct orders from bin Laden. So it's hard to tell if this came directly from him. Although it's, you know, it's interesting. In the lead up to the G8 summit, we heard a lot of talk about the agenda focusing on aid to Africa and on climate change, and those are very important issues, and we need to deal with them. But I think we may have lost a little bit of the focus on the war on terrorism and the hunt for bin Laden and dealing with al-Qaeda that may be partially because of the war in Iraq splitting us from our European allies. I hope that this reinvigorates the cooperation between the United States and Europe and Russia and puts the hunt for bin Laden and dealing with al-Qaeda at the top of the agenda. We have a lot of work still to do in Afghanistan. That country is not secure by any means whatsoever. We just were reminded of that last week with the tragedy of our Navy SEALs team, that there's still a lot of fighting going on there. It's still a tough slog. We've got a lot of work to do. I wouldn't be surprised if this led to Afghanistan and bin Laden, but hard to tell at this point.
That's a great point. You know, you look at the G8 summit, Ambassador Ross, and the subjects that were sort of the headline events there in terms of global warming and increasing aid to Africa, both, of course, important points. But President Bush wanting very much to keep the focus on the war on terror. Clearly, that's the focus of his second administration, as well as it turned out to be the focus of the first. What does this do to change the world's focus back to the war on terror?
You know, it's a paradox. Groups like al-Qaeda want to make statements. They want the world to see they're still there. They want the world to understand they haven't been defeated. They want to create a sense of inevitability that somehow they will prevail. The paradox is that by doing it to get maximum attention at this time, they guarantee that they will congeal the G8 leaders to focus again on the issue of terror, to focus again on the need to confront it, and again to realize that ultimately the war on terror in some ways is a misnomer. Terror is an instrument. This is a war with radical Islam. And what we need is not just the rest of the international community, but also moderates in the Islamic world to say enough already. They don't represent Islam. The whole world has to come together and make it clear not only will we fight these kinds of people, but more importantly, we will discredit what they stand for. And anyone who employs terror will discredit the cause they represent. One of the things we have to do is deal with this from the standpoint of delegitimizing those who would employ terror any place. And ironically, what I think al-Qaeda has done in doing this is make it easier for us to get back on that kind of an agenda.
Very interesting. Ambassador Ross, thank you very much, as always. David Levy, good to talk to you. Thanks, gentlemen.
Martha. Well, let's pick up on that particular point with our next guest, who joins us from London. Alabama Senator Richard Shelby who was there by coincidence. Senator, I don't know if you heard the last comment by Dennis Ross, but, you know, ironically, every time al-Qaeda hits, it somehow helps our union against the terrorists in the war on terror. Have you noticed that in London today?
I have noticed the people seem to be very determined, carrying on business as usual. I've noticed the sun even came out today, and people were walking briskly. They did not seem to be scared. They know that this war against terrorists will be a long war, and they know that they and some of their families have been victimized today.
Now, these attacks were coordinated. Is our response to these attacks going to be coordinated?
I'm sure they will be. You know, the fact that they're at the G8 meeting north of here at Glen Eagles in Scotland, Tony Blair, President Bush, President Chirac, President Schroeder, you can name them all. They're there. They've already been out together to condemn this attack, and I believe this will bring people together. When we were attacked, a lot of people thought they would not be attacked, but everybody in the Western world is at risk. And we know this, and although we've crippled al-Qaeda and other al-Qaeda-related groups, they're not finished by any means, and we have to remain diligent. We have to hunt them down. We have to destroy them.
Well, and in fact, this attack, of course, is a reminder that despite our efforts against them and our success against al-Qaeda, they still managed to get a coordinated cell into a major city in the Western world and carry out these attacks, so they can still operate underneath our radar.
Absolutely. That's, you know, it's no telling how many attacks that we've stopped, we've thwarted. The British, us, the French, and others since September the 11th. But when one gets through, it reminds us of how dangerous terrorists are, what they will do to us, and we should never forget that.
Now, there has been debate in this country since the Patriot Act was instituted, and you're on the Homeland Security Subcommittee, about whether or not that goes too far in limiting our liberties in the United States. Does this attack show us that perhaps the Patriot Act itself doesn't go far enough?
Well, I think we have to weigh all this. You know, all of us are very interested in our constitutional rights, and we should be. We respect the Constitution. We respect our neighbor. On the other hand, we have to weigh the rights of the police force, the FBI, the CIA, the local people that would protect us and from these people. And I think that's what we're trying to do in the Congress as we debate this issue, the renewal of it. And I think the courts will ultimately balance it out, too. We have to do that.
And final message, Senator, you're speaking from London to the American people, as we've just been told that our transportation system, or at least a part of it, rail transportation, bus, has been put in a higher state of alert. What would you tell Americans today about the relevance of the attacks in London to what's going on here?
They're relevant. They're relevant to what could happen in our country. Be alert. Don't despair. But we have to do that, and we will.
Alabama Senator Richard Shelby today in London. Senator, thanks very much for being here. Martha?
Thank you.
Well, the terrorist attack in London forcing major cities around the world to tighten up their own security. Right here in the U.S., the terror alert status for our train systems has now been raised to orange, which is a heightened level of awareness. Fox News national correspondent Catherine Herridge has a live report for us from our Washington newsroom. Catherine.
Yeah, we had confirmation of that about 35 minutes ago at that news conference with Secretary Chertoff. He said he was raising the threat level to orange. That's the second highest state for mass transit. So we're talking about subway systems, commuter lines, and also bus services. The Secretary said there was no intelligence indicating that something similar was planned here in the United States, but he said given the attack in London, it was only reasonable to take these extra security measures until we can get a fallout on the situation there. He spoke just a few minutes ago.
This is not an occasion for undue anxiety. It's an occasion for a sense of sympathy and solidarity for our allies over in Britain, a renewal of our determination to keep our country safe, and a measured and appropriate response in terms of dealing with what has happened overseas.
So what is this measured and appropriate response? Already this morning we've seen security increase on mass transit systems in Washington, D.C., also New York City, Chicago, Atlanta, Los Angeles, and Amtrak. What can you look for? What we can expect is very visible security. The feeling within Homeland Security is that this highly visible security can have a deterrent effect. So you'll see more law enforcement officers patrolling the platform. You'll see more bomb detection dogs going through the stations, checking packages, checking people. There'll be more spot checks of passengers, and they'll also put up more of those concrete barriers around some of the entrances to the sites. Now, while the Secretary said they'd had no intelligence suggesting something like this was imminent or maybe planned for London, he did, and I think it's very worth noting that he did mention al-Qaeda twice. He said that al-Qaeda, they know from the intelligence, is very intent on hitting our allies. Britain is one of our allies, and also intent on hitting the United States. And he also said, in his opinion, this seemed to have some of the hallmarks of an al-Qaeda attack. We've talked a lot about this morning. It's mass transit, it's conventional explosives, and it's also a simultaneous attack. Just to wrap up, I think the bottom line for the Secretary is that they feel that security here in this country, he said we have a lot of confidence in the mass transit system. They also feel since 9/11 that security has really ramped up in many respects. He explained at the news conference they're not taking aviation, for example, and putting it on a heightened state of alert. But he also feels that they've got to have a good assessment of the intelligence streams leading up to today and going forward. And so in the short term, it's going to mean heightened security here in the United States.
Indeed.
Martha.
Catherine, thank you very much.
You're
Catherine
welcome.
Herridge.
And joining us now, Bill Gavin. He's the former assistant director in charge of the FBI here in New York City. He was responsible for the operational investigation and resolution of the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. Bill, good to see you. Let's start with that. I remember when that happened, my office had a picture view of the World Trade Center when that bomb went off in '93. We were laughing at how inept some of these terrorists seemed to be back then. But as the Secretary of Defense tells us, this is a thinking enemy. The mistakes they made in the past, they don't often repeat in the future. And the fact that they were able to get a cell into London, carry out coordinated attacks, shows that indeed they are learning from past mistakes.
David, you're absolutely right. The past mistakes, they look at the bombing of the World Trade Center in 1993. Well, they did a tremendous amount of damage, $600 million and 6 lives and 100,000 people injured. What they did learn from that their approach to take down that building wasn't the right approach. They went to school. Osama bin Laden, remember, comes from a family of engineers in Saudi Arabia and has access to all kinds of construction theories and thoughts. And it's my personal opinion that they went back to school and said, what will take those down? And it was as simple as a superheating of the steel within that building, that physics will take over after that. One floor drops and the other, and it's done. Right now, they are doing things in a more concerted effort. They're doing things that are coordinated. They're doing things that are sequential. They're thinking these things out. Today in London with the bombings in the tubes, they also scheduled a bombing for outside the tubes, knowing full well that when people get out of the tubes, they want to get into public transportation and get away as rapidly as possible. So therefore, the bomb on the bus, it's despicable, it's horrendous, but they continue to do those things as long as they can.
But Bill, beyond the actual explosions and the blasts themselves, the fact that they were able to coordinate these networks of Islamic terrorists throughout the world and get this one cell, at least one cell, into London shows that there's still these cells that are operating throughout the world, perhaps here in the United States, without us knowing about them.
I think you're absolutely right, David. Those cells are all over the world in free countries. I have no doubt that there are cells that exist within the United States. We've been very successful in preventing a number of occurrences in the United States, but the attack on our rail system, the attack on our shipping system, I really believe it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when that's going to occur.
Well, is the FBI, we know how hamstrung you folks in the FBI were initially before 9/11 in order to coordinate your activities. Have those hamstrings been ripped off of our own intelligence agencies, both foreign and domestic?
They have been ripped off, but there are certain things that we still have to look at in putting all these things back together again. Well, we have to look at the great degree of cooperation, the systems that have been put in place recently with the National Intelligence Director, things of those sort to force people. I think there was a great degree of ability to work together, but I also believe that it could have been a lot better, and now it is going to get better. For instance, right now today, I can assure you that being in Boston, I hear the sirens and whatnot, that everybody's going to South Station to look at the increased protection of South Station. In addition,
so that's the rail station in Boston. Go ahead.
That's the rail station in Boston that handles not only the T, but also the surface transportation for commuter rails, and also Amtrak is also located there. So there's increased awareness there. The other thing that's happening, and it's so important, I heard you talk about human intelligence on this program earlier in the morning, and human intelligence is so important. When we heighten the alert, such as has been done by Judge Chertoff, what happens now is people take possession. They take pride in being involved for a change in the United States. It's always been that whole concept that I don't want to be involved, it's not my problem, I walk away. Now it's not like that. People become involved. They report what they see. They report suspicious acts. They do all those kinds of things that should be done in a free society.
Bill, what about our contacts within the Islamic community? Because we do have friends in the Islamic community. This group of Islamic terrorists who've been operating together in these networks throughout the world sometimes can be combated within the community of Muslims, correct?
They certainly can, and the big concept that there's something the matter with Islam to begin with is absolutely false, and I think the majority of people in the United States feel that. It's the extremists, the terrorists. It's one small tries to give the big group a bad name. The help that comes from the Islamic people themselves.
Okay, Bill,
so
I have to cut you off. Martha?
Sure.
All right, we have been waiting for this, and now we expect a word from Governor George Pataki, as well as some statements by Mayor of New York City, Bloomberg, and also Ray Kelly, the police commissioner. And it looks like Governor Pataki is just getting ready to make these statements. Of course, what's happened in London so fresh in the minds of the people here in New York City.
Let me thank
Let's
all
listen
of you
in.
for being with us here this afternoon.
A tragic atrocity that has cost many innocent lives. I've just attended a meeting of the government's emergency committee, received a full report from the ministers and officials responsible.
All right, we're going to try to fix that audio. We wanted to get you that tape statement from Tony Blair as quickly as possible. We'll go back to it. Let's take you back to Governor Pataki.
Believes about our ability to choose our own destiny and not be told by others how to live our lives. The thoughts and prayers of all New Yorkers are with the families and the victims in London, and of course with all the people of Great Britain. In New York City, as you know, we have always, since September 11th, been at a heightened level of alert, at level orange. And shortly before 6 o'clock this morning, we began taking extraordinary steps to raise the level of security even above that level. We have extra units from the MTA police on all the planes. You'll see the K-9 units out on the subways and the trains coming into New York. The Port Authority police.
Okay, well, we're going to switch back to Tony Blair now. We think we fixed the audio. This is tape. Let's listen in.
The stoicism and resilience of the people of London responded in a way typical of them. In addition, I welcome the statement that's been put out by the Muslim Council of Great Britain. We know that these people act in the name of Islam, but we also know that the vast and overwhelming majority of Muslims here and abroad are decent and law-abiding people who abhor this act of terrorism every bit as much as we do. It is through terrorism that the people that have committed this terrible act express their values. And it's right at this moment that we demonstrate ours. We all know what they're trying to do. They're trying to use the slaughter of innocent people to cow us, to frighten us out of doing the things that we want to do, of trying to stop us going about our business as normal as we're entitled to do. And they should not and they must not succeed. When they try to intimidate us, we will not be intimidated. Our country or our way of life by these methods, we will not be changed. When they try to divide our people or weaken our resolve, we will not be divided and our resolve will hold firm. We will show by our spirit and dignity and by a quiet but true strength that there is in the British people, that our values will long outlast theirs. The purpose of terrorism is just that. It is to terrorize people, and we will not be terrorized. I'd like once again to express my sympathy and my sorrow for those families who will be grieving so unexpectedly and tragically tonight. This is a very sad day for the British people. But we will hold true to the British way of life. Thank you.
Tony Blair, Prime Minister of England, who has been steadfast and sure-footed since this began, despite the tragedy. We switch now across the pond to New York, where Governor Pataki is speaking on the situation here in the state.
Security, Wayne Bennett, our superintendent, Jim Kallstrom, my special advisor for security efforts and to everyone involved, this is the greatest city in the world. We know what it's like to be attacked, but we know what it's like to live in freedom and in confidence, and that's what we have got to do. Yes, let's say a prayer for the people of London. Yes, let's understand that the war on terror is not over, but it's a war we are going to win. And we are going to win it by living as free and confident New Yorkers and Americans. So take the subway, ride the train, go to work, play in the parks. The best security in the world is there to protect you, and it will be there night and day, so long as it is necessary. Thank you, and God bless you all. Mayor? Governor, thank you. Early this morning, as you know, the terrorists bombed the London subway and bus system. It was a despicable, cowardly act. And as the governor said, all New Yorkers and all Americans' hearts and prayers go out to the families and the victims across the ocean. Britain has been a staunch ally of America, and the British people have stood with the American people when we've needed them back on 9/11, before that and after that. And we will do everything we can to assist them in their hour of need. As the governor said this morning, everybody worked together. I think what you're seeing is the kind of cooperation and coordination that everybody needs if we are going to keep this city, this state, and this country safe. You see it at the level of the state and city. You see it at the level of all the different police departments involved. You see it at the level of the police and the other agencies that have to be ready and are part of our surveillance, our preparation, and our deterrence. This morning, as soon as the attack was learned about, the NYPD responded by implementing additional counterterrorism measures to protect New York's transit system and to secure our city. The NYPD is holding over the 1st platoon, that's the midnight to 8 a.m. shift, indefinitely to provide thousands of extra police officers for mass transit and other sensitive locations, including the British consulate. Our planned counterterrorism surges are being directed into subways. OCCB warrants and headquarters personnel have been ordered into uniform and are being deployed to secure our mass transit system. That gives us more uniformed officers and more of a visible presence. We've increased police visibility on bus and subway lines and stepped up inspections of suspicious baggage and packages. NYPD, you should know, has also increased its bridge and tunnel coverage. All subway tunnels that cross the river are being monitored 24 hours a day by the NYPD. CT inspectors are providing borough commanders with priority mass transit and other sensitive locations to cover. The NYPD is working with the MTA on any other further developments. We've also stepped up our coverage of New York's waterways. NYPD helicopters are patrolling the harbor. Sea marshals are riding our boats accompanied by bomb-sniffing canines. All Staten Island ferries are being escorted by NYPD and Coast Guard patrol boats. We've increased our police presence in the St. George and Whitehall ferry terminals. In both terminals, we have a significant number of security cameras monitoring all activity. Department of Transportation employees in our terminals and on our ferry boats are also looking out for any suspicious activity. We have increased the number of DEP police who are guarding our city's water supply. We've also increased our already robust testing system, which examines if any contaminants are in the water. The NYPD will be sending 4 additional detectives from our counterterrorism and intelligence divisions to London. On behalf of all New Yorkers, let me again express our deepest sympathies to the British people. We know all too well what London is experiencing, and we will provide any help that we can in their recovery and in bringing those responsible to justice. This attack against the people of London hits close to home because of the special bonds our cities and countries share. I know that New Yorkers are concerned that this type of attack could be replicated here in our city. But let me assure you, we are doing everything in our power to prevent that from happening. We have the best police department in the world, and it is dedicated to protecting the people of this city. So to all my fellow New Yorkers, I urge you, as did the governor, to go about your lives. We must not allow these cowardly terrorists to ruin our ways of life. Commissioner? Thanks.
I just want to give you, again, a summary of what we've done so far. As the mayor said, As soon as we learned of the attacks in London this morning, we held our first platoon. Normally works midnight to 8 a.m. They were held over to provide additional police officers and added coverage specifically to the transit system and other sensitive locations, including United Kingdom offices here in New York City. The increased police protection of buses, subways, bridges, and tunnels was put in place in time for this morning's rush hour and will continue indefinitely. There will be uniformed police officers on every subway in the city during the rush hours this afternoon, this evening, and tomorrow morning. We have also increased police presence on the commuter ferries. We've increased our K9 patrols in the transit system. The police department has also activated its emergency operations center at police headquarters to accommodate face-to-face coordination with the MTA, with the Port Authority, other city agencies, the Department of Transportation, as I say, other relevant agencies. The subway coverage includes train order maintenance sweeps, or TOMs as we call them, where police officers board each car of a subway train to look for suspicious activity of any kind. We have diverted all truck traffic from the Williamsburg Bridge to the Manhattan Bridge in order to facilitate concentrated inspection of large vehicles on that one span. We have an increased police presence at all other crossings into the city, into Manhattan. Police officers assigned to our Organized Crime Patrol Bureau, Warrant Squad, and Internal Affairs Bureau, and police headquarters, as the mayor said, have been ordered into uniform and deployed to mass transit locations. The police department's bomb squad has been assigned to extended 12-hour tours of duty. All subway water tunnels are receiving fixed 24-hour coverage. Police checkpoints have been established in the city's financial district and at other strategic locations. Our police harbor launches and helicopters have also been deployed as part of an intensified counterterrorism overlay, as have our heavily armed Hercules teams. A team of detectives from the Counterterrorism Bureau and the Intelligence Division, as the mayor said, was dispatched to London this morning to supplement the NYPD liaison already stationed there. Our liaison there and in other cities around the world have been supplying us with a steady flow of information to help the department shape our response in the city. NYPD's counterterrorism inspectors met early this morning with our borough commanders to identify priority mass transit and other vital locations for increased coverage in all 5 boroughs. As part of our regular counterterrorism coverage, we deploy large numbers of officers every day to various locations designated by our intelligence division. Today, however, all of our critical response surges throughout the city have been focused on the transit system. We have also deployed our COBRA teams, who are trained to deal with chemical, biological, and radioactive material. The police department is working closely with the MTA and other agencies to protect transportation hubs, bridges and tunnels, and mass transit in general. For example, the New York City Police Department has supplemented police coverage of the past stations in Manhattan. We've also sent additional officers to patrol Penn Station, the Jamaica Station, here at Grand Central Station, to work with the Metropolitan Transportation Authority Police. Throughout the day, the police department has used its extensive email system with private security within the city, including corporations, hospitals, and universities, to keep them apprised of all relevant information. Our intelligence division has also activated its Nexus program with industry and assigned our foreign-speaking detectives to scrutinize al-Qaeda-linked chat rooms and other terrorist-related sites to search for any threat information concerning New York. However, as the mayor said, there is no information to indicate that New York City is being targeted. The actions we are taking today are being done as a precaution. And as we did after subway bombings in Moscow and Madrid, the police department is applying all relevant information gleaned from the London attacks to better protect New York City. We ask that members of the public remain vigilant And if you see anything that raises your suspicions, please call 311 and ask to be connected to our counterterrorism hotline. Of course, if there is anything of an immediate emergency, always call 911. Mr. Mayor?
Ladies and gentlemen,
all right, those are the various New Yorkers involved in securing the city of New York. We had the mayor of the city of New York. We had Police Commissioner Ray Kelly and, of course, the governor of the state of New York as well to talk about efforts that are now being made to secure New York in light of what happened in London. Of course, the terror attacks in London, the big news today. Martha?
And that also followed some very expressive statements by Tony Blair saying that they, meaning the terrorists, express their values and we express ours. These bombings taking a huge toll, of course, on people's emotions as we look at the very close relationship between London and between our own country, the long partnership that exists. And as I said, these London bombings taking a big toll on emotions. Fox News business correspondent Dagan McDowell is here with a look at the market reaction to these terror attacks, and at least here seems to be stabilizing a bit, Dagan.
Absolutely, Martha. Those deadly terror attacks in London shaking stocks both here and abroad, but the market's showing some surprising strength. And by early afternoon, the Dow is well off its lows for the day. It was down about 95 points when it first opened. Now it's only down 15 points. The Nasdaq lower by 2. The Nasdaq was actually up a short while ago. The S&P falling about 2.5. Now, the worry over today's bombings and renewed terror fears would be that it would damage confidence among consumers and businesses and hurt the global economy. Now, markets in the UK and Europe closing well in the red, but well off their lows of the day. When the news first broke of the explosions early this morning, stocks overseas went into a slide. The major market index in London dropping about 4% at one point, but ending the day down less than 1.5%. Here in the States, there are jitters, but clearly no panic on Wall Street. However, you are seeing a flight to safety in the markets, out of stocks and into government bonds, even gold. Those investments tend to hold up better in times of trouble and uncertainty. Today, insurance stocks dropping and travel-related names in particular hardest hit after the attacks. The concern there is that terror fears will keep people at home and off the roads and out of the skies. Airline stocks, for example, diving nearly 2%. Hotel shares like Hilton also dropping more than the broad market. And the cost of crude also sliding after hitting a new record in early trading. Oil's down back below $60 a barrel. Crude falling on fears that fuel demand could drop in the wake of the London attacks. But oil watchers are also keeping a close eye on Hurricane Dennis, worried that the storm could whack supplies coming out of the Gulf of Mexico. But overall, the markets might be down slightly, but certainly not out, and showing surprising strength. David, back to you.
All right. Thanks very much, Dagan. Well, the bombings in London reminding Americans to be on the alert. Transportation systems all over the country beefed up, our security systems included, and our subways and buses have been risen. The terror alert level has been risen to orange because of what the Homeland Security Department says might be a concern in light of what's happened in London. Joining us now to talk about this, Democratic Congressman Bill Pascrell, a member of the House Homeland Security Committee, and Republican Congresswoman Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee. We want to talk about the U.S., but first we want to talk about London. Bill Pascrell, first to you. You know, I remember the Japanese worrying after Pearl Harbor that they woke up a lion, which is in fact what happened when they started World War II. Has the same thing happened in London now? The British public been energized to fight terrorism even more than before in light of these bombings?
Well, I'm sure they were energized. This is only going to move the ball even further down the field. We are in unison with our allies in England. We want them to know that we deeply, deeply pray for the victims and their families, and we are here to help. There's no question about it. And at the same time, we are reviewing basically what we're doing to protect our transportation system. And Secretary Chertoff was right on target when he spoke to the nation just about an hour ago, when he said that we're raising the alert level on mass transportation throughout the United States. I support that, and it helps us focus as to what we haven't done and what we should be doing in the area of protecting our mass transportation system.
Marsha Blackburn, that's a Democrat talking. You're a Republican. So far, no cause for any partisan bickering in these matters.
Well, when we're talking about the nation's safety and American safety and the safety of our men and women in uniform that are deployed around this globe, it is not a partisan issue. And this is something that my colleague and I both are very concerned about. He is an active member of the Homeland Security Committee. He has been involved in this issue. I have Fort Campbell located in my congressional district. We have individuals that are deployed, and we're very concerned about our nation's security and the security for our men and women.
Now, Bill Pascrell, we've talked about trains. They're put on a higher state of alert, orange level. We talked about buses as well, subways. We haven't talked about ports. Should that also be included in this higher alert level?
Yeah, it is. And I think that the ports are very important here, David. You are absolutely correct. We have been trying over the past few years to get the cooperation of other countries so that when goods come into this country, they've already been checked in foreign nations. We can't check every container that comes into this country. We would have commerce backed up across the oceans. But right now, our immediate concern are the buses and the mass transit system, in trying to, in fact, in this year's budget, we've increased the funding, which is very, very important. The Congress has done that. When you compare it to how many dollars we've spent and are spending with our airlines, this is minuscule. You can't do this on the cheap. We are increasing the number of folks who will be on those trains, the number of canine units, helping out local communities. And if I was in New York, I'd be very confident in Commissioner Ray Kelly's done an outstanding job, and his counterterrorism organization has done a fantastic job. I've worked with them along with Peter King of Long Island. We should rest assured that doesn't mean we will lower our guard in any manner, shape, or form. But right. You have something here to be very proud of.
And it's not just New York. We should mention Chicago's on an alert status, so is San Francisco. Right. So from coast to coast. Marsha Blackburn, final question to you. Obviously, a terror cell or several terror cells were operating under the radar in London, England, to get this coordinated attack at work. Could the same thing happen here? Could these terror cells be operating in the U.S. below our radar?
Of course, David, and that's one of the things that concerns us. We do know that this is a war where every man and woman is on the front line, and this is something that does span our country. These terrorist cells are around there. It is why everyone has to be vigilant. As Mayor Bloomberg was saying, it is a call to vigilance. It's why Homeland Security funds and getting those funds out to our communities where they can respond, why that is important. Everyone is on the front line. We do have to be vigilant. We have to be watchful and certainly do everything we can, which is one of the things our military intelligence and our intelligence community is working on, to be certain that we break these cells apart. That is why we have to have our men and women working day and night on the issue, and they're doing a great job. And I was noting that Mayor Bloomberg was mentioning sending some of the folks from New York City to work with London to share the information that we have to help sort these out.
We have experience to share with them. Congresswoman Marsha Blackburn from Tennessee, Congressman Bill Pascrell from New Jersey. Thanks to both of you for being with us. We
appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Martha?
All right, and joining us now, retired New York Police Department Operations Commander Frank O'Hare. He worked closely with the MTA on security issues. Good to have you with us, sir. I know that you just listened to Ray Kelly, the commissioner, outlining everything that New York City is doing right now to beef up its own security. This is clearly a wake-up call to cities across the nation. What do you think about these increased efforts in light of the London bombings?
Well, the increased efforts are necessary. They're needed. What had happened in this country, we became complacent again. After 9/11, they thought it wouldn't happen again. What we have to do is reinvigorate ourselves. With the London bombing that they had, especially in transportation, we have to realize that we are going to be attacked again. When, I can't tell you, but we're going to be attacked again.
You know, there's going to be a lot of sort of looking back at this situation and saying, is there something that we should be doing differently in our subway systems, in our train systems? We now have a heightened state of alert here. Anything that you think should be done in terms of thinking outside the box of how we look at specifically train and underground security?
Well, security does not just begin with police. What we have to look at is an eyes and ears program for the public, for them to be alert to it. And you've heard that on TV before. But also what we have to look is what we have available to us. You hear a lot about CCTV, closed-circuit television, and motion detectors, intrusion detection alarms. We really have to take the personnel that we would put at bridges and tunnels and replace them with these devices so that they would become alert to the fact of when something happens. Personnel are good, but we are limiting the amount of personnel that we have available to do normal patrol, to look for these suspicious items, to be aware of what's going on in the surroundings around them.
We're hearing that London has an extremely extensive closed-circuit television operation that goes on in the underground system. How much do you think that will help in sort of tracing the events that led to this, and what might be helpful about that part of this process?
Well, the way CCTV is set up now, it's mainly for investigations afterwards. What they can do is go to the files, look at the videos, and go back and see when these devices were planted, if they can see it, due to the fact that it happened on trains during rush hour. What we have to look at is what is the similarity with that and other events that have taken place in the world. And we look at Madrid, we look at the Paris bombings, we look at 9/11. They all may have used different vehicles, may be different groups that are doing it, but the similarity is there between them.
All right, retired NYPD Frank O'Hara, thank you very much.
So just putting a short wrap on the situation. Earlier today, it was rush hour in London this morning. Terror blasts, 4 of them in total, 3 underground, 1 above ground, killing at least 33. That was just in the undergrounds. More were killed. Terrorist bombing. It's affected us here in the United States. We are on a higher alert, particularly for our rail and bus systems here in the United States. The story will pick up right after a short break with our own Shepard Smith.